Morning, y'all. Starting a little bit later. Scroll to about 5 minutes into the stream because I gotta do my selfie, and yeah, I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Perfect. All right. We gotta do some sound testing quickly. I'm gonna also turn this to data. Live. Sign. Go. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep. It's good. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna open up on my other browsers. Wait, what? Oops. Probably gonna cook myself with the heat, but whatever. All right, cool. So I'll see you in about, well, I'll be there for you guys. Yeah, scroll to around the 4 minute mark now. So I'll see you in a bit. Yeah. Morning, y'all. Just a little behind, but exactly where I'm supposed to be in every present moment. Not as sunny today. In fact, it's supposed to probably rain. What an interesting start to the day. So, for those of you who are going to be jumping on, and those who are watching the replay right now, I'll be talking about assigning meaning similar to yesterday. It's a continuation of yesterday's conversation. It's important. Just taking a moment to breathe in and morning. How are you both? Good. Just taking a moment to just breathe in the air and get like centered and more relaxed. While I was walking, I was doing some push-ups and pull-ups. So just getting the body to just more get settled in now. So I'm just gonna wait to see when the chat starts working. I did go live. Yes, I am on public. So I shall wait. If no one shows up, I will just talk, but I'm sure someone will show up soon enough. Went to bed at like 2:30 last night. God damn. I haven't stayed up late like that in a hot minute. But there's a reason for that. There's a chat that I had with a brother. It was necessary. It was good. I actually had to take a moment to catch some extra Z's this morning just to get the body ready. Like an extra 15-20 minutes. I brushed my teeth, got changed, and I just went back and lay down for a few minutes just to get my body sort of centered. So cool. I'm gonna begin in a moment. Whether someone's here or not, we will keep rolling. It'd be funny if no one shows up today, but it's all good. Either way, I'm sure someone will show up. I'm sure those 3 are my accounts, just checking. Well, I'll start. Assigning meaning. Oftentimes in our experiences as humans, we tend to label things as negative. Most people on the planet right now are operating from a lower awareness level. That doesn't mean bad, that doesn't mean evil, that just means that they're unaware of themselves. When you are aware of yourself, you start to assign different meanings to yourself and to reality. Because you and reality are one and the same. Oh, somebody jumped on and dropped a big old message. Freedom, I see that you like dropping that spam, but sure, go for it. You're feeding my algorithm, but thank you. And the more that people assign meaning to things, sort of like that just now, you can either potentially be harming yourself or helping yourself. You could potentially be causing more peace for yourself and others around you, or you can be creating or revealing more calamity. All because we assign meaning to things. And meaning, again, creates a label. A label then creates emotion. Emotion creates a frequency. And the frequency, the signature that you're on, the universe will then double check to see how you're feeling and just mirror back exactly what your state of being is. They say you don't attract what you want, you attract who you are. I'm sure some of you have heard that statement before. You, mister. I love you too, dude. I don't live in the past, I live in the now, dude. All's good. And so the more we continue to keep... What the hell's going on with my thing? There. The more we keep creating these meanings that are not helping us in our life, and I know because I've done it for most of my life, creating all kinds of unnecessary obfuscations. When I assign the meaning of yeah, life sucks. Yeah, life's terrible. Yeah, life's just miserable. I hate life. These are meanings that I assigned. Reality had no choice but to give me exactly what I was feeling. And I never understood why I could never catch a break. And I know there's a lot of people out in the world right now that feel like they're not catching a break. And I feel for you. Because we've been trained to look at the physical world, right? It's only natural. You're a physical being living in a physical world. So of course, what you're seeing in your reality is based on what you're seeing. But no one tells us that there's an inner world, and you have to go on a journey to figure that out. I didn't know anything about this so-called inner world concept until like maybe 2022. 2020, 2021, and the beginning part of 2022, no idea what inner world was. I was just doing the work. I was doing inner work, but I didn't know about the inner world. But soon, people started to show up because of the work I was starting to do on myself. And they started to show me something different than what I believed to be true. But I chose to be open to hearing a new perspective. And because I chose to be open to hearing a new perspective, it allowed me to see things from a different aspect. Now, of course, in the beginning, was I like really open-minded? No. I was very closed-minded, and I assigned meaning that I can't change in my life. I couldn't. That's what I kept saying. I couldn't change. Hey, Rihanna. Good to see you. I'm doing great. Just letting the water restore some of my physical energy right now. I trust you're doing good. And because the meaning I kept assigning things in the past, I kept getting the same thing. Actually, in fact, it just got worse. And when you start to change, the universe starts to send you things based on your old awareness, your old frequency, and to see if you're going to fall back into that mentality. Because, the universe strives for equilibrium, balance. It doesn't like when someone just changes, like goes from like, we'll use an example, cold to hot. It doesn't like that. Or negative to positive. Because you're attempting to start to change and change the meanings and assign new meanings to your life, but the emotions they're still lingering of the past or the previous experience. And the universe is like, yeah, you're attempting to be positive, Orion. Yeah, that's not gonna, no, I'm gonna throw your ass right back into negativity until your frequency stabilizes and you're like, nope, I will not adhere or assign negative shit to my life. In fact, I won't even assign positive stuff to my life now. I'm just assigning neutrality for everything just is for me. And your boss, good to see you. It's good to see you, dude. Or actually, Overboss, because that's your new name, Overboss. Overboss. It has a nice ring to it. My main mission really on this planet is to show people that they have the personal inner power within themselves, that if they really want the change within and they want a better reality, let's say, we're not really focusing on out here, but most people have been tied to out here. So if you want a better reality, you have the ability within yourself to shift. That's my main message. The words are not coming out, so I'm going to just drink some water. Give me a moment. And I'll let that airplane fly over my head. It's so fascinating looking at airplanes. The main message is that you can change. Some assign a meaning that they can't change. And the moment they do that, what the thinker thinks the prover proves. And unfortunately, if you're thinking you can't change, reality can only give you what you currently believe is true. And for the longest time, like, you know, most of us, we grew up in the pre-internet age, like most of us who are currently here, because I know the age range that's going on in the chat. We didn't grow up with the internet. We got to see the internet form as like teenagers into young adults. So already a lot of the conditioning had already been like firmly set in place, due to the fact that, you know, back then they used to say once you reach a certain age you can't change. That was they assigned a belief to a lot of us that once you reach a certain age you cannot change anymore, because that's back then. There's no internet, there's no personal development out there really. And there was like Tony Robbins and stuff, but you'd have to have been really like seeking that shit out. Nobody was talking about law of attraction and all that stuff, like popularizing it in like how it is today. There were people who were mentioning it, but they were considered like witches, voodoo. You're doing like witchcraft, right? More things are more like, if someone were to speak about the things I talk about today, like 35, 40 years ago, you would say that person's like, he needs to go, you know, get checked out. Have a great day. Bye. Let me just quickly read the chat as I let the plane fly over my head. Sunil, what's going on, bro? Doc, what's up, dude? And due to the fact that most of us grew up in the millennials, not Millennial Z, which is apparently a subcategory of millennials, but millennials who were from like in the 80s, like mid 80s into early 90s, you know, the programming was set. There was a limiting belief that was instilled into me at 7 years old from a teacher. It's not her fault. I don't blame her. She didn't know. She herself wasn't conscious, but we were sitting in a circle in the class. We were cross-legged, and she was reading a story about the brain. And this storybook, and I forget the name of the storybook, and I really need to find that author and tell them, you did a lot of damage, but I appreciate you doing the damage because I got to uncover how the mind actually works. So thank you for that. But she read a part in the book that said we only use 10% of our brain. And I took that as a truth as a child, because I'm listening to a teacher, right? When you're listening to adults who are giants, you have no choice, right? You're taking everything as what they're saying is true. You don't have discernment yet. You have no concept of discernment as a 7-year-old. Like back then. Today's day and age, kids are more conscious because the elevation of the planet, the consciousness has risen. Back then it was extremely low. And so I took that on, and I wasn't doing so good because I would get, you know, yesterday I was talking about how every time I would read a book and I may say a word wrong, I would get hit. You're not saying the word correctly, right? I don't blame mom, right? Because she had to go through her experience. But like, you're saying it wrong. So like that, what's up, bro? So that association, when mom was like hitting me and like telling me like, you're not saying it right, this is how you say it, and she keeps screaming at me, right? As a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old, you know, I attributed that like, oh, I'm stupid. Because, you know, normal people use 10% of the brain, smart people use 12, and I didn't even consider myself a normal human being. I considered myself using only 5 to 7% of my brain. So I already shot myself in the foot as a child, taking on a belief, assigning meaning that I was an idiot, essentially. So of course I went through my life, always playing like small, always feeling like I was never enough, always feeling like I can never achieve more than what I was capable of, because, you know, I thought God put me on this planet. This one I thought it was a dude in the sky, that God put me to see others succeed while I must watch and like get the like scraps. You know, like, you know the scraps, like when somebody eats food and then they leave the leftovers? Here you go, Orion, this is for you. Because you're not worthy of the real meal. You're only worthy of the scraps. So I would see other people succeeding while I'm failing. So these were the meanings I was giving my life. I assigned these types of meanings. But during 2020, when COVID hit, around my physical birthday in April, there's a brother, his name is Jim Kwik. I'm sure some of you know who Jim Kwik is. And if you're not sure who Jim Kwik is, his last name is spelled Kwik. He's the leading expert in the brain. And he had a brain injury when he was a child. And he was dubbed the boy with the broken brain. And I heard his story, and I resonated with it. Morning. How are you? Okay. I'm excellent, thank you. And when I heard his story, how he went through school struggling and he never got good grades, and he felt like he was not good enough to even be with people, that hit me. But then he said something in that same video. You know, you can actually use 100% of your brain. And immediately, a new belief was written by Jim Kwik. I'll forever be grateful to Jim Kwik. Back around April of 2020, when he said that, morning, he wasn't speaking to me directly, but he was speaking through a video that felt like he was speaking to me directly. It felt like, Orion, you can actually use 100% of your brain. Morning. You can actually use 100% of your brain. Did you know that? Because I went through my entire life thinking I could only use less than 10% because I thought of myself as an idiot. Yeah, there were times where I did okay in school. I got some good grades because I was actually good at like things like sports and you know, crafts and like the arts. I was good at that kind of stuff. But when it came to like math and you know, literature or anything like that, I was absolutely like abysmal, absolute trash. Because I thought of myself like, I don't know how to read properly. I stutter. I still stutter to this day, but I don't care. It's all good. And like, I'm just not good at school. And I'm not going to be able to go to prestigious colleges or universities and all this shit. So when I started to understand how the mind worked, that's when I started to go down the road of figuring out the brain, what the brain is doing. And at that time I was 34? No, 35, because 2020, yeah, 35. I just turned 35. I was reading Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill at the time too. And Think and Grow Rich kind of opened my eyes to a new way of being, giving me perspectives. Let me tell you, the moment Jim Kwik told me that I can use 100% of my brain, I went into overdrive. At that moment, like I was thinking I was still using 7 or 8% of my brain. So I had started reading in 2019 on October 6th when I awakened. So I started doing everything on that day, working out, reading. Somebody actually gave me a book October 6th, but I didn't start reading it yet. And they gave me a book. It was called The Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod. These were like foundational books that I had to go through. I do apologize if you guys are having your own conversation in a chat. No big deal. I'm not going to read the chat presently, so I'm not purposely ignoring, but this is important because this has a lot of value. So I started reading, but I was only reading I was reading kind of slow still. I was like taking my time like to understand things, because I put a block on myself that it takes me longer to learn things than others. That was another meaning that I assigned to my life. So I assigned a meaning that it takes me longer to learn than the average person. So instead of like, let's say some of you guys where you read like a page, you understand it or understand it right away, I would have to reread that page like 6 times for me to finally get it. Because that was the limitations that I imposed on my mind. Based on all the way back in childhood, that someone said, and again, there's no blame, right? That I can only use up to 10%. Smart people can use 12 to 14, where the rest of humanity is using like 10. And if you're really in the gutters, like I thought I was, you're using like, less than 10, like 5 to 7%. All because when I put myself in that experience, my outer world was telling me my mom was beating me with, you can't do that, you're not good. And then, of course, when I was in school, the teacher, they weren't yelling at me, but they kept saying, Orion, that's incorrect. Try again. Orion, that's incorrect. Try again. So every time, they would say incorrect, it felt like I was being like, the class was laughing at me as well. Because they're like, how stupid is he, right? Some kids told me that I'm very stupid. A lot of us, we grow up with things that we haven't solved. And you wonder why shit is still happening in our life. Morning. So the thing is, like, when we start dealing with stuff from the past, if you choose to, of course, you start to see things for what they are. Morning. You start to see things for what they are. They were just stories that the mind created. So let me get back to 2020. When Jim Quick mentioned that I can use 100% of my brain, guess what? Not only did my learning accelerated, I read over 110 books that year. People are like, that's impossible. You can't do that. You can't read 110 books in a year. That's ridiculous. I'm like, so that's the limit you imposed on yourself, huh? Because I started to see limitations that people were imposing on themselves because I used to impose it. Because I started to see things differently. It didn't quite click until like last year when I truly saw, man, what the fuck is everybody even saying when they're saying what they're saying? Do they even understand the words that they're even typing or texting or writing or speaking or thinking? It's interesting. Our words are literally what governs our experience. That's a bar, write it down. And so, in 2020, I read over 110 books. Not to flex on any of you, but it showed me that I can change. I had the power to influence my inner world, which I didn't know about the inner world experience at that time. I just knew that I was doing the inner work. Unaware of the inner world, but aware of that I was doing deep work within myself. As within, so without showed up in like 2024. I'm like, as within, so without. Whoa. Everything's like it's like in stages for me. Like I didn't get all of the answers in one fell swoop. I had to go through a journey, a process, progressing, learning new stuff, seeing new things, opening my perspective, looking at new perceptions, da-da-da-da-da. There's a scene in Rocky IV, for those of you who have watched the movie, the boxing movie with Sylvester Stallone. At the very end, there's a scene where he's talking to the people in Russia. He's like, in the beginning they were booing him, and then as the fight went on, they started to cheer for him. And he then proclaimed and said, if I can change, and you can change, everybody can change. And that's the truth. Just because someone is where they are doesn't mean that that's their final destination. That's another bar. It's only their final destination if they've decided that's their final destination. I'm mastered, but still mastering. I'm evolved and still evolving. I am growing and have grown. I am learning or remembering, but I have already remembered. Here has all the answers, here does not. And these two are working together now. for the first time in my life, because I understand that these two are a system. So what's the point of what I'm sharing? Well, I assign new meaning that I can easily learn stuff quickly. That things that I am aware of most perspectives. And when someone shares a new perspective, I'll get it right away. That I have the power within myself to bring forth whatever I really desire in the physical, and I started to do that recently. Clients, more connections, not just on YouTube, but like everywhere else, physical and digital. I have more aligned connections that I have ever had, period. I started to work on myself and started to see even more alignment within myself, because I got really crystal clear. And when you emanate a crystal clear frequency to the universe was like, bingo, you finally got it. Here you go. It surrenders everything to you. People, situations, opportunities, and events. All because I changed a meaning. I assigned different meaning to my life. And because I assigned different meaning, that nothing is impossible for me now. Nothing's hard. Everything is easy and flow. You know, when I'm working out and lifting those 45-pound dumbbells, which I'm going to be doing 50 soon, right? Yeah, my body is, you know, it's having playtime. But when I'm doing the work, like I'm grinding, it doesn't, for me, it's not work, it's playtime. I'm having fun. Even when the muscles are like, and then, you know, because I don't label that experience of the burn as hard. It's fun. It's easy. I get to work out my body. I get to have fun. Or I get to say, I get to play. I know this sounds weird. I get to play. No, I'm not going to say it like that. I get to play and have fun by moving the body. I was about to say something so like, you know, pause. You'd have to do a pause on that. All right, let me read the chat quickly. Yeah, you guys are having your own conversation. Can you, yes, can you please retract it? Do you know its meaning? You guys are having your own chat. All good. Yep. 110 books. Chelsea, good to see you. I went from a person who had to read a page in a book 6 times to understand what the fuck was being said, to a person who read 110 books in 1 year. How is that possible? And yes, I understand every word that was read in those books. And yes, I read I wasn't reading like this. I was still reading at the same rate, but I was, you can call it a man obsessed with learning. I was fucking obsessed because I'm like, I want to be a better human. So this is what I'm going to do. And I am locked the fuck in. And I used COVID. I used that time wisely. Because I was, by the way, just so y'all know, that time was for everybody to wake the fuck up. Or to at least be aware of what the hell is going on. Most still didn't get the message. That's why they're still playing out their same game. And the rest of us have already figured it out. And now we're attempting to help everyone else to figure it out. That's my role. My role is just one thing. Mirror awareness. Mirror back awareness that you already are capable of great things within yourself until you decide for yourself that you're capable of great things. If you can't or you don't decide to do that, it's your choice. Here's the other thing. Not everybody, unfortunately, is going to get the message. You see some people who come on the chat, or you see people in your experience, whether digital or physical, right? Morning. You good? Good stuff. Good stuff. You'll run into people, whether in your digital or your physical experience, who will mirror back to you what not like to be. they're playing their role. And I had this conversation last night with T-Bray. There are people in this world who will not get the message, but they are playing their role magnificently so that the rest of us do not fall into the traps that they're falling into. You need contrast. So they're playing their role magically in your life, whoever that might be. If you're like, I want that person to understand me, I want that person to change, I want that person to do this, right? You're assigning a meaning for them to change, but they're also assigning a meaning for you to not go down the road that they're operating from. Of course, you want people better for people. I want better for all of you, but you have to want better for yourself, right? And so, some who show up on the stream, not any of you presently, but like, you know, those randoms who show up and start dropping all kinds of like hate comments and whatever, they get to show me not what to be. Because I get to assign what I want for my life, and you guys get to assign what you want for your life, if you choose to. And then once you choose, you can decide after. See you tomorrow, dude. And underboss or overboss, I don't know if that comment was for me specifically about them feeling sick immediately. I don't think that was for me, but if it was, awesome. If it wasn't, no big deal. Let me see. The water is so peaceful and beautiful. You are blessed to be enjoying it. I sure am. Thank you so much. I really am very blessed. And I get to assign that meaning of being blessed every day to get to just be by this water, because the water helps to mirror back some awareness, reflecting back my reflection, not a physical one, but like an internal one of just calmness. It helps remind me that this is what life should be, just flow. We're good. And that's what I started doing. Last year, during the summer, I started to assign, I'm going to have more relaxation and more calmness in my life. Is life going to still throw you a curveball? Absolutely, it's going to throw you a curveball. It's going to throw you that curveball and you're going to have to deal with it. However, you get to assign a meaning when that thing shows up. I said this yesterday and I'll say it again. It's not what is going to happen or what's going to unfold. It's who you're going to be in that moment while it's unfolding. That's a real bar. Write that down. You, whoever you are, and whatever you're going through, once you're going through that thing, who are you going to be when you're going through that thing? Are you going to be more angry, frustrated, annoyed, irritated, stressed, pissed off? Insert the heavier frequencies. Or will you be more neutral, where like, okay, this is an experience. Reality is showing me something that is not really in my highest alignment, but I'm going to deal with it by seeing what I can take away from it, assigning a different meaning. Once you assign a different meaning to things, you alchemize and transmute the energy of that experience. Now, of course, if someone's coming at you and they're wanting to fight you like a fist fight, you know, don't stand there and get punched in the face and then be like smiling. Defend yourself, obviously, right? But once the fight is over, you will get to figure out why did that fight have to happen, right? Or if you had a verbal conversation or a verbal disagreement with somebody, you get to then shift the meaning and see, what did I take away from this conversation with this person? What was the valuable insights that I got from taking away this conversation with this person? And then you get to assign a new meaning to your experience, which then As you assign a new meaning, it'll create a new frequency. A new frequency is energy and motion. Emotions. Emotions are what the universe is checking within yourself, and then it's going to mirror it back in your physical experience. I told myself during the summer last year that I will no longer adhere to being angry. I'll still, anger will happen here and there, but that's not who I am. I don't assign my identity as an angry person. I assigned an identity as a calm, chill, relaxed person who understands how reality works. And I'm very confident in my abilities to explain these concepts in a very simple manner. To be fair, if I wasn't serving and helping people every day, all I would be doing is just observing everything. I wouldn't say a word to anybody, quite literally. When I'm living alone in San Diego and I'm not helping anybody, I will literally zip my lips and just observe. And just like, I know the mind's going to want to speak though. But as I've mentioned every day, that you have a mind, you're not the mind. There's a big difference. You have a mind, you get to use your mind. You're not owned by the mind, but the mind generally controls a lot of people, unfortunately. That's why when you're speaking to a human, you're not really speaking to a human, you're speaking to a mind that's that's with a human. Bye, have a great day. Cheers. If you've seen someone who's done the deep inner work in themselves, you're not really even speaking to the mind anymore, you're speaking to the soul. Like when you guys are speaking with me, you're speaking more to the soul than this mind. This mind does, it gets activated here and there. But generally speaking, you're speaking to this when you're communicating with me specifically. When I'm communicating with you all, I bypass your minds. I'm going to your soul. Even if your mind doesn't understand what I'm saying, your soul does. And your soul will eventually land. One sec. This plane's a little bit loud. Your soul will help your mind to land these concepts. Eventually. Like I was sharing this in a call last night with T-Bray, that I'm just here to either bring awareness that you're planting a seed, or I'm planting a seed. You're then in the future will water it through someone else and through your work, through your action. Sometimes the seed doesn't start activating itself until many years later. There were seeds that were planted for me by others way back before I even knew about anything, and it only started taking effect and started to germinate like in 2022 and 2023 and whatnot, based on things that were said in 2015, 2016, 2017. So 6-7 years later, shit's starting to unfold now. Let's read. Nathan, you're here. Good to see you, bro. Oh, you don't have to apologize. You're good. I don't apologize for any of my experience. That's very kind of you, Nathan, to say that, but I can tell you have a lot more peace within yourself. It's there. You just got to see it. Even through all the calamity of the world, the peace is there, dude. You have it. I purposely stand by the water, not just for me to talk and share, but also for all of you to kind of hear the water, because it's very soothing. This is getting some of you into more of a relaxed state. This is very intentional, the reason why I'm here. I could take my entire walk and then come back to the house and then turn on the live stream. But I like to start here mainly because it sets the foundation for the rest of the stream. And so that you guys are more relaxed. Right? Some days the water is going to be really high. I won't be able to stand on my rocks. Like if it rains a lot, which, speaking of rain, it's going to rain a lot tomorrow. So I don't know what's going to happen. I have to go get my hair cut as well tomorrow too. So we'll see what transpires tomorrow. But it's supposed to be a lot of rain. Lots of rain apparently. So we'll see what happens. Anyways, get back on topic. You have the peace within yourself, dude. It's there. All of you have it. I didn't think I had it, but I decided and I created and I assigned a meaning now that I have peace within myself. Even when this wants to create the noise, I tell the mind, hello, what you doing? Don't you want the peace? Yes. Then what are you doing? I have conversations. And it talks back. I'm like, hello, what are you doing? And even if, you know, the mind is going in a chaotic like mode, it's going haywire, I remind the mind that, look, you can go through that experience. You can definitely go through that experience, mind. But I want you to know, once you're done, you get to reflect back on why you did what you just did. You see, I had to split myself into two separate beings within myself to understand how the mind works. In fact, it's not even just two. There's another entity. There's a version that talks in between the two. Some will say, that sounds like schizophrenia. It's not. Not when you are in full control of yourself. When you don't know what the fuck you're doing, then it's schizophrenia. Like when you're like hurting yourself and you're like blah, 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 and you're like going crazy. That's schizophrenia. When you know yourself, you can create two versions of you, because there is technically two versions of you. There's the mind version of you and the soul version of you. And the soul version of you is the infinite, as within, so without. But that's a big airplane. That's a big one. Nature and airplanes. Gotta love the contrast, right? Enjoy your flight, by the way, even though they're landing in like 5 minutes or less. I created these two. There is the mind, and then there's the soul. They both are Orion, but they're both not Orion. They're both just itself playing a game. And I remind the mind that yes, we went through this thing, yes, we had that experience, and yes, that's what you thought was true, but you don't have to keep entertaining that. Is it serving you? Right? And I ask you guys this question every so often. If something you're believing is true is not helping you, or it's not conducive to your experience, is it actually serving you to hold on to it still? Is there a positive reason why you're still holding on to a belief that's actually harming you? It's like, remember the hot coal you're holding in your hand? Is there a reason why you're still holding on to the hot coal? Don't you want to let go of it? Yeah. So then what's the reason? What's the positive benefits you're getting by holding the hot coal? What is the reason? This is a question that I ask my clients a lot. What is the positive benefits you're getting from holding on to? When I say hot coal, I'm referring to the beliefs that are not conducive. Whatever that is in your life, you can ask yourself this question. What is the positive benefit of me holding on to a belief such as blah, 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 whatever that is? What is the positive benefit? And you start to see things differently. You start to like, what am I getting out of this? What is the satisfaction? What is the emotions I'm getting out of this? Is it joy? Is it fulfillment? Is it revenge? Is it hate? What is it? Like, what are you getting out of it? When you start to ask yourself these kinds of questions, and just so you know, you ask yourself a powerful question, expect that you're going to get yourself a powerful answer, because your mind's going to want to answer that question. It may say, I don't know. So then here's the follow-up question to I don't know. What if you do know? What would that be? You ask yourself powerful questions. This is what my clients do. This is why they hired me. For me to probe and go deep and pause. I'll say that because, in today's age, you got to be mindful about when you go deep. To go very deep in their psyche and their beliefs and see what the hell is going on, and ask them these questions so that they can start to see things differently if they choose to. I tell them every time you're speaking with me, remember, I'm not here to change your beliefs. I'm here for you to see if that belief is helping you. And if it is, then why do you need this sort of help in certain things? There must be a reason you're bringing up a belief, because you want to let go of it, but you don't know how, because the emotions have ensnared you into it. And most people get ensnared by their emotions. I know, because I've been through it. We've all been ensnared by it. There's not a single human on the planet that has not been ensnared by their emotions. Even the greatest Buddhist monks and all that are sitting in the Himalayas and like chanting Om all day with their ball heads, and no, I'm not making fun of them, but they have their ball heads and they're like Om. Even they are susceptible. They have been susceptible to their emotions. They may not be susceptible as much as they used to be, but they still can be susceptible. Let me read quickly the chat. Overboss. Vengeance is mine, divine wrath. That's what brings joy to me, to my life, not playing on YouTube. Amazing. For me, it's a reminder that I am in the actual reality instead of the felt fatality. That's a cool word. That's made up of the mind. Good stuff. Judgmental thoughts. What do you mean by that, Sadia? There is a 25% of the population that has been diagnosed with schizophrenia or schizophrenic tendencies that have been naturally awakened since the conception of birth. Yeah. I'm curious to Sadia's thing about judgmental thoughts. Is that question for me specifically? And just so you know, when it comes to judgment is nothing more than lack of understanding of something. Nothing more. But once you understand, you can't really judge. You can accept it or not accept it, but you won't judge. Because you understand. That's what judgment really is. The fear or the lack of understanding. When you understand, or based on your level of awareness, the amount how you're going to perceive it, it doesn't end up being judgment. Judgment is also an illusionary fear, by the way. It's not an instinctual fear. It's an illusionary fear that's masked itself into as an instinctual fear. God damn, the words were just not coming out there. Tongue twister. It hides behind the mask of instinctual, but it's really illusionary. And it feeds off of your emotions to tell you, like, yeah, you're being judged right now. Most people's fears are the fear of being judged, feeling invisible, so not seen, and not heard, and not understood. That's where, well, that's judgment basically in a nutshell. What if I told you that there is no such thing as judgment? To the mind's creating the judgment, but to the soul, there is no judgment. That word is just a made-up concept, like every other word. And since that word is made up, you can simply dissolve the meaning and assign either a new meaning or disassign a meaning to that word. In fact, for me, judgment just doesn't exist. I can go out in public, I'm doing it right now, I don't care. That word judgment doesn't exist to me. It used to though. Just so you know, I'm going to just bring this over for a moment. This thing, the gimbal. So it's very white, as you can tell. Very, very white. Very bright. It stands out, right? There's black gimbals and there's white gimbals, and there's, they're generally like, I like the white one, but it gets a little dirty. But I like it because it's cool. Not because I'm looking for attention. This does grab attention though. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I first started walking outside with this thing here, people were judging me. They were looking at me like, what the fuck is that guy doing with this thing? What is he doing with that? Am I being filmed? Right? I was being judged every moment. When I cross the street where all the people are going on their bus and I'm speaking about these concepts, right? I'm being judged. People are looking at me as like I'm some sort of crazy dude. But guess what? I broke that because I kept doing it over and over, where now judgment is just nothing. And I've done this not just in Toronto, I've done this in San Diego, I've done this in LA, I've done this in Santa Monica, I've done this in New York City. Well, filming, not with a gimbal, but I filmed in the public. But I was being judged in New York too. I did it. I went in places that were extremely busy. So if I can be judged in places like New York and San Diego and all that and be immune to it, then there's no place on the planet there's no place on the planet that I can be like fearing judgment, because it doesn't exist anymore. I simply dissolve judgment for myself. You get to decide if you want to assign meaning to judgment though. This is why, yesterday I didn't feel fully complete with what I wanted to share based on attributing meaning, because assigning meaning goes hand in hand with attributing. It's basically the same thing. But I wanted to go a little bit deeper today, pause on this, because it's important. But when you start to ask yourself some powerful questions like, why do I fear this thing called judgment? Or why do I fear to be seen? Why do I fear to speak my truth? Why do I fear to be heard? Why do I fear, things? You start to get the answers that you're looking for. You ask yourself a very deep and powerful question. Your mind will be like, I don't know, because it's afraid for it to find the answer. Because the moment you find the answer, it triggers something called you're growing. And when you grow, the old story starts to fall away. It's like a domino. It starts to fall apart and shatters. The dominoes don't shatter, but they fall. Morning. And guess what happens? You want to hear something cool? Every time you're about to do something and doubt shows up, congratulations. That just means that it's working. What you're about to do is about to unfold, and it's going to work, because the old frequency will not activate, or the old stories will not activate if you weren't progressing and stretching yourself. So like when doubt shows up, celebrate it. This goes against all of the YouTubers out there, except for Nero, because he talks about this. Most YouTubers are talking about like, self-doubt, blah, 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 blah. No, actually celebrate your self-doubt. Because during self-doubt, that shows that you're actually changing. And if you weren't changing, then doubt wouldn't show up. That's a real bar. Write that down. So you can assign a meaning to self-doubt as something as celebration. Fuck yeah, shit's changing. I know it's working. Otherwise you wouldn't have shown up, story. I know when resistance shows up, that's the mind creating a story. And when the mind creates a story, it's being threatened because it has its own psychology. It has its own beliefs. It's basically one-to-one with you. See ya, have a good one. It's one-to-one with you, but it keeps the old story so that you stay in the old story and you never get to change. But guess what? You're changing, so it threatens the story. And when the story is being threatened, because you are not the mind, you have a mind, and you start to feel the resistance, congratulations, you're growing. It's similar to like when you're lifting weights, right? You're feeling that resistance. You're lifting those dumbbells or the barbell. Morning, how are you? No complaints. No complaints. No complaints. I'll see you in a bit. So you're lifting those dumbbells, right? You're feeling the resistance, the burn, but aren't you growing in that moment? The uncomfortability. You can change or assign a new meaning to uncomfortability or pain as growth. The mind's going to want to label it as like, no, I don't want you to let go, because if you let go of me, then I die. And the story falls away because it seeks to take up mental real estate in your mind, aka live rent-free. It's not the enemy. It's not a bad guy. It's just, it has its own psychology. And its own psychology was created by you based on your experience. And now it desires to keep the host alive by making sure you don't go out of your comfort zone and stretching yourself. This is how the mind actually works. That no fucking book I've read on psychology or the mind talks about. And when more humans understand how the mind works, guess what happens? You start to do things differently. You stop adhering to a bunch of noise and you start to focus within. And you stop creating unnecessary obfuscations in your life and others' lives. Let me see. Nathan. Most people fear that because they fear the uncertainty of the unknown. They strive for the acceptance and compliance. Correct. Because the mind is always looking for the next step. Enjoy your flight. Even though you're about to land, enjoy your time. To those who are coming to Toronto, enjoy it. Those who are coming home, welcome back home. But yes, you're spot on. The mind wants to know the next step. It wants certainty. It wants these things. And it will look for the answer outside of the now, thinking that the answer is in some future now, but the answer is right here, but it doesn't want to accept it because in this now moment creates uncertainty, but the soul knows that it's certain. It's everything is here. But the mind needs all this stuff to feel like it's achieving, acquiring, attaining, accomplishing accolades, to feel like it's getting some sort of artificial pretentious boost, or as others would say, ego boost. But getting this like artificial pretentious boost to feel like it's doing something worthwhile, and it can show others, look at what I did, y'all, I went through all of this. This is what the mind does. And yeah, you're going to have to go through your journey. All of us. But the thing is, there's going to come a point where the journey of like seeking will end. And you will start to live, morning, you stop seeking and you start actually knowing and living from that knowing fact. And I don't mean knowing as some arrogant, like know-it-all. I mean knowing as like everything you're looking for is right here. Simple. And you start to assign the meaning of life as everything that you're looking for becomes super simple. All I got to do is remind myself, what am I placing my attention on? What am I focusing on? What are my current perceptions? What are my current beliefs, my current thoughts, my current, what's the other words? Convictions. And from that moment, and reactions or response, and once you're locked in, you will know that everything's here. I had a conversation last night with T-Bray. Not to get too deep into our conversation, but I was up until 2:30 last night. If he's here, I love you, dude. But like, in our conversation, I was living in the now. And though I'm bringing up the past, because that call happened in the past, even though it's technically happening now because I'm thinking about the call, the mind always likes to go back to the past and future, worrying about the future and ruminating on the past. I should have said this differently. Man, I'm worried about this thing that's coming up. But you get to assign the meaning to any of those experiences. There was a brother named Eric who was on my other channel, very good guy. We had a little bit of that's what that channel was about. Me undoing a lot of bullshit, but unfortunately others got caught in the crosshairs of that. But he said something that stuck with me. He's like, the past is a place to learn, not to live. That's a real bar. I would love to see Eric at some point in this channel if he chooses to ever come back. He's a good dude, but yes, he left me with that bar. The past is a place to learn or to remember, as I use, not to live. Most are living in the past by dragging it into the now, and then it perpetuates into their future. Because everything it springs from the now. There's a Bible verse that says everything springs from your heart. Guard your heart, because all life springs from it. And the heart doesn't operate from a past or future. It operates in the now. It understands that. But most are not thinking with their heart. They're thinking with their mind. And yes, you do have to use your mind, but most are not using their mind. They're being used by the mind. All of these things that I'm sharing, a YouTube video will not encapsulate what I want to say. That's why I do my live streams. It's just easier to get everything out. Otherwise, I have to be on some sort of timeline. This is going to turn into a YouTube video anyways. It's just the live streams tend to be a little long. But, these are important things because, I've watched 40,000 plus hours on YouTube alone on personal development, spiritual growth, esoteric, mysticism, religious content, content. All to realize that they are attempting to say something, but they're not getting to the point. And I'm getting straight to the point. There's no dancing around this. You're the answer. I've been saying this from day one. That's why I keep saying everything you think, believe, do or not do, say or feel starts with you. And it ends with you. And it will always be you. It can't be anything but you, because it's you that has to be the one that does it, that feels it, speaks it, to say things, to feel things, to live it, to be it. It starts with you. It can only ever be you. Nothing more. That's my message. The answer is you. Whatever you believe in, it starts with you to believe in it. I think that's CJ. No, it's not CJ. Verse me in chess. I could. I don't feel like it though. I play multi-dimensional chess. I don't play third-dimensional chess. But I'll play. I've already called checkmate though. I live from the end in mind. Because I've already decided. This is how reality works, by the way. You live from the end in mind, and you assign the end in mind as you're living it right now. And then you reverse engineer and take the actions to bring it forth in the physical. You got to decide in the mental and the spiritual to bring it into the physical. You got to take the action. You can't just think it and feel it. That's not going to work. So this is what happens. There's a lot of people in the world who are wanting to manifest things. And I got caught up in this trap too. So I'm not excluded from this. There is the people who think a lot. They think. They're only thinking about like what they want. Then there are the spiritual and the religious people who are, God's going to give me everything. It's going to land in their lap without them doing any physical action. And then there's the people who are just action takers but don't work with the mind or the conviction that God's going to help you. And then unfortunately there's misalignment. When you're aligned in all three planes of existence, mental, spiritual, or astral, and physical, you collapse time and space and you'll bring it into the physical. You start with the end in mind, and then you do reverse engineering, and then you'll bring it forth. Because if you are in a state of being, you will get the insights to tell you what actions you must take to bring it forth. The mirror cannot smile back before you do, unfortunately. Most people are looking at, well, these shoes are old now, but like, let's just use these shoes for now. Let's pretend that these are brand new kicks. Most people are looking at their goals. They're not living from their goals. That's a real bar. Write that down. Most people are looking at their goals as it's separate from them. Like they're here, this is their goals, whatever that is. Doesn't matter what. Relationship, money, success, business, entrepreneurship, insert whatever. They think that they're here. But really, you're one-to-one with it. And as you're one-to-one with it, you walk the path. And you will take the actions that will bring everything in. It's called midwifing it into existence, or birthing it into existence, into physical form. Nothing can exist physically first before it existed mentally or spiritually within. All things had to exist. They couldn't just exist. Even before us humans, somebody had to think of the earth and all the mechanics and all the water and the systems and all the stuff. You can call it God, I don't care what word you give it. Somebody had to think about all this and bring it into physical form. And then it took a life of its own. It became like, what's the word I'm looking for? Autonomous? I think that's the word I'm looking for. That's what we are too. I think the word autonomous is what I'm looking for. I'll let the mind and the soul kind of work together to bring the word. I think that's the word. When you live in the end in mind, like you're from your goals, not with your goals. So you're looking from your goals. You will start to feel things differently. You'll start to speak differently. You start to navigate the world the way that version of you would navigate. So like, for example, the version of you that you want to be. Let's say it's the someone in a very loving relationship. What are the things he or she is saying? What are the things he or she are doing? What are the things he or she are thinking? What are they entertaining? What are they believing in? Whatever that is, whether you write it out, think it out, like speak it out, voice record it out, whatever you do, you start to operate from that state of being and watch as reality starts to collapse itself. Most are waiting for reality to change. That's not going to work. Reality is not going to change. Unless you have a very specific mission like me, that you get forced out of your previous experience and into the experience you're supposed to be living. This is what happened for me specifically. I got forced into it. There was no going back, essentially. It was painful though, but here we are. I can't go back to doing what I was doing 7-8 years ago, making 6 figures in IT. You best believe I'll be making like 9 to 10 figures doing what I'm doing. I've already started at the end of mind, and I'm walking the path. And just watch. Watch as my journey unfolds right before your very own eyes. And guess what this shows for all of you? If I did it and it's proof, then surely all of you can do it too, because you're not different from me whatsoever. That's why I recorded everything, to show proof. And if I did it and I showed the proof, then that means you guys can do it too, because there's no difference. The only difference is the ones that you imply and you've assigned to yourself by whatever you say to yourself. That's what you are. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Ryan? It's not Ryan, it's Orion. I remember. Am I bored? No, I'm not. But what if the scientific logics of something must have created our everything wrong? What if this place has already been here since? You're right. What if? There's a lot of what ifs, right? Lots of what ifs. The mind is very logical. It wants to know logical, and it wants to have all the logical answers. But there are certain things that the mind will never know. It can't. It's not designed to know certain things. Because if it was designed to know all the things, then you would not enjoy your experience, or you may not want to have this experience. So that's why you have endless possibilities to explore. That's why the mind is the way it is. It's created that way. That's why you have the what ifs. There's a lot of what ifs, and you get to go and explore whatever that is for you. That's the beauty of reality. You get to live it whatever way you choose to, with whatever possibilities. $10.16. So, what's the moral of all this that I'm talking about today? The core message today is that you have the ability to change. That's it. You have the ability to change. You're not missing anything within. Your mind may not have the answers presently, and that's okay. You will beacon out a signal from your soul to go find the very thing that you require for your mind, so your mind can now understand the concepts or whatever it is that you're looking for. Right? It's not, you aren't what, like they say, you don't get what you want, you get who you are. And who you are, it'll eventually mirror back exactly the things that you require. I couldn't have spoke like this 10 years ago, because I was in a different state of being. You have the power to change, all of you, if you choose to. If you like who you are presently and it's bringing you joy, and you don't like, and you're living your best life, you need nothing from me or anybody. You just go do you, and you're living your best life. Just make sure in the process that you find time to help someone else who's struggling maybe, and or don't create more problems in other people's lives. We don't need more problems, okay? So if you're living your best life, go out there and live that best life. Don't be creating more unnecessary noise in the world. And when I say noise, I don't mean that in Like, do whatever you want, but like, don't go and create a problem in someone else's life where there was no problem to begin with. But then again, they might manifest you to create that problem so that they can solve it. Because that's how it works as well. We all magnetize each other to either learn something, remember something, or to figure something else out that we didn't figure out. That's a real bar. I'm just checking in with myself if there's more to talk about regarding assigning meaning. There's always plenty to talk about. I have endless things to say, but I'm just seeing if there's anything specific right now. No. It's just basically you have the power to change. If you choose to. It's literally going to be a choice that you roll with. It's funny because last night I had that conversation with our brother T-Bray till 2:30 in the morning. I'm like, bro, I gotta go to bed. I made a choice. Morning, I made a choice. I'm like, bro, as much as I would love to keep chatting with you, I gotta go to bed. I require to wake up with enough energy so I can get on my live stream. And I know my body, it has a lot of energy, but I required the body to just get enough rest. Which it did. But I made a choice. You always have the ability to make choices. Even when it feels like you don't have a choice, even in that moment where you don't have a choice, you're making a choice that you don't have a choice. It's a paradox. The mind doesn't like that. The mind hates paradoxes. In fact, there's a lot of people who don't like the word paradox. Because I say it all the time and they get sick of it. There's a brother named Nabito. You've seen him on the stream, some of you. He doesn't like that word. Every time I say it, man, that word again? Yep, that word again, dude. Paradox. 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 That's what reality is. Everything. Even everything I said just now is also a paradox. It's an infinite paradox. Because you get to decide what's real and true. The meanings, and assigning whatever label you want. Have a good day. Thank you. I think we are just chilling. Yeah. What's the depth of this river? Don't know. It's not that low, it's not that high. Not until it rains. Not until it rains. And tomorrow's going to rain a lot, so the water will be higher on Friday. By the time we come back here on Friday, I expect that some of these rocks will be covered. We'll see though. Chelsea, I'm glad you're still here, making notes. You're locked in. I can see that. I'm proud of you, by the way, Chelsea. If I haven't said that yet, I'll say it now. I'm very proud of you. Keep going. And that goes for the rest of you who's been here and who's been taking notes or paying attention. Proud of you. Somebody may have not told you that, but I'm going to tell you that now. I'm proud of all of you. It may feel weird to some of you to hear that from a random person on the internet. But I'm proud of each of you. It brought you to this point. And you're all doing great. Never forget that. Even if shit's happening in your life, it's okay, it's going to pass. Things are temporary. It doesn't last forever. The pendulum swing, what swings to the left will equally swing to the right, and then vice versa. You just have to navigate it efficiently. That's all. Nothing more. It's using the universal principles to its advantage. Not being, because you're bounded by universal principles, like the law of rhythm. The law of correspondence, as above, so below. The law of mentalism, the all is mine. The law of polarity, opposites. That's just another fancy word to say duality. We're bounded by these while we're here on the planet. You can say this is peace, even though I love planes and I love them flying. You can consider that like the chaos, balance. Because, at the airport right now, it's fucking packed. It's loud. People are like getting ready to go on vacation because it's almost end of school. So the airport is probably hustle and bustle right now. Vastly different environment though. Like from here, like this is just peace. There, lots of potential chaos. I know when I go to the airport, it's usually very relaxed for me because I make it a very relaxing experience. I don't stress out about anything when I'm there. I don't have to check a luggage in because I take my carry-on and my carry-on can fit everything, which is phenomenal. And I make sure I plan things out when I'm going through TSA. I make sure my technology is the last stuff in the last bin, and I watch it go through before someone else comes and gets it. If I put it the first and someone runs off with it, it is what it is. But I mean, it's very relaxing for me. Anyways, kind of off topic. But you can say that I assign a meaning of the airport as very, very cool and relaxing experience for myself. I don't stress out. The other reason why I don't stress out is because I also leave very early. I'm usually the dude who leaves like 4 to 5 hours early, and I'll chill at the airport and just relax. Because you never know. Sometimes there might be some sort of holdup. So I'd rather have that buffer time. I like to be early for all my things I go to, no matter what that is. Have a good day, dude. Thank you. Anyways, you all have the ability to change if you choose to. You have that power within yourself. You do. Some will say, no, I don't. I'm good. Just chilling. If you feel called to share your perspectives, by all means, but same thing that I said yesterday is the same thing I'm going to say today. But you're more than welcome to share what you like. Just talking about assigning meaning to things. For now, I'm just taking a moment with the water, enjoying this very calming, very soothing experience before I continue talking. So I'll continue. If I had continued to go down the path I was going down in 2018, I was assigning meanings to life of life's hard, it's difficult, nobody likes me, I'm being bitch slapped around by the universe, God wants me to suffer. These kind of like beliefs were being held. I didn't have these beliefs held me hostage. Because I created it based on my experience in the physical world. So of course, as a physical being and not knowing how reality worked, right? Have a good day. It brought it out. by using a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event to magnify and maintain what I was holding as truth. Had I gone down that path, still, and I think about 2018 a lot. Had I gone down that road, number one, I wouldn't be on YouTube. Probably I'd be in a mental ward, probably coked up on a bunch of needles and shit, being injected with all kinds of bullshit, and going down a very, very, very dark path. And I remember that brother that was sitting in a gurney, he was just staring into my soul. And he was like lifeless. He's like pale white. And he's just staring at me. He wasn't blinking. He's just looking. He's sitting upright on a gurney, strapped. He's bounded like this. And he's just staring at me while sitting. When I went to that mental hospital that night. Just because I was going down a very dark road in that moment. And I'm really grateful that I got myself out of that situation. And I dug deep. But I had to go through that experience only to know it really is the mind creating all kinds of stories. But I go back to 2018 because none of this stuff would happen. I wouldn't have been aware of any of this stuff. I'd still be playing small. I wouldn't be confident. I wouldn't be able to speak to girls because I was just very scared to speak to women. I wouldn't have success. I mean, I was very successful, but I didn't really see that as success that I had. I wouldn't have known the meanings to life. The true meanings. And whatever that is for each of you, it's going to be different, but my true meanings. And everything's a ripple. One thing leads to the next. So if that didn't happen, it wouldn't have helped me to go through this change. In fact, I would still probably do the same thing and probably go down. So you see, sometimes you have to go through an experience for you to ride the wave of that experience to see what's going to unfold on the other side of that wave. All the learning and the growing and the expanding in 2020 to 2024. 2025 was more... I'll wait for this airplane to fly over. This is a big one. ...2025 was more observing. I started live streaming more, obviously, in 2025 on my other channel. So it was more taking action, sharing, helping. Helped a lot of people on the other channel. Helped over 1 million people on that channel. Did 1 million people subscribe? No, but there was over 1 million views on my live stream, combining. Even if I didn't help them with my words, my presence did something for them. Sometimes your presence is all that's needed. You don't need to say a word sometimes. Sometimes just being here is more than enough. Nathan said it earlier. He's like, presently right now, finding these streams are very peaceful for him. I don't have to say a word to Nathan. I can just be. But it'll be kind of weird if anyone's watching the live stream and it'll just be like, so when is he going to talk? So all these things had to unfold in a sequence. And guess what? In your life, everything's unfolding in a sequence too. Some of you found me to hear some of the things that needed to be heard. Some of you found me at the right moment. Some of you found me to start the process. It won't happen right now, though. You'll play your game that you're playing, whatever it is, and then maybe down the road, someone else will be saying almost exactly the same things I'm saying with their experience, and you'll resonate with them more, because I'm not here for everyone. I'm here for anyone, but not for everyone. I'm not here for everyone. I can be here for anyone, but not for everyone. I'm not designed for everyone. I can help anyone, though. Anyways, there's going to be someone else down the road that you'll run into, maybe on YouTube, maybe on Kick, maybe on a different platform. Who knows? Maybe somebody makes a new social media platform, because TikTok showed up in 2022, 2023. I think it might have been created in 2021, but I didn't know shit about TikTok back in 2021. Right? Somebody might make a new one. Who knows? And you might run into that person that will finally make things like click for you. I may not be that person. I may just be the starting point. But someone will help you to water the seed that was planted, potentially. Or you planted through me just kind of sharing the idea. I never thought it was possible to change. I thought I was fixed for the rest of my life. I thought this is basically what life was. I thought that I could not get any further. I could not learn anymore. I thought that at a certain age you're done. You're basically cooked, because that's what they say. There's a saying in the world that people assign meaning to called, after a certain age you just go downhill. You're going downhill after a certain age. That's absolutely bullshit. You're only going downhill if you subscribe and assign meaning to that ideology that you're going downhill. But Orion, we're aging. People age. Yeah, I know, because they didn't figure it out. There are people who are still running marathons in their late 90s because they subscribe to, I am not aging, I'm just evolving into a different form. And that shifts the energy, because aging implies you're getting old. And when you're getting old, that means you're sort of starting to be decrepit, crippling. And your body is listening to everything you're saying, and it's feeding emotion to your cells. Your body is very intelligent. It's listening. Even if you're not speaking words, there's the underlying feelings that you're feeling. Yeah, I'm getting old. The grays are showing up now. The silvers are showing up. I'm losing a little bit of hair. Oh man, I'm putting on a little bit of weight, or my skin is not as smooth. It's more wrinkly now. It's listening to that, and guess what happens? The mind is all, the universe is mental, and because you're creating that internal feeling, the body is going to start to age itself. There are people in their 70s right now that don't look like they're in their 70s. They look like they're in their late 40s. And they're pretty shredded, because they've taken care of themselves, because they decided that they are not going to let their age get in the way. There are people on the trail who are still thriving, not surviving, thriving at their later part of their life. All because they've decided to not accept that meaning of they're going downhill. What's up, dude? It sure is another great day. Not interacting with newcomers. Assigning meaning. It's similar to yesterday. We're attributing meaning, but attributing and assigning are basically the same. I just wanted to continue, so I just used a different word. Assigning meaning to things. I was just talking about how, when we get to a certain age, there's a saying that the world says like, you're going downhill now. It's all downhill from here. You probably heard that saying. It's only downhill from now, going forward. Like after you reach like 30s or 40s, it's all downhill now, y'all. That's because a lot of the world has assigned a meaning that you're aging, and when you get to a certain age, you become decrepit. Because you see other people in your physical experience in that certain age group also getting decrepit because they did not know how the mind worked. So it becomes a ripple. But you can be the cycle breaker. Morning. You can be the cycle breaker and change the meaning. I was mentioning earlier to the live stream, since you're here, Mike, that in 2020, and I didn't mention this part, so I'm going to mention this part with what I mentioned earlier. In 2020, there was an author named Jim Kwik. He wrote the book called Limitless. He's a brain expert. And he said something in a video that just opened the doors to the kingdom, or to heaven for me. Like the gates opened up within myself, within my mind. He basically said that, I know the world told us a story that we can only use 10% of our brain. That's not true at all. We can actually use 100% of our brain. And the moment he said that, I'm like, whoa. So I changed my meaning, because growing up as a child, I thought I could only use less than 10%. I thought I was a dude or a child who was inferior, stupid, idiotic, dumbass, because I was doing pretty bad in school as a child. I had like a little bit of learning disabilities because I told myself I wasn't good, because a teacher, not to blame her, because she was just sharing about the brain, and back then internet didn't exist, right? You can only take on the information of the adults because you get programmed. That's what school does. And of course, TV does the same shit too, that you only use 10% of your brain, and the smart people use 12 to 14%. All of us can use 100%, can use up to 100% of our brain. So I've limited myself by assigning a meaning of limitation onto myself. So, of course, because I assigned that limitation onto myself, I was only getting that limited experience, and I went through life having a very difficult time. But when Jim Kwik said that I can actually use 100% of my brain, something opened up in my mind, and I went and I started reading I read over 110 books in 2020. And people were like, that's not possible. Sure it is. It's possible if you decide it's possible. There are people who read a book a day. I forget who read the book a day. Was it Bill Gates? Doesn't really matter. Irrelevant. But there are people who read one book a day. Jim Kwik actually reads a book a day. 365 books a year. That's a lot of books. Because he loves reading. That's his joy. He enjoys reading. And the more things that you enjoy, the more you'll do it. Anyways, so the other aspect now is the body, because I talked about the mind. So I saw a 99-year-old dude, and the YouTube video is still there. I don't know if he's still alive, but he was in the gym pumping iron at 99 years old. You can look it up. Go on YouTube and look up 99-year-old working out. And you'll see a brother who was in World War I and World War II serving, and he said he's been working out ever since. The dude looks like he's in probably like his mid-60s at best. I don't know if he's still alive. I don't know if he made another video, but the dude was 99 in 2020, and he was kicking and he was strong. So he showed me that there is no fucking limitations that he imposed on himself from a physical standpoint. So Jim Kwik helped me with the mind, and that brother on YouTube, it was like a news clip of all things. 99-year-old still working out at a gym. And he explained like how he's able to still do what he's doing. He was lifting like 20 pounds. He wasn't lifting like 100-pound dumbbells, you know what I'm saying? But like he's still going, right? He was still doing his thing. at 99 years old? So he showed me from a physical standpoint, because we like physical evidence. That's what the mind's always looking for, evidence. That if you can truly trust and know that you can actually work on yourself, and that's why I work on myself every day, because I want to live as long as I can. Now, I can't control if somebody comes and, right? Or, right? I can't control that. But let's hypothetically say all that doesn't happen. I can control what's happening with my body by telling myself that it's still possible to still move at a certain age, because the body's always listening. There's a book called The Body Keeps the Score. I forget the name of the author. Very powerful book. The Body Keeps the Score. When you read that book, you will understand why I say everything starts with the mind, because the mind is the one that's governing your body and your nervous system and your cells. And you can age yourself by just your thoughts alone. Or you can reverse age yourself. There are people reverse aging themselves all the time. You can call it biohacking, you can call it whatever. But they're reverse aging themselves by taking physical action, but also taking mental action from within. I'm going to read the chat quickly. If it's distracting, I'll just keep speaking about whatever I'm speaking about. Oh, here we go again. We got a Bible person. I'm not even going to bother. But yes, he is saying he was able to think that he was only using 10%, but in fact, he was far more capable than he led to believe. Exactly. Yeah, it's just talking about human potential. Yeah, there's a lot of people who will attempt to twist my words because they are where they are based on their frequency. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm basically just here to say that you have the ability to change. Some will say, no, I don't. I don't have the ability to change. Sure you do. Even you having the power to say that you don't have the ability to change is still power that you're giving yourself to be making yourself powerless. That's a real bar. Write that down. But yeah, my message really is that you have the ability to change. Every live stream, what I'm basically sharing is that you have the ability to change, and you have the power within yourself to know that you have everything within yourself to live your best life. That's it, nothing more. I'm not here to over intellectualize anything. I'm just here to basically share that you have the power to shift if you want. And some people really love the stuff because and I'm only focusing on them. The rest who don't give a damn, I'm not here for you. I'm not here for your distractions. I'm here to be of service to others. Nothing more. So drop whatever you like. I won't be reading it. I will only read things that have relevancy. It may be relevant to you, has no relevance to me. But yeah, I'm really speaking to Mike right now, Anonymous, and who else? Who else was sharing? It's not playing into closed-minded. It's choosing what not to entertain. It's a choice. It's not being closed-minded. I can be open to your perspectives, but I see what you're writing, and I'm like, if you're thinking it's misinformation, then clearly you need to get off my live stream, because it has no bearing for you to be here anymore. I know what a lot of people tend to do. They like to come on to people's live streams. They want to be morally superior by being intellectually right and making the person feel wrong. I know the game. I've been there. I'm not playing the game. You want to listen? Cool. You want to tell me that I'm wrong? Fine. It is what it is. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to share that you have the power to change. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't want to hear that? No big deal. I'm going to continue talking though. You can continue to feed my live stream though, if you choose to. Your choice. Some people like to just jump on to argue to accomplish something for their day, to have this artificial, pretentious boost. I know the game. I've been there. I've done it. So no, it's not closed-minded. It's a choice that I choose not to entertain certain perspectives because I'm looking at it and it's just full of limitations. I'm literally saying you have the power to change, nothing more. I'm using my stories and my experience as a catalyst to explain how I was able to blast through my all the limitations I imposed on myself, which I did. I imposed so much limitation onto myself. So much that I didn't think it was possible. And here's the thing. If I still was imposing limitation, I wouldn't be on YouTube. I would probably be still doing IT, maybe. Maybe I would have went into a different field, but I was still playing small. I was hiding. I didn't come here to hide, nor did any of you. You came here to play full out. Have humility, have being humble, but don't overdo it. There's balance. Those who stand out like myself and others, they get haters. And haters are just a sign of growth, because this is what we call resistance. This is the mind of others attempting to tell the mind, yeah, let's tag team so that we bring back this human down back to their level. But guess what? If you didn't have haters, and this is for all of you, if you ever go make content, if you don't have haters or people criticizing you or judging you, then you won't be seeing the growth, because you're actually doing something. So thank you, by the way. I appreciate it. I live a very peaceful life, a very joyful life. A life that lives just is. And I see everyone's perspectives. Some I just don't entertain. It's just, there's no relevancy for me specifically. Others can entertain it. That's why I allow you to share it. I could literally turn off the chat if I wanted to, but I don't. Share whatever you want. It's just I won't entertain certain things because it has no relevancy to me specifically. That's not closed-mindedness. That's your perspective. My perspective is it's actually open-mindedness to know that I have a choice and I can choose to just look at it and like, nope, irrelevant. You can call that being closed-minded. That's your perception. It's not mine. That's me literally having a choice. It's called having a filter and letting in things that actually are empowering and not disempowering. Or it's actually valuable for me, because value is very subjective. That's a very subjective word, because not everything for me is valuable, and not everything is going to be valuable for all of you that I say. Some things will be completely like, it has no relevancy to you. No big deal, right? I'll use two popular streamers or YouTubers right now, IShowSpeed and Mr. Beast. You know, Mr. Beast has, 500 million subscribers. Just to show something. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not one of his 500 million subscribers. I don't watch his stuff. I don't care about his content. It has no relevancy to me. For the rest of the 500 million who value his content, they value his content. There's nothing wrong. He has valuable content for 500 million people. But I'm not part of that 500 million people, because I don't find it valuable. Same with IShowSpeed. He's a good dude. These are really good dudes. I know they're really good people, but there's no relevancy for me and them. So I don't subscribe to their stuff, because their stuff is not valuable to me. Value is very subjective. So some of the things that I'm sharing will not be valuable. And I'm aware of that. for those who jump on and like, this guy is like blah blah blah, looking like he's yapping and wanting to misinformation, blah 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 blah, my information is not of service to you. You don't need to be here. You can if you want, feel free. You're just helping the algorithm to find those who are actually supposed to be in alignment with me. Morning. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Yeah. This is a gaslighting right here, 101. Don't use big love with your gaslighting. I see the little game he's doing there. It's not even reacting. He's attempting to think that I'm reacting to something that he's saying. I'm basically just explaining something. I don't think you need to come back. I think you need to just not come back, but do whatever you want at this point. There's no big love when you're basically being facetious. I love your soul, but your mind is something that I'm like, I don't know. He's playing this like, he's doing this thing called being underhanded by gaslighting you, by saying he doesn't like, and I'm not doing it to you because you have whatever answer, you do whatever the fuck you want. But this is what humans do. This right here, this is a good example of gaslighting right here, 101. He's like, I'm sorry, but that's closed-minded. Your perspective, cool, no big deal. But then you're like, I'll wait till you're done with your limitations. You are where you are based on your frequency. I am on a whole other frequency presently. There is no limitation to me. So, I'll see you when I see you. Have a great day. We'll continue though. Assigning meaning still. So, to iShowSpeed and Mr. Beast and all the other popular YouTubers out there, I'm not subscribing to your channels because I don't find your content valuable. I won't be like everybody else. Chelsea, I know you just say you don't watch Mr. Beast and iShowSpeed either. Awesome. They're only on this YouTube channel, I'm only subscribed to maybe 15 people. Maybe. 4 or 5 of them are just people that make music. Like video game music, anime music. One is Nero. One is Katie Clark. Who's the other one? Trina Dawn. And AJ Panuck. These are people that, you know, they know their shit. They don't bullshit around. Nero would be the biggest out of the ones that I just listed though. Then Katie. But I don't really watch anybody else. And it's when I'm watching Katie and Nero, I'm not watching it for more information. In fact, they have everything that I already know, and I know everything they're already saying, and they're saying everything that I already know. And so when they're sharing, they're just giving their perspective, and I enjoy their company, nothing more. I love the gaslighting though, sometimes in this chat. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. Yeah. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, Mike. Like everybody has their own flavor, right? Of like what's entertainment. The reason why I'm bringing them up is because a lot of people assign value and importance to their content. I myself don't assign any value or importance to their content. They're just another content creator doing things. Are they better? No. Have they been doing it longer? Yes. The algorithm is in their favor, but the algorithm is also in my favor. I am not here to compete with them And I'm not here to compete with anybody. I'm on my own, like I'm in my own lane, basically, doing my own thing. I don't see competition in that sense. And the reason why I'm bringing them up is just to show like value, like assigning meaning to things, like what's valuable, what's not valuable. So like for my stuff, people who come on my stream or watch my videos, when I start making videos, some will find it extremely valuable. Like you, Mike, you found some sort of value through some of the things I've shared. Maybe not everything I shared, but there's some value that you found through what I've been sharing. It may not even be anything I'm sharing. It might just be myself, just my energy. Chelsea, same with you. You found value in some way through me, right? I didn't tell any of you guys to like or subscribe or keep coming back, right? You guys are doing that on your own accordance, right? I'm not like, yeah, I'm gonna make sure they have it. Morning. I'm gonna make sure that they come back. I'm gonna type a little code so that every day Mike and Chelsea and anybody else like Nathan, they all just keep coming back to my stream. You guys are doing that yourself. So you guys find something of value, and I'm focusing on you guys because you guys find this stuff valuable, whatever that might be. I don't know. I used to ask people, what's the value? This was a very powerful question when I asked it in 2022 to the people that started connecting with me. I asked them, so what's the value you see in me? Because I didn't know the value I had to offer in the world. I had zero idea. And I asked them that question because I was assigning to myself that I had no value to bring. So I was looking for others to tell me what value do they see in me so I can take their meaning and assign it to my life. When in reality, I was supposed to give it to myself and not ask somebody of value of like what they're getting from me. I can still ask the question though, because I know myself very, very well now. But like, you can, if you want to answer this question, you can, feel free. If you don't, no big deal. Some of you might not, I don't think you, Mike or Chelsea will say this, but like for the trolls that might still be lingering, what is the value that you see in my content? Or no value? That goes for anybody else in the chat who wants to chime in. What is the value that you see in the content that I'm offering? I already know the value. I'm very aware of the value that I offer. But I'm just curious, what brings you back to the stream? You don't have to actually type it out. If you don't want to answer it, there's no obligation. I'm just basically leaving that question out there open for anybody who does want to answer it. If no one wants to answer, no big deal too. I'm good either way. But I will leave you, like, what is the value that I bring into your life? Ask a powerful question. You will get usually a powerful response. To the trolls, the value that I bring to their life is that they want to feel morally superior. So I'm bringing value for them to feel morally superior over me, which is cool. If that's helping them live their best life, have at it. I'm not going to get into it with them, but have at it. I think that's T-Bray. Friendship. Cool. I like that. And that's good, right? If it's even not some of the stuff I'm saying and it's just hanging out, that's cool too. I'm good with that. Anonymous, I'm currently just trying to heal my childhood trauma. I quit my job because that traumatized behavior was stopping me in life. We'll be able to decide what I want after that. Amazing. And I'm glad that you started to choose for yourself now, Anonymous. I do trust that I'm saying your name correctly. I think I am. But I'm glad. And I'm happy. And you're going to go through your journey and you're going to process everything you need to process. Just remember while you're in the process of healing that all starts with you and it ends with you, and you get to decide what your journey looks like as you navigate your next phase of your life, whatever that is. And you'll eventually release the trauma. Just don't allow it to take 10 years, because there are people who take 10 years to heal something that could be done in a matter of moments. Just a little shortcut for you, just in case. But go on the journey and process what you have to process. Just remember, you're doing great. Don't forget that. Always remind yourself that you're doing great and celebrate yourself in every progress. Even if you don't see the physical change right now, just know internally a lot of the changes are already unfolding in the mental realm, and it's just being birthed into the physical. It'll just take some human time for it to be birthed into the physical, and then you'll start to see change. But I can already tell that I'm sure you're already starting to see change, right? Because maybe while you were working that job, you wouldn't run into me like this. You wouldn't run into someone who's speaking like this. You too. Thank you. Have a wonderful one. So, right there, I would give yourself a lot of credit, because the work that you're already doing with yourself is starting to already unfold. No one just runs into someone by accident. You didn't run into me by accident. There's no such thing for me, in my reality, there's no such thing as coincidence anymore. I used to think like that, but there is no coincidence anymore. I just realized it's already 11:05. We're going to roll out from the water in a moment. So I would say you already done a lot of work. Morning. You've already done a lot of work on yourself. Morning. Okay. We're gonna roll out from the water, because I remember once like 3 hours hits or some shit like that, my phone starts acting funky with the data connection. So 11 o'clock is usually the perfect time to roll out. I'll still be talking though about assigning meaning. But yeah, if anyone else chooses to wants to share the value that they're seeing in my content, cool. I don't need the feedback, because I already know. I know what it's doing, because I know that even as I'm serving, I'm also helping myself in the same moment too. Change to the water. Thank you, water. What's up, Levi? Good to see you. Just heading out from the water spot. I'm going to be heading back to the house. Thank you, water, for your time again. I don't know what tomorrow is going to look like, because it's supposed to rain a lot tomorrow. It's supposed to be a lot of rain. I don't know how much rain, but they're saying there's supposed to be a lot of rain. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I usually act friendly on streams, but I'd still get banned. I guess you gotta be bad or some shit. Are you Devil May Cry, like the person who usually is named Devil May Cry? Good game, by the way. Very good game. Unfortunately, I have to get my sun gear on for work. We'll catch you later. See ya, dude. All right, water. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't know if we'll be spending any time at the water though, only because it's supposed to rain a lot. I'm gonna wait for that brother to walk a little further. I don't like walking behind anybody with the camera. So give him a little bit of a moment to roll. Who's she? And thank you, Mike, for the encouragement to Anonymous. Appreciate that. People empowering people. I love it. Awesome. Ciao for now, dude. I like talking to this one streamer, but I got banned. Just joking a bit. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. Now you're just confusing. You're confusing me. Like, are you joking about like getting banned by another streamer? Like, I have no idea. Anyways, right now I'm going to get back to what I was talking about. Assigning meaning to things. Someday you should carve your name in the rock you always stand on. Yeah, I could do that. Off they go with their bikes. Soon the trail will be even more busier because school will be out. But I guess today kids are off school or they have like a shorter day. I work on the mind. That's what I do. I sharpen the mind like I sharpen an axe, basically, every day. Not a real axe, but I use the mind like an axe to sharpen it, to cut shit through and cut shit out. That's a metaphor that some people in this personal development world use, sharpening the axe every day, which means implying to sharpen the mind so that you don't have to spend hours chopping down a tree. It takes a matter of moments to just plow the tree down. No, you're good. I'm sure you do know how to start conversations. You started one right now. We're having a conversation as I walk. Give yourself a little bit more credit. Yeah, it was just 11:11. That means, Chelsea, you're in the same time zone. Fascinating. I don't ask anybody where they're from, generally. It's none of my business. If someone wants to share where they're from, and they do it on their own accord, but you'll never see me say, like, where are you from? Privacy. Hey, Mr. Chipmunk. Look at him just chilling here. It's funny how a tinier version of a squirrel and is not afraid, whereas a squirrel, which is bigger, will just run away. That was funny. Nice. Well, I'm glad I brought my sweater. I didn't think, I was thinking, oh my God, I'm probably gonna overheat. But I'm glad I brought it. All right, let me get back to talking about assigning meaning. I'll use the body. Or yeah, grease the wheels. Also works too as another good metaphor. You know, ever since that video back in 2020 with that man who was 99 years old pumping iron, he changed everything for me in terms of from a physical standpoint. He's the one who's like, I work out every day. I've been working out every day since World War II. And the dude, he looked good for his age. He was very mobile, pumping iron in the gym. And he changed my entire fitness perspective because, our eyes require evidence. Not always, but like the mind and the eyes want evidence that's possible. Because when something becomes possible, then others are able to then know it's possible for them too, if they've told themselves it's possible. Yeah, exactly. The small wins lead to a lot of momentum, which then will lead to bigger wins. So like for him, he's worked out ever since World War II. And the video's on YouTube still. You can look it up. I don't know if he's still alive. I don't know, because I don't know. I should look up his name in that video and see if he's still alive. Because that was back in 2020 when I saw the video. But the fact that he was at 99 years old, doesn't matter what year it was, the fact that he made it to 99 and he was still pumping iron and he was not needing a walker or anything like that to move, or using a wheelchair or needing crutches or, a walking stick or anything like that. It showed, and then it wasn't just him. Then a woman who was 96 years old, she was helping kids learn how to swim. She looked like she was in her mid-60s as well. I'm like, damn, 96 years old? Pretty good. Pretty good. Hello, duck. Psst. Remember, y'all, practice love and authenticity. Don't ever forget. Huh? Oh, I'm a YouTuber, live streamer. Have a good day. Both my grandparents made it to almost 100. That's amazing, Chelsea. I know, so my granddad, he passed away, I think, just at the tail end of last year, 93. I believe he was 93. But, the thing is, they didn't take care of themselves, even though they lasted that long. I mean, they did their best they did, but, and the grandmother, she currently is alive, but she has dementia now. So she doesn't even remember anybody's name. So didn't really have too much connection with them in my 20s and my 30s. More in my early stages of life and like early teens, because they lived in New York with my dad's sister, aunt, and they always were there with them. They would visit time to time. Are these the same people from earlier? They sure are. Oh, there's a turtle. I think that's a turtle here. It is a turtle. Yeah, there's a turtle. Look, guys, there's a turtle here. He's just chilling here. Check this out. Yesterday we saw a deer, today we see a turtle. Check that out. Just hanging out here. Pretty cool. Or tortoise. Well, that's dope. People are asking, do you have wild animals in your trail? Yeah, we do. There you go. Mr. Turtle. That's cool. Welcome back, Mr. Todd. We just ran into a turtle or a tortoise. This is probably a tortoise. Unless it is a turtle. Let's see. Was the 99-year-old an African American? Yes. In that case, he might be Nat Hayes. He passed away November 7th, 2024. He was still working out. Damn. Thank you, Anonymous, for looking that up. That's pretty good. Bye, turtle. Enjoy your time there. So, if that be the case, I don't know when the video was. I don't know when that video happened. I know I watched it in 2020. Maybe the video was in 2019, maybe 2018. If he was 99 years old in 2019 and he died in 2024, so 2020, 2021, 20... So he would have died at 105 years old then. That's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. If I'm doing my calculations correctly, if that video was in 2019. But the YouTube video is there. Thank you for checking that out for me. I appreciate it. Nat Hines? Or yeah, I think it's Hines. I probably said Hayes, my bad. Hines. Yeah. He doesn't even know what he did for me. And that's the other thing too. You don't know the ripples you will make in the world by the things you do. That's a bar, write it down. Like, let's say some of you decide to start making content. You don't know who's actually going to watch your content that might change their life. That's why, like, for me, I don't know who's going to find my live streams or my videos, but I might be able to make a little bit of an impact that might change the trajectory of your life. Potentially. You never know. You never really know. That's why, like, never discredit yourself for the things that you guys are doing, because whatever it is you're doing, you never know the impact you're making on others around you. Nat, or what was his name? Yeah, Nat Hines. Thank you, dude, for making an impact in me in 2020 to allow me to know that I'm going to work out every fucking day until my final breath, whenever that's supposed to come. And I get to work out because it's fun. I love working out. It's amazing. Nathaniel Lewford Hines. Gotcha. So Nat, that makes sense. Nathaniel. The 99-year-old was on ABC News in 2020. You're right. His obituary says 104. Okay, cool. So yeah, 104. So I was close. I don't know. Let's see. Oops. Chelsea. I don't know if I would want to live past 100, to be honest. Everyone would be gone. It would be lonely. Well, with our current state of our life, not necessarily. You know, I joke that I said that I'll live to like 300. I know I'm probably not living to 300, but you never know. Maybe at the dawn of 50 years from now, which I'll be 90 if I do still exist on the planet by then. Who knows? They might have found a way to increase life even more than what we are currently doing. Our lifespans are starting to get a little bit longer. Yeah, basically like Mike Chang. Morning. Yeah, like Mike Chang. Like, that's another dude who just does the thing. Or like Vanya from I don't know Vanya's last name, but just Vanya. She's the girl who does the mobility training stuff. Her and Mike and Tiff and Dan and Caroline Gervin, they helped me to form the routines. So Tiff and Dan know me personally, so they know the impact they had on me. I've expressed it many times. They know. Caroline knows as well too, but Caroline is now off on her app doing her workouts there. But she had a profound impact too, and I expressed it many times to her. So that's what I'm saying. You never know the ripples. All because someone decided to start something. And it was through Caroline first, and then Tiff and Dan. They both help anchor in my routines. Keeping it the way it is. And staying in really good form. Then Vanya showed up. And she assigned new meaning to moving your body differently. Because I was kind of doing more linear movements. Whereas now I'm more non-linear. So she got me to assign my meaning to movement much differently. Ah, yes, that's right. I forgot. High schoolers are off school now. This must be their last day because they have exams. That makes sense why there's more kids right now. I was like, wait a minute. There's another subset of kids, high schoolers. Yeah, high schoolers are basically doing exams now. They're either doing exams or they're finished their exams. So they will be seeing more kids on the trail. That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, very nice. He's hanging on the bar, upside down. Yeah, he's over there hanging on the bar. with his legs. And his doggy's over there too. I keep running into those 3 kids. This is the 4th time I've seen them. They keep pausing at different spots. Watch, they're gonna ride back, like ride where I go and hang on the bar. Ah, I know him. He's the one with the Shiba Inu. I like his dog. Are they gonna walk forward or? Yeah, they're walking straight. I'm gonna pass them. I don't like walking behind anybody. Good morning. Cool beans. Must be half day for them, because I do see that they're wearing their uniforms. So weird. Never went to a school that you have to wear uniforms. But that would take out the difficulty, you know. Morning. Yeah, like when I played with his dog before. He was walking in the jungle area, like back near the water. He was like walking through there. I got to like hang out. I forget his name of the dog though. It started with like S. I forget what it was. It wasn't like a common like English name though, but it was like it started with S. Yeah, his dog's very chill. I'm gonna go hang on the bar. Yeah. So back to Nathaniel for a moment. Nathaniel, thank you so much, dude. I know you're gone. I know you can hear me though. I appreciate you impacting my life so that I keep moving my body. He's like anchored in my mind. That's why, like, for me, there is no excuse. Because if he was doing it at age 104, because Anonymous basically said he was still working out up until his, till he died. So at 104, where is my excuse? There's no excuse. This sweater restricts a little bit of my movement. It's okay. Awesome. Whew. Nice. I don't know. It didn't sound like a Japanese name, even though that's a Japanese dog. It was like a European-ish name he gave it. I just don't remember. It was like in 2024 when I spoke with him. Even though I see him not always, but I see him once in a while, but he's usually in the grass sitting with his dog. He's not usually walking the trail when I walk. Whew. Upper body day. We're getting that done. As for tomorrow, again, due to the rain, I don't know how I'm going to stream because I don't want to stream inside. So what I might do is start the stream potentially at when the time is to go to see Steve and start the stream then. Hang out with the dude. Might go to the mall after. We'll see. We'll see how weather actually is. I know. I will do it eventually. I'll sacrifice one of my days, break my routine. I'll probably do that like on a Sunday or something. Since, you know, Sunday's cardio and Saturday I already do jump rope, which is cardio. So I can probably do a P90. I have to use the word X because if I use P90, that's a gun. Oh, she's riding back now. She goes all the way to the end of the other side. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. She takes a chill ride because I saw her 2 hours ago. So she's now riding back. If I were to walk to the other end of the trail right now, it'll take about an hour and a half to get there. I'll do it one day. I'll take the stream for that walk on that side. There is... Yeah, oh yeah, no, there's just people picking food like yesterday. See? They're picking that food. There's an abundance of food here. They were picking it yesterday, but at a different part of the trail. Hello. Morning. May as well. Free food. Naturally grown here. So I plan to plant my apple seeds here and see what happens. It won't happen right away, but I know eventually they will start to sprout. Cool. I'm glad you said her. I love me my women like fitness instructors. Speaking of women fitness instructors, and yes, Caroline, if she was still making content, I'd be watching hers more, along with Tiff and Dan. Tiff and Dan, they don't make as much videos like they used to, but they make one at least a week, which is good. And yeah, Hello. Good morning. But when Caroline hits 5 million subscribers, she'll make another YouTube video. So I look forward to that. She's already at 4.2 or 4.3 million subscribers. That's why I like fitness content, because it's evergreen. You make fitness content, like people can just keep coming back to it over and over. Evergreen content. $4.47. She's getting there. She's getting there. She hit 4 million. I think July or August last year, and her 4 million video was a leg day. But she has an app called CGX, so she does all her workouts there now. But whenever she hits another million, she always does another million subscriber workout. Like, whenever I look at her stuff, like, for my guys out there, don't underestimate her. The reason I like her is not just because, she's beautiful, but it's because she is fucking real with her stuff. Like, she's very creative with her workouts, number one. Number two, like when she's feeling pain, she doesn't edit her shit out where you see her struggling. And I like that realism. Like, she's not like faking it. Like, she's like, fuck. You can't hear her speak while she's doing a workout, but you can see, like, ow. And she's shaking out her hand. Right? She knows when she has to drop the weights because she's feeling it, and she picks it back up, and she gives the look, and she's like, oh my God, hard. So that's why I like her stuff, because she showed the real side of fitness. A lot of the other YouTubers, they tend to hyper edit their stuff out. So, like, while they're doing the moves, you don't see them in a continuous, like, flow. Generally, not everyone's like that, of course. Others do that too, but hers is just more like realistic. The real side would be showing the pain and the struggle, and not the, oh yeah, this is like with the hyper editing stuff that like what's his name, Athlean X would do at times with some of his workouts, or what's that guy's face, Chris Heria. Sometimes he doesn't do a full continuous like shot. Sometimes you see the editing piece, so then you don't know if he's actually like in that same continuous flow, or if they stopped and paused for a few minutes. But they also don't like showing, like, if it's fucking painful, right, and it's hard, they tend not to show it. That's my neighbor. He's gonna pass us. That would be anything that's not hyper editing for me, and they actually show like they're in some sort of like, it's them with themselves, or you can use the you versus you mentality, and they're like really feeling it. Yeah, that would be like, for me, the real side of fitness. I'm not too fond of hyper edited YouTube videos. It's like just vanity for me. Okay, I went to the right yesterday. I'm gonna go to the left. You're good. Speaking of that experience that just happened there with that guy almost running into me, my way of being back 8 years ago is if he had run into me, I'd have let him bump into my shoulder and give him that stare. Because I assigned meaning, like, yeah, you wanna not be paying attention, I'll stand in your way. I was that much of a jerk to do that. Assigning another meaning. Whew, okay. I'm wearing fucking armor right now. Yeah, basically, I like the raw stuff as well. I mean, Caroline, she obviously her videos are edited, but like you don't see her like you don't see like when she's doing her next move, she has a little window in the top right hand corner of what the next move is going to be, but you still see her like setting up for her next move and getting ready to get back into it. And she's like panting or huffing and puffing, or she's like, you know, the hands, she's doing the things with the hands, or she's like, fuck. And I saw when she started her YouTube channel. So like she was starting in her bedroom. She didn't have all that hyper editing stuff. And she was still also going through like the pain. And of course Tiff and Dan, same with them. Like Dan has like, I've seen that dude. He's been through lots of like pain when he's moving and shit. Sounds good. $11:46. Anonymous, thank you so much for sharing vulnerably earlier what you shared. Sometimes I know it's not easy to share stuff like that, but I'm glad that, you know, you shared what you shared. And also thank you for looking up Nathaniel. And now I at least know. Well, that's crazy. 104 and still working out. Wild. You know what would have been cool? If one of those guys was wearing a Messi shirt. Ronaldo and Messi. Because, you know, there's a lot of people who are like, are you team Ronaldo or team Messi? What's up, Eddie? Good to see you, Pappy. Are you team Ronaldo or team Messi? I'm like, I'm team nobody. I'm team me, if anything. I like them both. They're good. They're both good soccer players. Or for my Europeans, they're very good football players. To be, you know, on both sides. Soccer, football. Whew. Just heading back to the house now. I was talking about assigning meaning to things. I wonder what I'll be talking about tomorrow. Depending on the weather, of course. Because like if it's supposed to be like extremely windy and it's supposed to have like 40 millimeters of rain. That's a lot of fucking rain. Like we're gonna get dumped with rain. That's like getting hit with like 50 centimeters of snow. It's wild. It's supposed to last for about 5 hours and then it's going to taper off. And then Friday's going to be nice and sunny again. So, we'll see what happens tomorrow. You're welcome. Appreciate you. I'll stay on for a little bit longer. I'm not going to be jumping off just yet. So if you want to still hang out, cool. Just wanted to just acknowledge, your share earlier. Just remember, you're doing great. And thank you, T-Ray. I'll look at it in a bit. I have a feeling, I don't know why, that I'm going to run into a fox at some point on the stream. Don't know why. We ran into a deer yesterday. We ran into a turtle or a tortoise. I think that's a turtle. A tortoise are usually bigger, but correct me if I'm incorrect there. So I'm sure I'm going to run into a fox. Don't know why. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll catch the fox on stream as well too. So I mean, we have coyotes. They're close enough to a wolf. They're not obviously wolves, but they're close enough to them. I mean, during the wintertime, I was walking back. No one was on the stream on the other channel during that day, like during that morning walk. But there's just a pack of coyotes howling on the other side of the water. They're like, arr! And they were just howling and like, what the fuck is going on here? Had never heard that before in the trail. And it was around 7:30 in the morning. All right, we are gonna walk straight and then to the right. I like walking through this street, but I'm gonna go the other way. What the hell is going on here? 3 Canadian flags. One there, and one over there. Canada is not set for another week and a half. It's my brother's birthday as well too. Wonder if he's gonna do a barbecue again this year. Mom's birthday's on Friday, then Father's Day is on Sunday. That's also 619 day for me, which is Friday. One of my 4 special days that I celebrate. It's so fascinating how San Diego is 619. I didn't clue into that. Even though Rey Mysterio was from San Diego, but I never actually paid attention that he was from San Diego. Like when I was watching him, and then he would do his 619 move, and then when I went to San Diego, I'm like, oh shit, I totally forgot that San Diego's area code is 619. So cool. I gotta drop one of my layers. It's whew. Now good for the calorie burns though. Hey Jay, good to see you, bro. No problem, you're good. You're good. We were talking about assigning meaning to things earlier. You have the power to shift the meaning of anything at any time. And I was talking about a brother who was working out until 104. He just passed away in 2024. I didn't know. His name was Nathaniel Hines. I think I'm saying his name right. Hines. Hines. And he was my inspiration during 2020 when I started to get in shape. Like when I really locked in. Because he was 99 years old and the video is on YouTube. And I ran into it. And of course Nathaniel he didn't know me personally from his mind, but his soul knew me. And his soul was like, we gotta reach out to this Orion guy. Gotta get that video out for him. So he works out and takes care of his body. He's got an important mission to do. And I thank all the, like those ascended masters, or I can't call them even ascended masters because they stopped taking care of their bodies and they're very malnourished. Even though they had all the wisdom in the world, they couldn't even lift their finger. And some people had to feed them and bathe them. Not really a master in my opinion, if you forgot to take care of your body. Attridge. $11:55. I'll probably make it back right at the 12 o'clock mark. Then I'll turn the live stream back into 1080p 60. And then we'll probably run into trolls. Most likely. Because I'll be sitting and then we'll probably start seeing trolls potentially, because that's usually around the time I've noticed, like when I get back and I just chill for a little bit, then everybody starts showing up and it's all good. Almost back. The high schoolers are out of school now, so we'll be seeing lots of them. There's a girl underneath the underpass when I said practice love and authenticity. She thought I was filming them. She's like, what the fuck are you filming? I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. I'm doing a live stream right now. And then I think her boyfriend was like, hey, you need to be more chill, girl. I looked at them like, it's all right, you're good. I kind of gave the head signal, like, you're good. Yeah. Similar, like when I got to grade 9 and I saw the grade 12s and OACs, aka grade 13s, I'm like, damn, these guys are like giants. We're like kids in a giant world, because like you're the runt. We went the opposite way, so the red car is this way now. My dad's friend is here, because my dad's outside, so I can see the blue car. So I'm gonna go inside and make some food. What did I have yesterday? I had rice and that green bean thing. So I'll make some eggs. Phone battery at 65%, so I can definitely take you guys in if no one else is using the kitchen. Yep, there they are. They're hanging out. Hey.
Where you went walking, man? You went for a long one today.
I did. I usually stay out longer.
Because the place is getting warmer now.
What happened to you last night?
I was talking with someone.
No, because I wasn't
I was
listening. but
hearing at my house too. It seemed like you had a lover's quarrel.
Somebody needed to have a conversation.
You fighting with your girlfriend.
No girlfriend.
Oh, okay, that's alright. Sometimes you
Some
have to get
some dude, some brother needed to have a conversation.
Yeah, and sometimes the only way you can get through to them is by raising your voice.
Well, I wasn't doing my best. I was not raising my voice, so, but I had to like.
Yeah, but I hear you loud.
I know.
That's why I opened the door. But I don't want to say if you're inside or out. I don't know if you were inside.
No, I was outside. Wanted to make sure mom was like sleeping, so went outside.
Yeah, but then you hear it louder, bro.
No, but
I
you
tell
must see
you
had the
guys-
window open.
No,
Yeah, the back window.
when you talk outside, I hear you all day.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you had the window open?
No, I was out in here.
Oh, you were in here. That's because you probably had that door open.
Okay.
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Yep. They're just making sure I'm good. I told him it was a brother. I told him, I didn't say it was you though. Because they heard me. They heard me loud and clear. I was like, okay. I'm sure mom is like, she probably heard it too. So, which is fine. This is why I went outside. And had the conversation. Because if I was inside, then mom would have been disturbed. But they, one way or another, somebody was going to get disturbed. But all good. It's the past now. It only stays in the present if we keep lingering in the past. And there's nothing to lie about. It was a dude. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch the stream to 1080p 60. Ugh. No, it didn't die. It's good. I was just changing the settings. But because I just changed the settings, now I got to make sure that it doesn't get stuck. Because when I change the settings to 1080p 60, yesterday it was having a meltdown. It was like having a seizure attack. So it should be good though. I'm here. Let me just double check. Cool. It wasn't your issue. It was me switching the settings. Oops. I'll be listening to that in a bit. Anime. Let me double check my stream quickly. Otherwise, it might be fritzing out. No, that's good. It's working. We're back in 1080p 60 now, so it's smoother. We don't need to hear me in echo. That's funny. This is the reason why, having those conversations it's not it was a good conversation, but like it didn't need to go that far. It should have ended at like I should have jumped off at 11 if anything. But it's okay. It won't be happening again. Because I've assigned new meaning. The experience had to happen for it to never happen again. Or keep it very minimal going forward. I was gonna be like, these damn humans always creating problems. These damn humans. It's all good. Welcome back. I know you're the dude from the F land. Welcome back. I'm about to drop some more bars in a moment. The fix to see. Oh. Assigning the meanings to things. It's funny. Because I can assign a meaning to our conversation we had yesterday, but I choose not to. Do you like traveling to other countries? I do. I haven't traveled a lot in terms of like countries outside of North America. I mean, I went to Guyana when I was a younger person, like when I was a kid, but I didn't like it. Only because I hated being stung by millions of mosquitoes. I had a terrible experience back then. I was 9 years old. I wanted to go to New York for Christmas, and I got bitten by so much mosquitoes, my arms were full of mosquitoes. And like, Bali? Honestly, I want to see Bali. A lot of people talk very highly about Bali. It sounds like a really nice place to go and visit. I don't know about living, but definitely a place I would probably go visit. It's got beaches and it's got mountains. And I know the water is very turquoise, very blue. So, and the nature there is very abundant. It's like very tropical. I like tropical places. I don't know if they get floods though. I don't know if they get hurricanes or anything like that. I don't know if they're like Florida. I don't think they are, but I couldn't tell you because I hadn't been there. But I think Bali is a good place based on like some of the things I've heard from people going there. So I've had people from when I used to work in a law firm, they've been to Bali and they told me how you see them come back with a lot of sun kiss, and they were very they had the best time of their life. When you say BROW, what does the W mean? Isn't it just bro? Because it's supposed to be bro. What does the W mean? Just out of curiosity. Is that your fancy way of saying bro? Or is that a new Gen Z way of saying bro? I'm always curious because I'm always fascinated how I see people type words. No, there's nothing wrong. I was just curious. I was just curious to see if that's like a fancy way of saying bro. Because, you know, Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, they make new words up like they change their underwear every day. So it's like keeping up with like the lingo. I know Chelsea. I had to ask Chelsea what a G1 Chuck was at one point. I was like, what does that mean? G1 Chuck, but now I know what she means when she says that. Of course, like Jay, he's here. He had to tell me what 6-7 meant. I had no idea what the hell that meant. Zero. We were at Halloween and he saw a pumpkin that had carved 6-7. I'm like, I thought it was just a random number. Nope. He was telling me, you don't know? I'm like, nope. Completely unaware of that because I don't live the human paradigm. I live a different paradigm, and he had to explain to me what 6-7 was. I'm like, God damn people. And I'm gonna be the whole problem. Right. If you don't know what it is, it's better to just not know. It's just a waste of kind of like mental bandwidth to know what 6-7 is. But you know, that's what Gen Zs and Alphas do. They make a bunch of shit that has no relevancies in today's day and age. Yeah, it's brain rot. Exactly. So, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm anytime I see new words on the stream, I'm like, what does that mean? Because like, I'm seeing people either typoing or they're actually like, what's up, Doc? They're typoing or they're actually saying the word exactly the way it's spelt that they're saying, and I'm like, what does this mean now? Oh, they do? Papa John's is sounding very nice right about now. Haven't had Papa John's in a hot minute. I'm having a in-body experience of having pizza right now. Yeah. I'm not even sure what TH and TWH is. I obviously know what Oh My Effing God is because we created that during like the Counter-Strike days. I mean, that is a good price for pizza, I'm not gonna lie. $6.70. Doc, what is TH and TWH? I have no idea. Oh, to heck with. Got it. See? Now I know. I had no idea that's what THW meant. No, I would have never even guessed that. Crazy. Do you see? People make like things and then we assign meaning to these things. And if it has no meaning to you, then it has no value. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, you all have the ability to just dissolve words and its meaning at will if you choose to. Unless you get subjected to the meaning. Like, you know, obviously LOL became one of the first set of like acronyms in the world before emoji showed up to express your feelings, like how to feel something, right? In the beginning, most people were typing I'm laughing out loud, but now they type LOL. This is going back to like the early 2000s, or I should say the late 1990s, like 1997, 1998, 1999, LOL was being formed. And like what the fuck was being formed, like WTF. And oh my God was being formed as well around those times. Because we didn't have the emojis back then. So we came up with like little cool acronyms. Because back then we used MSN Messenger. We had that. We didn't have Skype and like Discord and all that. So we were starting to form like short words so that we could just navigate. And yeah, chat rooms. And nowadays people say, hey chat, what's up chat? Right? To greet everybody in the chat. I remember when I heard that for the first time, I'm like, chat? Like, who is the streamer referring to? Is he talking to the people in the chat, or is he talking to somebody named Chat? Or is he talking to a bot? Right? I had no idea. So then I'm like, chat. He must be talking to the people in the chat. Hey chat, tell me what's going on. right? Because it sounded like he was talking to a person. Before LOL, there were number combinations for that if you used a pager. Yeah, like, for example, like Elite L337. But I don't think pagers had numbers or letters, so Elite would have existed actually after the pager era. It's fascinating. Pagers. Yeah. Yeah, pagers had only numbers, you're right. I never had a pager, so I only held a pager after it wasn't even relevant, but I never had a pager. Man, pagers, that's crazy. Imagine somebody actually still uses a pager in today's day and age. It's wild. Yeah. Pagers. Couldn't even imagine that in today's day and age. There's no way. There's no way. The T9 dictionary era and the 140 some character SMS. You're right. I remember that, Anonymous. Hell yeah, I remember that. I remember that era. I had one of those T140 calculators? Or like this, sorry, I had one of those like calculators that was able to do some pretty cool stuff. Yes, I remember I Love You was... So, 1434 I Love You, Thinking of You, 823, Hugs and Kisses, 436, I Like You, 341, 6, Always, and then 7, Forever. Sounds good, T-Bray. Enjoy your day, dude. I'll see you when I see you. Or I'll chat with you when I chat with you. Whenever that is. And I'll look at the Discord video. Hey, welcome from Austria. This is Toronto. For now. Eventually it'll be San Diego, California. But welcome from Austria. I have a friend who lives in Austria. I've met him in an online video game like 10 years ago. He's a pretty cool dude. I don't know exactly where in Austria he lives, but he lives in Austria. But he goes by, I don't know his actual name because we go by usernames. His name was Asuka, but that's not his actual name because that's a Japanese woman's name. But yeah, he's a cool dude. I'm getting old, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be moving to San Diego. I'm just looking at the opportunities. Either I go and apply for like a work visa so I can work there and get the green card. Do the influencer visa, but that requires for me to be well known in the world. Or pay $1 million and get close to my skip a lot of the headache and go straight to almost a citizenship. I think I have to look that up, in fact. I'm gonna quickly look that up. The one that cost $1 million or investment. Invest. Let's see. Yeah, it's called EB5 Immigrant Investor Program. To invest $1 million to get a U.S. green card, you must use the EB5 Immigrant Investor Program. It does not provide instant citizenship. You first gain conditional permanent residency, green card, and after maintaining the investment and residency for years, I don't know how long that is, you can apply to neutralize or naturalize as a U.S. citizen. To qualify for the EB-5 visa, you must meet the following core requirements. Investment amount, over $1 million for a standard commercial enterprise, or $800,000 if the business is in the targeted employment area, TEA, such as a rural location or a high unemployed area. Okay. Job creation, you must create or preserve at least 10 full-time jobs for qualifying U.S. workers for a minimum of 2 years. So that's if I'm a business owner, which I am. So I can go down that route. Investment structure. So, interesting. So if I do what I say I'm going to do, I can hire 10 to 15 U.S. Citizens, give them employment to do the work that I'm going to be doing. Or investment structure. You can either invest directly in your own business or go through a U.S. government-approved regional center. Once approved, you and your immediate family, spouse, and unmarried children under 21 years of age are granted conditional green cards for 2 years. After removing those conditions by providing the capital was spent and the jobs were created, you transition to lawfully permanent residency. After 5 years as a permanent resident, you become eligible to apply for U.S. citizenship. So that's the work I got to do. Okay, well, at least I'm aware of that one now, what I got to do. I will definitely afford that. Nothing is out of I don't limit myself. So yeah, if I am going to go down that road, I'm going to go down that road. I'll pay that money. It'll save me a lot more time and a lot of headache. But I like the fact that I said that if I create the business and I hire people over there and I keep it sustainable. So that could be another possible. I'm glad I actually just looked that up. I will, so you asked the question, how am I doing that well? I'll eventually catch up to the million, and then I'll surpass it. I've held $1 million before, so it's just a matter of, regaining my resources that I invested. And walking the path, because I don't set limitations on myself. I know to a lot of people $1 million is a lot, but to millionaires right now, millions is nothing. To them, it's like. So, for me, I'm going to go down that road. But if I can actually make my own business, and hire people, I wasn't thinking of ever hiring people for my business, because I'm a business owner now. I'm an entrepreneur, and I have clients. But if I'm going to do the work that I'm doing, I could hire other coaches who are American citizens to help other people and around the world. So I could technically do that. Interesting. I need to draw out something quickly. So San Diego, for me specifically, it's a couple things. One, the weather. I thrive in very good, very warm weather. Not to say I don't thrive in cold weather, but I don't like cold weather. I've done it. I've lived there all my life. I lived here for a good portion, and it's just, you just want to recluse back in when it's wintertime. You just don't feel as vibrant. So for me, San Diego's the weather. That's one. That's number two. It has the mountains and the oceans. For me, I must be by nature. I can find nature anywhere else. There's other places, but that place specifically has the mountains and the ocean within a 30-minute drive. There's no needing to drive 6 hours to a mountain, 4 hours to an ocean. It's right there. It's literally in a circle. So like getting from like one end of San Diego, and it's a big city. It's not a small city by any means, but the way the city is designed, it's in like a circle. So things are very easy. It's very convenient is basically the word I'm looking for. A very convenient way of getting around that city. You can get from one end to the other in good traffic within 30 minutes. I've done it. Yeah, I'm pretty much immune to sunburns. And Chelsea, what do you share? I hope you cross paths with Fuzi someday in San Diego. I just know he would love you. He's a lot like you, but he's not fully... He's on his path. He's on his journey. I was gonna see. I need to just visually draw something. So this is me with the business. So I'll just call it me business. I just need to draw it out for a sec and do sort of like a flow chart. So I hire 10 coaches. I'm gonna just draw 10 different circles for now. God damn, just slow down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Draw smaller circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's just minimum. I'll hire like maybe 15. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I'm just drawing out a path right now. So these are my coaches, and these coaches are going to then go out in the world and help the rest of the world with their mind. But I got to train these 15 people. They have to basically be on the same level as me, which everyone is at the same level as me, but they have to really be locked in with their mind and know that reality is a paradox. Hire them if I'm doing it that way. Keep this business sustainable, which I know I will. Keep it sustainable for like 3 to 5 years. Doable. So I'm just going to draw a big ass circle. Help the world. That P is looking really something. So I just drew like a random me business hiring 15 coaches to help the world. That's how simple I'm going to have to make this. I'll just put 4 EB1 visa. Let me see. Floral shirts, long hair, and long beards. Will you do the hippie style, or do you like the clean look? I don't like the clean look, and I definitely don't do the hippie style. I'm basically like, well, I'm gonna go get my hair cut tomorrow. It's just more trimming, if anything. The way I look now is the way I'm gonna look for the rest of my life. I'm not, of course, my beard is gonna turn more silver as time goes on. But I'm not ever going to deviate from my look. I like my look. It fits me. I've had shaved head before. I look like a villain. I had a goatee before, just like the one piece, look like a villain. I look evil, basically. So this look keeps me looking somewhat not scary to other people. But then again, I also have that perspective on me that I was a scary person. So I was putting that kind of energy out. Imagine meetings in your business. Welcome to this meeting. Reality is a paradox. Yep. They'll be like, thank you. Steve's going to do a little bit of trimming. I told him to keep this part, keep it the way it is, but like he'll do up that properly. I went a little bit low on my line, so he's going to redo my line, most likely. Yeah. People in my business, they'll be like, so boss, you said everything's is a paradox. Even this business is a paradox. I'm like, yep, sure is. Then how do we help people? You help them to remind them that they have the power within themselves and that everything's a paradox. Once you understand how a paradox works, it becomes a game of just like managing energy. The mind doesn't like a paradox. It hates it. Two things opposing, but they're both true and equal and valid. The mind doesn't want to accept both, though. It's designed for one or the other thinking, so it can't be this and this. It's this or this. It's never this and this until you go beyond the mind that it is this and this. That's raising your level of awareness from within yourself that allows you to transcend time and space, which on this plane of existence, we're subjected to duality. Up, down, light, dark, good, evil, hot, cold, positive, negative, left, right. So we're subjected to that. But when you go within yourself, you're no longer subjected to duality because you can go into oneness easily because duality doesn't exist within. Your soul knows that duality is just an illusion. It's just one. It's all one. But in the physical realm, it's all duality. That's using your mind and your eyes. So you have to basically live both perspectives, both inwards and outwards at the same time. Because if you're living just inwards, then you're neglecting the out. If you're living outwards, then you're neglecting the in. So it has to be, you have to do like this double dance, essentially. It's not hard, but most people presently on the planet are struggling to even focus on one. So imagine adding a second part of your life. It becomes like, oh my God, this is why it's important to slow down and to kind of like navigate slower, to kind of just see things for what they are. Yeah. I lived in the U.S., Malaysia, but been in different places in Europe, but where I will end up, nobody knows. Exactly. And San Diego might eventually not be my permanent destination either. I might end up somewhere else. You never know, right? Life has a fascinating way to show you things. I never thought in a million years I would be living in California or even have the idea to live in California. I was the type of person who hated on America, number one, and also hating on California. Like I was saying, who lives in California? It's for those surfer dudes and those posh chicks. Those chicks who are very like surface level, very poshy like, whatever that means. Valley girl. But my perspective changed because I assigned a new meaning. When I went there, I finally saw, now I know why I'm so drawn here. I get it. I get it now. It wasn't just the weather. It wasn't just the mountains and the ocean. It was a vibe. There was something, like I can't really explain it really with words. It's a feeling. But when I'm there, it's like this is home. Like, it just feels right. Toronto never felt right to me, even though I lived here majority of my life. I moved away for a couple years. My day's good. Thank you, Jake. How's yours, bro? Mine's has been wonderful. I've been enjoying my time. Thank you for asking, and I appreciate you, and I'll give you a fist bump, bro. I trust yours is doing good. Toronto never felt like home, but this was the place that I mastered myself. I had to master myself here so I can go to San Diego and finish what I started, or finish what I need to do. I went to California. I did not like Los Angeles, but I like Yosemite National Park. I like nature. Awesome. That's a place I haven't visited yet, Yosemite. It's a place, it's on my to see list. Do you feel bipolar disorder sometimes? Not at all. That's just an illusion. Bipolar is when you don't understand how reality works. From a human standpoint, it can look like bipolar, but when you know what you actually are, it goes beyond the human, it's not bipolar. So no, I don't feel that. Not at all. Not a lick. Let's see, isn't it all an act of consciousness? Like when I act like students, I will get the lesson. It sure is. You're spot on. I do apologize, I missed your message there. All of it's an act. Every one of us is just playing a role. It doesn't feel like that when you've lived your life and you've been a human and you had your experiences. But when you awaken, even though I don't even like using that word, to be honest. When you get aware of what's going on in reality, you start to see things so much vastly different, and you start to see it for what it is, just a game. Charles Manson said, we are all an act, and the only time it's not an act is when someone gets killed. Yes. The thing about the getting taken out is me. I'm actually looking for nothing. I have everything within myself. I'm content, but I'm also, I know this sound, and this is a paradox because this is both true and equal and real. It sounds contradicting, but this is how reality works. I'm content with where I am right now, but I'm also here to finish what I started. And what does that mean? That means I came here to help the rest of humanity to master this. And if for example, if I were to die right in this chair right now, hypothetically, I'll be fulfilled. But of course, there's more that I still would like to do. So I am both content and still driven by my purpose to helping the world. So I'm not really looking for anything. It's more like I'm living my life in the moment. Age is but a number. I'll still be the same. I mean, we're always evolving, but I'll still have a similar mind mastery where I am right now, even at those ages. I'll probably do things a little bit differently, of course, but at the same time, I don't let that number means nothing to me. Yeah. To get back to, I do apologize for not being able to pronounce your name. Ofeld? If I said that correctly, cool. If I didn't, my bad. When someone gets taken out, this is going to be hard to explain with words because it's going to suck. It's literally going to suck what I'm about to say, but I have to say it. When someone gets taken out, when someone gets taken out, the games have already been played with each other. One has to learn a lesson, one has to feel the experience. One knows that once they are gone, that's it, but it sucks. Fucking sucks. If someone takes themselves out, that wasn't how the game was supposed to go. they exited out of the game sooner than they're supposed to. The one who gets taken out by someone else, that has to happen. It's still a game, but unfortunately the problem is our human gets wrapped up in like the emotions of it, and of course like it's only natural to feel pain when someone's gone and gets taken out. That's why we were given emotions, to feel stuff. But the one who takes the person out has to learn whatever lesson they came here to learn, whatever that is. Thankfully for me, I don't have to go down that path to learn lessons, like those types of lessons. I figured that out before having to do something crazy like that. Thankfully. It's true. I don't have a favorite actress, because that would imply putting somebody on a pedestal for me. They're all good. I like people. I like actresses, but I don't have a favorite actress. They're all equally good in my opinion. But I'll name some. Jessica Alba would be one. I don't know if she still makes movies. I haven't seen her make a movie in a while, but she would still be considered an actress, I think. Sandra Bullock, if she still makes movies. I don't know if she does. I have no idea. It's like a speed demon. I don't know what that means. What does that Gen Z term mean now? Speed demon for us in millennials was vastly different from speed demon right now in Gen Z lingo. What does speed demon mean in Gen Z lingo? Just so I'm aware. Because the moment you said I'm cracking, I'm like, yep, that's definitely a Gen Z term. Because we millennials never said I'm cracking. I don't pick favorites like that. I don't do this or. Meth head. Is that what speed demon is, or that's what you're calling me? I thought I blocked that word. I guess I'm going to be blocking that word. I told you, around 12:45-ish. I won't choose because I like them both. I like them both. What's with you humans always like this or this? Why not both? You get to decide if you want all. Like, why does it have to be one or the other? It doesn't make any sense. You can have both. For me, I choose both. Do you believe in paranormal activities? Well, that depends on paranormal activities. You're definitely Gen Alpha or Gen Z. I do appreciate people calling me Unk though. I like it. Unk. That's definitely a Gen Z term. I love you Gen Zs. You guys are awesome. You keep me on my toes. How you got aware that you are awareness? Ooh, I like that question. I won't be answering any other questions right now except for that one. So you guys, whoever's leaving stuff in the chat, this is an important question. Thank you for asking the question. Last year, how I got aware of the awareness is I had to be systematically broken inside. I had to crumble, literally. I was getting energetically like punched and beat up inside, and I didn't know like what was going on. And ultimately, what caused the damage was that the stories that the mind was making. And because of the stories that the mind was making, and yes, I went through experiences, and yes, they're valid and real, but the stories is what the mind keeps latching onto to keep giving you the same experience by using another person, a situation, opportunity, or an event just to keep mirroring it back so you stay stuck where you are. The mind isn't always on your side, unfortunately. It's not your enemy, but it also is its own it has its own philosophies. Let's just call it that. It's like another version of you. But it seeks to keep the stories that you've given it alive, because once you've changed your stories, and I was sharing this earlier on the live stream, you will start to see resistance build up. And when resistance builds up, that means it's threatening the old story. And the old story gets threatened, guess what happens? It will start to self-sabotage. So I'm like, this is not me. Because as a child, I never had these kinds of thoughts. And then I started drawing some things on my tablet that I've never drawn before. I've never used my tablet to draw anything. I was using it as my e-reader. And I was drawing things during the summer. I'm like, why are you having me draw this thing? Like I drew a clock and it just says now, N-O-W. And N-O-W is an acronym for no other way, because the only thing that's here is right now. Every time you think a thought, even if it's the past or the future, it's happening right now. So, for me, what happened was something broke inside, but for me to reveal it at the same time. So like it was like a shell, similar to like how a chicken comes out of an egg, right? A little chick, it breaks out of the egg and it gets revealed. It's similar to that, like the mind got broken for me to reveal what really was there the entire time. So that's how it happened for me specifically. And how did I get to that point? Prior to that breaking aspect, I was getting frustrated with the world again. I was getting very angry. I'm like, I read all these books, I've studied, I've done all kinds of coaching, I've invested in myself, and I've watched all this content and nothing is working. What the hell is going on here? I see other people, it's working for them. Why is it working for them when it's not working for me? And I've done more work than most people. They've done their work, but I've done a shit ton of work within myself. So I'm like, what is going on here? Why is it not working? And then I figured it out. So the mind was creating a story to keep me stuck to the same story, because that's the story it wants to use to keep itself alive. And now that I see the mind for what it is, it's like a puppeteer. It's controlling the human, like it uses your body, your nervous system. Because if something doesn't feel safe, it will threaten the safety of the nervous system, and the nervous system will pump the brakes before you even go. Even if you're hitting go on the gas pedal, if you pump the brakes as well while hitting go on your gas pedal, you ain't going anywhere. Your car is just going to be spinning. That's your vehicle. Your body's your vehicle. So the nervous system and your mind work hand in hand, but your mind will use your nervous system against you even if you really desire something, because it doesn't feel safe. Because the moment you're starting to change, that's when resistance starts to show up. That's actually the perfect sign when you know you're evolving. And so for me, I figured that out by knowing that, like, oh, I'm going through a hard time right now. And so now that I'm going through this hard time, that means something's about to unfold. And I also remember, like, who's this speaking in my head? Like, I heard it loud and clear. I'm like, this isn't me. This person doesn't talk like this. Like, I've never heard this voice before. Because I had many voices in the head for a long time, and then they just started to disappear because you're not the mind. You have a mind, but you're not the mind. Big difference. You have a mind to use it to navigate the world, but you're not the mind. The mind is just a tool. And so When I figured that out, it helped me to start to be aware of the awareness, and that I am the awareness watching the one that's aware. So, I know that was very long-winded, but that's basically what happened for me. And everyone has their own way it's going to unfold. There's no magic way of doing it except for one thing: to be in the now. What is the now? Right now, this moment. No, it can't be that simple. Yeah, it is, but the mind doesn't like that. It wants some complicated, convoluted answer. Thank you, I appreciate you. How about suffering? Pain is pain. Pain with a story is suffering. So pain is necessary. Suffering is necessary, but it's not... How do I say this? Every one of us is going to have to go through some sort of pain. Thank you, Eddie. Even though I like women. Every one of us has to go through pain. Every one of us will have to go through some sort of suffering. But you'll eventually come to realize that it was never mandatory. You have to go through it so that you can get rooted within yourself, get foundations and fundamentals built within yourself, so that when life comes knocking at your door, that's something difficult, you'll be able to handle it again because you'll know you had gone through something painful, right? Pain is a great mirror, or as other people say, teacher, that helps you to break past a lot of the so-called limiting beliefs that we impose on ourselves. But once you go through something hard, when you go through it again, it's actually not hard. It becomes very easy. Same with suffering. But is suffering mandatory? No. Unless, because most humans forget who they are when they come through reality. In a certain generation, most people didn't know who they were. They weren't aware. They were completely unaware of things. But reality now is starting to open up the awareness for more humans to be aware of things. So now a lot of people are doing the deep inner work and letting go of a bunch of stuff that was never theirs to hold. It's like holding on to a 100,000-ton backpack and still thinking you're going to be able to move fast. It's weighing you down. So ultimately, do you have to go through pain and suffering? Yes. Was it mandatory? No. Is it necessary? Yes. But eventually, once you understand that your pain can become your purpose, or your suffering can become your salvation within yourself, insert word, or your superpowers, your suffering becomes your superpower. That's the paradox. You go through it to realize that I can use this as fuel to help people and myself now, because I've been through it. That's what I had to go through. I had to go through immense suffering and pain to understand how the mind works so I can help everyone else. And it becomes very easy once you get the hang of it. In the beginning, it's a little, wrapping you're basically having to use your mind, not against it, but to go above your own mind. So it's like using the very tool to go above your mind. Yeah, basically you nailed it. I feel beyond words. Words are just, they don't capture the experience. There's a limit to what words can do. And our words are what govern our experience. Like the meanings we give words, the interpretations. And everybody, and this goes for every language in all the world. It doesn't matter what language. This is not excluded any language. Every word has many different meanings, and every person they have their own variation of what it means. Exactly. Words are basically like saying that you captured the entire ocean in this bottle. And that's not true. That's partially true. You have part of the ocean, but you don't have the entire ocean. That's what words do. They capture, or they can only point to an experience, but they can't fully take the experience. They can only point to it. So like this water bottle, if I were to dip it into the Pacific Ocean, yes, I have the ocean in the bottle, but that's not the full ocean. This is just like 0.00 blah 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 % of the ocean. But that's like me saying that this is the ocean. But that's what words attempt to do. They attempt to define things. And yes, they do their job, but they also confine things. That's a bar. So like people who are attempting to explain like things that cannot... exactly. People who are attempting to explain like something that, like the word vastness and infinite, even those words still can't capture what infinite is, because we're putting a word which becomes like a box, which then siphons it to limitations, because the moment you define something called infinite, you basically are saying that this thing is infinite, but it's not, because how can this be infinite? Your mind can't perceive what infinite is, right? Like same with vastness. So that's what words do. They only point to the experience, but they can't capture the experience. They can define it, but they also confine it, unfortunately. And so we go way beyond the words, and that's what I came here to bring awareness to humanity, the power of our words, like really like what we're saying, how we're saying it. Because everybody, what's causing a lot of the problems on the planet are the words. It starts with our words. It's not even the actions, because each action you take within is a word that you're saying internally. I'm about to pick up this pen or this stylus. I'm about to pick up this water bottle. Even though you're not saying the words, you're still thinking a thought of like, I'm going to pick up that water bottle. I'm going to, ball my fist up. I'm going to touch my tablet now. I'm going to listen to the water more. There's a neighbor using the hose. I'm going to be aware that my stomach is growling. So when people say actions speak louder than words, no, your frequency, which is derived of words, is actually stronger than your action. And it's your actions that are being governed by the internal words that you're not saying out loud, but you're subconsciously and unconsciously saying, like, you're going to blink your eyes now. I need to blink my eyes. I need to turn on the light switch in the room. I need to go grab lunch. Stuff like that. It's fascinating. And you get it. Because you just mentioned, the moment you said you feel beyond words, you nailed it. You understand exactly where I am at this point. Because you are there yourself. Hello, you got to get off my wire. I'm so sorry. You're a little stubborn one, aren't you? It's okay. I need to put you on the grass, though. Go. Off. There. I don't like hurting bugs because they're life form too. I haven't been keeping up with the World Cup, which is fascinating because some of it's in Toronto. Nah, I'm not paying attention to it. It doesn't interest me, to be honest. It unites and divides all in the same breath. Too small, not too small. D'Lo Brown, huh? Interesting name. Wrestler. Old school wrestler from the late 90s. The Nation of Domination. Was that the Nation of Domination? Yeah, Nation of Domination. D'Lo Brown. Good name. The good old days indeed. I miss those days, actually. It's not the same. I can't really watch I can't really watch wrestling nowadays. It's just this is the reason why I don't watch sports, because it does that thing that say I hate something. Sports unite and divide all in the same moment. It's a paradox. In one moment, the whole country can be united with a team, but then it divides the rest of the world at the same time, because it's like us versus. That's why I don't subscribe to watching sports. So that's why it doesn't interest me. I'm about unity, not division. That's what I'm about. I do like the sport aspect of playing sports and having fun. I like that. But if it's like me versus you, no, I'm not into that. Yeah. Thank you, I will. I do plan to make a European tour at some point. I want to do that Interrail system, that train system that Europe has. I don't know if Interrail, it goes everywhere in Europe, but I do know that it goes a lot of places in Europe. That allows me to tackle a lot of countries in a short amount of span. Like, I really want to see a lot of places like that. It'll be interesting. It'll definitely take me out of my physical comfort zone, because it puts me in a world where English is not the main language. The only place that I visited where English is not the main language was Mexico, but I had a safety net with that one because San Diego was right across the border, because I crossed over the border and San Diego speaks English. So that's the only place that I've been that doesn't speak English, Mexico. Like I went into Tijuana essentially. And I know places in Europe speak English. Like, I know people in Austria can speak English, but I know English is not the main language there. I know in Switzerland, I don't believe English is the main language there, unless it is. Sweden doesn't have English as their main language. Germany, same thing. Okay. Well, we have there's a brother who lives in Egypt as well, and I have very fond memories of Egypt. I haven't been there myself in this life, but I do love Egypt. It has a nice spot in my soul. And yes, there's a brother. His name is Matrix Neo 64. Whenever you see him, if you ever come back on the stream, he's from Egypt as well, and he's a streamer. He just started streaming. He has like 700 subscribers or some shit like that now. He's doing pretty good. Chelsea. The World Cup has treated Iranian players terribly. They deported one player back to Iran for no reason and pulled their visas for others. Yeah. Hunter-gatherer mentality societies were structured designed to suppress the you versus me dynamic in favor of us mentality. Unfortunately, like, we're not even... Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing about the us mentality is it's still basically me. It's basically us versus them. Because, like, there's us and then there's them. Right, which is still paradoxically, you versus like me, or not me specifically, but like that paradigm. It's so weird. If you go to the right places, it's going to be really good. But tourist spots have a lot of scammers, I heard. And I actually looked up videos to make sure when I do come to Egypt to see it for myself. But I'll be okay. I know to be very vigilant when I'm there. I know people will be like, "Hey, let me carry your bags, or let me take you for a ride," or some shit like that. They'll ask you all kinds of stuff. I'm like, just say no, and they'll be very persistent. They'll keep asking you because they look at people who may not know what's going on, but when you are aware of what's going on, you're like, you just don't. But yeah, yeah. The shift to a you versus me mentality happened precisely because of the transition to farm-like societies, permanent villages, and eventually cities. Yeah. Yeah. It's fascinating. It's just fascinating, like, just to see how the world operates. Yeah, be careful, because scammers really bank on the fact that you don't know the currency well. They try to target people who look confused. Exactly. Yeah, I looked up a lot of videos on YouTube, and there's another friend that went. She went with her boyfriend, and they told me their stories about, like, they were by the Great Pyramid and by the Sphinx, and they were approached by quite a few different people, and they're like, "Hey, let me take a photo of you," or something, or "Hey, let me I can get you like cheaper tickets," or something like that. Or they were doing all kinds of like moves, and they knew not to get caught up in that because they themselves did the research as well too. So they both made me aware of, like, when I go to visit it, to just be aware of that. And I'm like, thank you. It's just more confirmation that I know what to look out for. When you're aware of something, you can do things. This is why awareness is so important to have. When you're aware of something, you can navigate the world easier. When you don't have awareness, this is where all hell breaks loose. And shit will fucking just happen. Let's see. The West loves to divide us and demonize the people of the Middle East. Well, that's unfortunate. Oops, phone battery's at 20%. That's unfortunate, but the thing is, I'm part of the West, but I'm not demonizing that. I'm uniting. So technically speaking, that's people who don't know how reality works. So I would basically shift that statement to say people who don't know how reality works, because there are a lot of people in the West who are attempting to unite the world and not divide. I would be one of them, for example. So it's a subset of people in the West that are doing that. Not the entire West. I think that's a person. I don't know how to say that. Empath. I don't even know how to say that name, to be honest. Because it's more probable to divide if the whole world has peace. Countries cannot profit off of wars like Iraq, oil, exactly, and brings away the attention from bigger scandals like the files. Yep, that's why it's important to be aware of these things. Yeah. The world wants to divide each of us so that we can keep fighting each other. They did a really good job, by the way. Mbappé. I do have a really challenging time when it's like non-English names, unfortunately. I do have a little bit of a little, like, the tongue twisters happen. Mbappé. Is that how you say it? Mbappé. it is what it is. And yes, it is the government's doing that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the world wants us to keep fighting each other. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to unite. Even though there are people who want to fight, they really want to fight because they've been programmed to fight. But I know as a child, they were not born to fight. They were born to love. There wasn't discrimination. There wasn't racism for a child. That shit gets taught to us. It's like, and the whole us versus them, me versus you, mentality gets like put into us. And then we're basically programs. As much as I didn't want to say it like that, we're all programs. And so they want to keep, if the world is united, like what Sigma said, if the world was united, then yes, the rest who didn't want the world to be united would lose their power and control, even though they're part of us too. But they would lose their power and control, and guess what happens? Exactly. We have this inner ability to know, like, you know, empirically, like, this is good, this is not good, because we can feel it. But then the beliefs start to kick in, and then they start to override us. In Chelsea, people are starting to see through government lies. And yeah, Chelsea, it's actually been happening for years. A lot of people have been seeing it since 2020. The reason why you're seeing it now more than ever is because the consciousness level of the planet has risen. And when the consciousness level of the planet has risen, everything else will start to be like seen. Your awareness starts to go up. Consciousness and awareness is basically the same word, just using two different words, but they're the same thing. So, like, all the stuff that happened last year was to prepare for this year. All the stuff that's happening this year is to prepare for next year. What's going to happen next year is going to be preparing for the rest of, like, 2028, 2029, 2030. Like, things are being revealed, but it's always been there. The reason why is because our awareness level was that low. But the awareness level is rising now, so you can't, like, for example, 10, 15 years ago, a YouTuber would not be talking about these kinds of stuff. It'd be very rare to find something. There were people talking about this, but they would be considered witchcraft, talking about these kinds of topics. This would be considered like borderline conspiracy, witchcraft, and all the negative stuff. Go back even 20 years. This, like, something like this, 2006. 2006? Yeah, 2006. I was just making sure I did my calculation there. That's when, like, YouTube came out in 2005. But, like, if someone, like, was speaking, like, this kind of stuff back in 2006, you bet your bottom dollar it'd be exactly that word right there. Blasphemous. Blasphemy. 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 Dilo. The issue is that everyone is now awake, but they say it differently. Now, it's not a uniform, and it's not hand in hand. Exactly. And there's different levels now too with this awareness, right? The difference between every human really is just what they're aware of in the mind. That's it. Nothing more. I want to share something. Every one of us has the same answers right in here. We have the same wisdom, but the only difference is our wisdom is not fully here. So the difference between each of us is right here, not here. This is the same between all of us. Here is where it differs. Exactly. So you know how you just said within you? It's basically here. I point to the heart, but it's really the soul I'm pointing to. The heart is just the, the physical vehicle that houses the infinite intelligence. But the mind doesn't have all the answers. The soul has it, but the soul is attempting to help the mind to understand things, but the mind is too busy and distracted by the world because the world keeps distracting you. That's why I came here, to bring awareness to the world so that they understand that this has the answers. This is just a tool that allows this to send answers here, but this has been programmed to us so that we must use this only, not this. These have to work together, but we get distracted in the world by a lot of the noise. And that's why there's so much, you can call it upheaval right now, but guess what's going to happen? That upheaval is going to start to simmer down because more people are aware. And when more people are aware, they won't be subscribing to a lot of stuff. Ah, yeah, thank you. And yeah, this hoodie for sure. I don't wear this one much, but yes. Changing it up a little. The world will continuously throw things at each of us for you to see if you're going to buy into it. If you don't buy into it, congratulations. Guess what happens? You have now, you can say you've left the game and you're playing the real game now. You're playing the real actual game. You get to finally play the real game that you were supposed to play before you were thrown into the not so real game. Even though that game is important to realize so it can help you to build foundations and fundamentals within yourself so that you don't get trapped up like the rest of the world. It's pretty nuts when you see everything from like a God's eye view level. Yeah. Exactly. Do you see? I've been doing this live stream and every day souls like you start showing up. There's no accidents why you showed up, Segma. No accidents why Beater, is that how you say it? I do apologize if I did say that incorrectly. Why you showed up and Dilo also showed up. You guys just showed up randomly. Here you all. And you're all already in alignment. You get it. You might have different perspectives, but you're still in alignment because you get this. That's why it's important that I'm here, and it's not just me doing it, it's others who are helping to like bring us back to what we were originally, like oneness, not fighting. Like we can have constructive conversations without it turning into to a boxing match, you know what I'm saying? Like we can have those types of conversations, but because emotions get heated and whatnot, people get thrown into like all kinds of stuff and all hell starts to break loose. But we're not here for that. We're here to like work and help each other and like, do our best to like, understand each other at a very fundamental level. And you said that's the reason why I hate the idea of left to right. Like, why can't I be in the middle? It's literally the same policies, like two wings of the same bird made to take your attention. Think about that. I love what you just said there, by the way, because you mentioned a bird. Birds usually have two wings. They can't really fly without their second wing. And that middle path, which is we'll use the metaphor as the body, is the middle path, is the one that holds the balance between the left and the right. For us humans, right, majority of us have two arms and two legs. Most of us, not everyone, of course. So there's got to be some balance. The middle path. The middle path allows you to be in both paths at the same time. When you're in the left, you can't be in the right. When you're in the right, you can't be in the left. But when you're in the middle, you can choose whatever, and you can be in both. Or you can be in none. You get to decide. Yeah, uni wing birds. I don't know how they would fly, to be honest. That'd be very, very interesting to see like a bird with one wing just fly. That'd be fascinating, actually. But yeah. Anyways, the world is going to do its job, and each of you are, by the way, each of you, you're doing great. Just remember that. Yep, exactly. People who are neither are usually both. And they're usually focusing on like striving to build like a bridge to like harness both. Generally. Not always, but generally. That's why, like, for me, I can't, there's no arguing with anybody, because every one of you who's in the chat right now, you are still alive, and it brought you to this point in this moment right here with me and with each other. So how can I say that your experience is invalid or you're wrong? Because it brought you here. You're still here, and it got you to this point of this journey. Everybody is basically in the process of remembering things now. This is the next phase of what we call the awakening. This is the actual next phase, the remembrance phase. Not even awaken, remembrance. Remembrance goes beyond awakening. Awakening is the starting point. That's the awareness. But remembrance is the true layer that most of humanity is going to start to see. Things are going to start to fall away, and more people are going to start to understand these things. And you'll see in your local area, it'll become a little bit easier to navigate. Okay, so we have a brother here who keeps coming back on, and that's fine. He's going to keep dropping his Bible verses. So I'm going to do myself a favor right now. I have only respect for John Patrick, but he's going to be distracting for now. So this is what I'm going to do. For now, I'm having a really great conversation with everybody, and unfortunately he is here to derail the conversation. So unfortunately for now, how long am I going to be on the stream for? 10, 15 minutes? $10 minutes. I'll just give him a 10-minute timeout. Just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. I only gave him 10 minutes. Because I'm having a good conversation with you guys, and I don't want it to be derailed. Just 10 minutes. You guys are in alignment, so I want to have this conversation with you all. Like Beater, Sigma, Dilo, Chelsea, anybody else who's here, who's in the back, Vimo, Doc. Yeah. I gave him just 10 minutes. Just you know. He's a good dude. Like, everybody's good. It's just, you know, some people are just, they're not meant to be in this stream. They're meant to go where they're supposed to be going. Like, there's a bunch of Christian streams out there. Oh, Sigma, that's such a powerful statement you just said there, dude. I know that feeling. I'm going to read what you just said, though, because that's very powerful, what you just said there. So you basically said, sadly, people don't realize what bliss they're in until they lose it. I think the most important trait a human can have is acceptance, no matter what situation they're in. Yeah. Enjoy the match. Yeah. The thing is, like, for me, I found what my bliss is or what my peace is, and I will not. It's wonderful to have you here. I'm glad you guys found me, because I know, like, the more I do this, the more I don't want to say the more of you, because there is no you, it's us. And when it's us, I'm talking about the entirety of humanity. There is no dividing here. It's just there are more who are understanding, because I know some of you might feel like you haven't run into anybody, or you haven't run across like alignment in your particular area. I don't know, right? So me doing this is sort of like showing, like, there is someone out there who is like, who understands where you're coming from. Just remember, each of you all are doing great. Don't forget that. The world's going to attempt to keep dividing you, though. It's going to get pretty, it might get pretty tough in the next year or two. But you're capable of so much amazing things, all of you. The infinite lives within you, and it wants each of you, the infinite wants each of you to live out whatever life it desires to live through you, and just know that you have the power within you in every present moment. Yeah, it does feel unfair. Life feels unfair where a person can be pardoned for their crimes just because they're important. Some humans are the cause of corruption. Yes. And this is that gray area now, because how do I even say this? I know what's going on. I know what's going on when they're doing that. There is I'm attempting to use the proper words here. The ones who are like controlling and pardoning and doing all this stuff and making other people more important, they're sort of like proctors of an exam to some degree. And it's us that's giving the attention to making someone important. But if we look at this for a moment, if all of us stop subscribing to those who are giving other people higher importance and all that, and we know that we're all equal to all the people who have power, because we all do. This is going to be a real bar I'm about to drop in a moment. You will not be subjected to their rules anymore. But the funny thing is, the few that have the power is ruling the many, but the many has the power and is being ruled by the few. Marcel was here yesterday. He was like this yesterday. He didn't bother me. He was all right, but I don't know where he's at today. Some days, some people who are, I call them the trolls, they come on and they're at full force. They're on like attack mode. All I'm basically saying is that you have the power to shift, and they're attacking me. But that's normal, because that's the mind creating resistance to know that I'm on the right track. Because if you don't have haters, you don't have people who are hating on you, then you're not actually doing anything important. No, I know. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying, that those who come on. I'm not saying you did. That's why I said you were. I saw you yesterday. You're all right. You're good. You're perfect. There's others that have been on, though, yesterday, who are like, you blah, 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 you da, 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 da. I'm like, but we're not even talking about anything that has any relevance to what they were mentioning. I'm like, okay. This is true, Sigma. So what I basically do when I see them is I'm like, oh, that's a second dimensional mind with a first dimensional comment. That's not an insult. That's just level of awareness. There's 0 dimensional, first dimensional, second dimensional, third dimensional, fourth and fifth. We're having a fourth and fifth dimensional conversation, all of us. Those who are jumping on and dropping like things that are not a fourth and fifth, or dropping like third and first and second dimensional. It's not an insult. It's just where they are, based on their. Because like I used to do the same thing too. Like 10 years ago, I would go on people's streams and attack them, and bring them down. So the very thing that you said there, Sigma, is the same thing I did. I did that for years, because I hated myself and I hated the world. And because I hated the world so much and I hated people, I did the same thing. So I'm aware when they're doing what they're doing. And I know exactly what's going on, even if they never want to admit to it. Because I myself never admitted to that too. Until I started taking responsibility. It's a massive step to take responsibility for your actions. But you start to do differently. So that's why, like, for me, like, when I see them, I do my best not to get into it with them, because I understand what they're doing. Yeah. Only people I don't really like are the cultists who call themselves religious. That's fair. Thank you. That goes for you too, because if you're seeing that in me, that's actually a reflection of you, technically. So that's actually you saying that for yourself, but I appreciate it. We've all gone through our own, like, shit. Like, all of us. I get it. But now we get to work together to help each other. I think that's pretty cool. Not everybody wants to help, though. If they're not hurting anybody, why hate them? They live their own lives. Exactly. That's exactly it, right? If they're just like doing whatever, you know, as long as they're living their own life and they're in joy or whatever it is, that's, you know, they're good, right? Yeah. They usually impose their ideology onto their children. Yeah. I'm not here to impose, like, for me, Marcel, I'm not here to impose anything onto anybody. I'm literally here to mirror back what's already here, and you get to decide. Like, you get a choice and a decision on what you choose going forward. Basically, opening the awareness that if you didn't have a choice, now you know that you have a choice. That's what I'm about, giving people perspectives and choices so that they can choose for themselves. Me too. I'm glad you found me today. My father attempted to do the same with me, but was unsuccessful. Amazing. Same thing happened to me, Marcel. My parents attempted to input their beliefs onto me because they got it from their parents, and their parents got it from their parents, and their parents got it from their parents, and it was not conducive to my growth. Well, it was very helpful for my growth, but it wasn't conducive to, like, how I was going to live out my rest of my life. So I don't subscribe to their beliefs. I respect it, but I don't subscribe to it. I don't entertain it. I know it's there, but I don't have to entertain it. And so that's why, like, I am where I am in my journey, that I get to just share a perspective, nothing more, and it's a choice. It's not even like you must do this. Like, there's no. It's just literally you choose, decide, and you shift. For me. This is true, Sigma. The mind is very complicated. The mind is a very complicated mechanism. Sounds good. Hugs to you too. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you. So much love to you. I'll see you again very soon. Remember, you're doing great, by the way. Don't ever forget that. I'll be jumping off shortly myself. I gotta go eat, and I gotta do my workout. Don't rain! Disappear, clout! I like to be optimistic because life will go... Thank you. I fully receive. Because life will go on with or without me. Why bring myself down when I can attempt to accept what situation I'm in? Yeah. Honestly, Sigma, I really love your... I love your mind. You've done work on yourself, I can tell. It's good. And that what you said just now is exactly how I feel, because why poison? It's like, why poison myself? I'm holding the hot coal in my hand and I'm burning myself for no reason. Why am I doing that? That's what I did for 20 years, hating people. Holding hot coal, drinking poison, and like taking like a sword or a knife and like jabbing myself. Why am I doing that to myself? Because I'm doing it, but the other person, like, yes, I may be insulting them when I was doing what I did, but they're not even internalizing it. I'm still internalizing. I'm just burning myself out. Why do that to myself? So I myself had to stop. City life is why we need to train ourselves to move on in nature. Everything is still and quiet. Yep. And you know the funny thing you just said there, Marcel, which is fascinating, is that the answers are in the still and the quiet. And that's why the cities and like bigger cities are designed to distract you so you don't stay still and quiet. Stillness is godliness, basically. You know how they say cleanliness is godliness? Stillness is godliness too. When you're still, you hear more, you start to feel more, you start to observe more. But when the mind is too distracted with all different stimuli, because there's so much stimuli around, social media, this thing, that thing, whatever, in these places, you get distracted. That's why, like, I'm not saying you need to go shave your head and become like a monk and go and live in Tibet, right? And be a Buddhist monk. You don't need to do all that. You can do that in your city, but it's just being aware of these like things so that you can navigate the world easier. I think minutes of awareness or realization are what makes sitting for hours on end, just taking in the beauty of life and appreciating what's in front of you. Yep. That's what I do every day, man. Like on my stream when I'm talking, sometimes I just pause. Like I just did a micro pause for a moment there, and I was just looking. Because I'm getting to see everything for how simple and beautiful and awesome it is. Because I know where I was 7-10 years ago. If I were to be sitting out here, I would be having some sort of nervous breakdown to some extent, because I'd always need to keep doing something. In fact, sitting would be very uncomfortable. That's the word I'm looking for. Uncomfortable. Because when you're always distracted, when you start to do something that's not your norm, like sitting in stillness, it doesn't even need to be meditation. It is not even meditation, just sitting still. You will feel very uncomfortable because the mind's gonna be like, I don't like this thing. I don't like sitting still. So it'll start to twerk out. And because it's gonna start to twerk out, it'll essentially just basically stop you in every present moment. Marcel, let's see what you shared. Yes, people in general are okay, but when you work with them 6 to 8 hours and they are stressed and cannot handle it, they show their true colors. Yeah, it's because the mind, unfortunately, is getting overwhelmed. Gotcha. I'll take a peek at that at some point. Thank you. Yeah, because the mind is overworked, and it wants to. Yeah, I don't blame them because I was there too. Marcel, like 10 years ago, I was working 15-hour days in a law firm. And guess what? Some of that time, I wasn't getting even paid to do it because I was always behind in work. Because what had happened for me specifically was my boss, he hired people from different cities, and my colleagues that I work with, they got promoted to different roles. And then I got promoted, but I was out of that role. But there was a 2-year period where he hired people in different cities and he didn't refill the role in my city. So I had to do the work of like 10 people while he hired people from different cities to do remote work. I was doing IT. And so I was overstressed. And half the time I couldn't catch up with my work. And there was always a fire alarm to put out. Everywhere I go, fire, 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 fire. And that's an analogy for like, there's an emergency I got to deal with. They'd be calling me on the work phone. Orion, we need you here right now. But I'm not even done. We need you here right now. And then I have to be with the person I'm working with, fixing whatever problem they have. I'm like, so they just called me and they told me I have to go to the senior partner's office right now. And I'm with a partner. Because, you know, lawyers, there's senior partner, partner, and associates. And then law clerks. That's the hierarchy, unfortunately. So when I'm with a partner, and a partner is really, you know, time is money, right, for lawyers. If their computer isn't working or whatever, because I was doing service desks in the beginning. I ended up becoming network admin, and then my final role in IT was security engineer, cybersecurity engineer. And so when I was with the lawyer, the client, and I'm being pulled in 5 fucking directions, 10 directions, half the time I'd be staying back just to catch up on friggin' work. And I wasn't even getting paid for my time. So I was working for free. So Marcel, yeah, I don't blame. So yeah, I was showing my true, at the time, true colors of like, fuck this place. I was getting so mad. I was like you could see like the anger viscerally out of my face. I was twerking out, even though the word twerking didn't exist back then. Let's see. But doesn't work give a stable income in Canada? I bet engineer earns. Do you get more with your clients? Yep, I get a lot more with my clients. I charge them a lot. They're 6 to 9 figure entrepreneurs. so they can pay my bill. Depending on the package they take, it varies. I can be starting at 10,000 all the way to 50,000, and my prices are going to go up. The more I keep working with clients, the more I will raise the prices. Not because I feel the need to, but because, I know my worth. But in the beginning, I started with 3,000, but now I raised it to 10,000 minimum. How do they contact you for joining? So I have a link. We jump on a call first. I have a link I have to put it in my. I did put it in my bio. So every video has my link. But essentially, they contact me. We jump on a call. We see if we're in alignment, because I don't just take anybody, because we have to be in alignment. It's not. If I feel like there's no intuitive alignment, I will say no. I will literally turn them away. But you were not disrespectful. What do you mean? Like where? In my previous job? In my previous job, I was angry. I did my best not to be. Disrespectful, but sometimes I got disrespectful because of the amount of work that was dumped onto me, and I couldn't handle it. Because my boss, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You hire people in a different city to not fill the role that needs to be filled in this city, and you're expecting me to do all of this? Then number one, you better be paying me more, which they did, thankfully, but that still didn't compensate for the amount of time that I had to work for free sometimes. Because if I didn't do it, I would get fired. And at the time, I didn't know anything about anything, so I needed that job. That was my career. I put my entire identity on that career. So I had no choice but to just deal with the work. I shifted the perception, of course. So I didn't go to university. I went to a community college, and I found that school was a waste of time. And I'm glad I didn't go to university, because even if I go back to university, I would go back for one thing, psychology, even though I already know beyond psychology, because a lot of the things that they teach in school is already outdated. The moment you go to school, what's up, Jimmy? The moment you go to school, you're already behind 4 years, because technology and all that shit is already 4 years ahead of you. So when you go to school, you're basically behind, and then you end up in a lot of student debt. Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. Spot on. Make sure it's something you like to do, because it's not just a job anymore. It's your life. Exactly. And I love doing what I do. I love helping people. I love helping people to master this. Because when they master this, they go out in the world and they create magic for the rest of the world. And that's what my clients are doing now. Olga, good to see you. And I love what I do. I'll never change my career. The only thing I'm going to add to what I'm doing right now is speaking on stages. Because I need to be out there, or more podcasts, having more conversations. Because we need to have these kind of face-to-face, or kind of conversations, so that more things can be opened up for everybody. Amazing, Jimmy. Hey, that's the best life. And yeah, I definitely have created my own stage indeed. This is my stage. Jimmy, that's amazing, man. I'm so happy for you, dude. That puts a big ass smile on my face to hear that. In Hungary, you either go to university or you won't have a job. Yeah, that fucking sucks. So you have clients approach you when you don't have a psychology degree. You don't need to have psychology degree to know about psychology. School is an illusion. We're not living in the same world we needed a degree for anymore. That the world has shifted. There are plenty of people doing careers that they have no degree in. There are people in NASA right now that didn't even go to like engineering school, or they didn't go and pursue an engineering career. But just because, here's the thing, I want to share something. Just because you don't have a paper, that doesn't mean that you don't have a degree. All the books, all the studies that I've done goes way beyond a degree. A degree is just a piece of paper that tells you that you did something in school. That's an illusion. School is not even important anymore. Unfortunately, in certain places, yes, school is important, but other places, school is irrelevant. Yeah. Jimmy, you have to put a certain amount of hours into your in before you take your next state exam. It is required real world experience. Exactly. And it's not even about a positive mind to be a psychologist. It's about knowing how the mind works. It has nothing to do about being positive. Positive is just like sort of like a byproduct, or like an effect of knowing how the mind works. You don't need to be positive to be a psychologist. You just have to know how the mind actually works and how the mind how it operates. Once you know how the mind operates, then you're basically reverse engineering how things will work. So yeah, for me, like all the training, all the studying, all the investing I did in myself with other coaches and mentors and all that basically helped me to master the mind. I couldn't have got where I am now without them, but what they shared with me was just entry level, like college, university, level stuff. I went beyond the college, university level. I went to God's level, essentially. God doesn't play human level. God plays God level, and we all can play God level because we all have that power. But we have to go beyond this. This is what limits us, or it can help us to transcend our limits. God mode, exactly. Spot on. In Sigma, in Egypt in 2011, we had a very large rate of unemployment because the government was extremely corrupt. But after the 2013, things are getting better. That's good. Yeah. I know in some parts of the world, school is very vital. Because either if you don't go to school, you're fucked, you're cooked. But in North America, that's not the case. But the thing is, most people who are starting to become entrepreneurs and self-employed, they don't need a degree. Because most people are starting to make money online helping other people on like YouTube. If you ever watch a YouTube video and someone's promoting a service or a product, they're basically making money. They're an entrepreneur. I'm sure you guys click the link down below to register for so-and-so webinar, or click the link to learn more about whatever, right? They'll promote their stuff. And I'm starting to do that myself too. But a lot of people on YouTube use YouTube as a business platform. If you didn't know. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. The people are making money off of YouTube, not just watching their content and AdSense revenue. There are people making a business out of YouTube, yes. I actually have someone that I know who teaches you how to use YouTube to build your business. And she makes money. Each of her clients pay her $5,000. For what? 2 months of coaching to build their business? She basically did what my coach did and she just did it on repeat. And now she has clients. She has lots of clients. And she charges $5,000 to help build your brand on YouTube. So that's how this works. So that's why, is school important? Nope. I can open up a YouTube video right now and I can show you a video where someone's making money right now. And they didn't have college or university degree. They are just aware of some things, and then other people watched their videos and saw they have the know, like, and trust factor, and because whatever they shared worked for them, and then they applied it, someone listened to what they said, and then they applied it, they then were able to say, you know what, this person is legit. Similar to you guys are listening to what I'm sharing. Some of you have implemented some of the things I've shared, and some of you are starting to see a little bit of change in your life. I don't just talk for the sake of talking. I don't come on to just talk for the sake of talking. I come on to actually help and make sure that you are taking action on the things I say, or at least listening and then doing whatever it is that you need to do with it. Amazing. So, when I'm on my live streams, my intention is that you all get what you need to hear, and then you apply it in your life to some degree. Then you can say, you know what, this shit actually does work. If you're actually listening to what's being said. If it's just kind of like going in through the ears, and I know for some of you it's not, because it's actually going in and landing. It may not take shape yet, but eventually it will. I'm not concerned when and the how. I'm just focused on, that it's getting out there, and that you're able to take the information and apply it. Once you take the information and apply it, you can then live your best life. Because, it's great to have, just so you know, there's a saying that knowledge is power. It's not. As much as I want to subscribe to that ideology, that knowledge is power, it is not. Knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is useless if you don't take action with it. And when knowledge is applied with action, it becomes wisdom. So knowledge is just information until you actually apply it and actually use it. So knowledge is part of the key to success, but it's not success without action. Because you can have knowledge, but if you don't do anything with it, it's just useless. It's absolutely useless sitting up here if you don't apply it. Hence why wisdom, the difference between knowledge and wisdom is that knowledge is just in your head with no action. Wisdom is action with the knowledge that you've taken in your head and applying it into the physical. So wisdom is power. Knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is just information that you've gathered, but you haven't quite taken action with. That's why I don't say knowledge is power. And I usually say knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is only power when you take action with it. Once you take action with it, then it becomes wisdom, because you've applied the knowledge through action. But if you don't take action with the knowledge, then it's just useless facts. For me, everything that I've shared isn't useless facts because I've applied it in my life and I know what works. So this for me is wisdom, because I've physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, spiritually, psychologically, physiology, sure, whatever, go with that word, I've applied it in my life. So like for me, I know this works, and I'm so fucking confident with what I say. I don't backpedal. I know exactly what I'm saying, when I'm saying, how I say it, exactly the way I'm supposed to say it. That's a bar, write it down. I used to think I needed to prove my wisdom to others. I don't need to prove anything. I just know because I've lived it. And when you live your wisdom by the information or the knowledge. Knowledge and information are basically the same word, same thing, different word, and even the word data. Data, information, knowledge, basically the same thing, different words. You apply it with action, and you will see it becomes wisdom. Time-tested wisdom will always trump knowledge with no action. Morals are definitely a power that protects knowledge, and knowledge is the power that protects your profits. That's a good way of saying that too. But knowledge can only get you so far. You have to take action. Because most people's definition of knowledge is gathering of information. Most people's definitions. If your definition isn't that, and it's actually like taking action, then your knowledge is actually wisdom, not knowledge. Which wisdom transcends knowledge. But you're using knowledge as the word that actually is actually explaining wisdom. You see what I'm saying? So for me, that's why it's important to know what words we're using. So like if your definition is actually knowledge is power with action, and like how you shared it, then that's actually more wisdom than knowledge. But if you're using knowledge as the word, then use the word knowledge, but it's actually wisdom. That's actually, you're explaining that. Yeah. This is the one thing that I came here to do, is to bring awareness to the thing that a lot of people are not aware of, the lost awareness of words and the hidden meanings behind words, the definitions each person has with each word, to be aware that other people, when you're speaking with them, that they have different definitions of words that may vastly differ from you, and there could be a misalignment. This is why when you're aware of these things, it helps you to slow down and allows you to process things so that you can help yourself and others to navigate the world. You see how we're using words to navigate with each other right now? Morality and making money don't belong in the same sentence. Perspective. I mean, money has its own definition, and like I can, if I were to ask each of you, what's your personal definition of money? You'll give me your logical definition, but you also have another definition hiding within yourself of money. And it'll be emotional based, which is your subconscious. Like there's what do you think of money, and how do you feel about money? Those are two different definitions, I'm sure. But yeah, depending on your experience, Jimmy, yeah, you'll have your experience with like morality and money. For me, whether they belong or they don't belong is, for me, I see all things as one thing anyways. In the eyes of the all that is, or the all, everything is just all. There is no like separation or duality or polarity between anything in the other realm. In this realm there is. Our human mind creates the separation though, and the duality. Yeah. Money without knowledge ends in poverty. Knowledge without morality ends in disaster and scandals. We have rich people at my synagogue. They're the ones that gives us bad names. Gotcha. Well, it's because they are... Hey, Tiff. Good to see you, girl. I want to reread this, though. Money without knowledge ends in poverty. Knowledge without morality ends in disaster and scandals. There's some validity to that, for sure. Again, it goes down to our personal definition of what like knowledge means. Hey Thomas, good to see you, dude. Welcome back, bro. subjective experiences, while when we think about it, all these individual subjective experience, you only one true objective reality. That's wild. Nice to see you, brother. It's good to see you too. It's good to have you back on. We're talking today about assigning meaning to things. Oh, yet only one. Yeah, gotcha. Thank you for that. Yeah, so we're talking about assigning meaning to things and how the meanings that we assign to things can either harm, help, hinder, or be not conducive to your experience. So that's what today was about. But we were talking about knowledge, and I was giving a perspective on knowledge, that knowledge isn't power. It's for me specifically, my personal definition for knowledge is just information that has not been applied physical yet. Like you just gathered it and you're aware of it, but you haven't taken any action with it yet. So that's what knowledge means for me. Whereas wisdom is taking that knowledge or that information or data and actually applying it and physically or mentally or emotionally doing something with it that will bring something or birth it into the physical experience. So that's the difference between, for me specifically, wisdom and knowledge. So that's why when anybody so interpretation of raw data and assigning purpose. Yeah. So interpreting like raw data could also be part of like the wisdom, because you're taking that raw information and then you're assigning a meaning that can then lead to a purpose of that meaning that can lead you to a path that might help you to. It's like a chain of events, as you can see, right? It becomes a little bit of a chain down the timeline when you look at it like that. Because you get raw information, you have to process it. That's some mental action, right? Then you take that mental action and do something with it. So that becomes like a little bit of wisdom there, because you're starting to process it, and then you can apply it by assigning a purpose, a meaning, a label to it, and then you go down the road with it. It's interesting when you kind of like break it down to things like that. So money reminds me of a story of Abu Dhar. It's a man who preached. Justin, good to see you, bro. It's a man who preached during the Caliph about how money leads to a bad path, how people should only keep what's necessary for living. Oh, this, yeah. I wear this. I usually used to wear this all the time on my shirts, all my like sweaters, or all my like tops. And I still, the reason why I wear this, if for any of you who's wanting to know, somebody died back in 2021. Her name was Rosa, and she died from lung cancer. And this represents people who died from any type of cancer. So she was like a grandma to me when I was working at the law firm when I was struggling. So she would always want the best for me. She's seeing the work that I've done on myself. So I kind of forgot that it was on, to be honest, but yeah. So she's with me. She's here. Jimmy. I know the word, but no. I'm going to be honest with that. I don't know. I can look it up, though. That's why I was like looking at the word. I'm like, I've seen that word before, but I don't quite know If somebody would like to enlighten me so I have it in the mind, once I have it in the mind, I now possess it. I have it here, but it's not here yet. So the word is now here in my mind, but it's not, but the information's here, but one of you will share it and it'll be here. So I'm sending out a signal for one of you to explain what that word means, and I can, I'll have it. It's an Islamic state ruled by, teach the teacher, exactly. It's an Islamic state ruled by a ruler, and most notable one is the one after the Prophet's death. Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you for that. Now I have it. Now it's here. Heart sent out signal. Signal sent it back to me. I'll pull you into this way. Many people don't believe in conversion. You're either born one or not one. Got it. Got it. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. I'm just taking a moment to just absorb that word for a sec. It's an interesting word. We don't convert people, much less convert people through forced conversion. Gotcha. Yeah. So in any event, that's what today was all about. The assigning meanings. Hello, you got to get off of me. Come on, go. Helping a bug to get off of me so it goes into the grass. This is a wild thought, but the quantum field, is where our realities come from. Our beliefs, our perspectives come from the objective will that commands everything. Our subjective realities are written by the objective writer. And Tiff said, I have to play devil's advocate here because sometimes, yes, you're not born one, but you become enlightened enough to become one, so you fight tooth and nail to rise to the top. My best friend is Muslim from Uganda. Yeah, gotcha. I don't quite understand what you said, Jimmy's. Speaking of that, while you guys are, I need to eat. And I also need to take off this sweater because it's starting to get a little too hot for my liking. I need to chill. I need to just take that off. As you can see, I'm double layer. Let me see what's going on upstairs first. Good, thank you. I'm gonna bring you guys up in the kitchen. And now the sun decides to come out. It's fine, whatever. I'm gonna make some food, or prep some food. Not make, prep. I gotta get my hair cut tomorrow. We're going to the barber tomorrow. Don't know yet. I definitely want to make eggs. I like eggs. Nice protein. That needs to move there. Probably just some rice and some of this green bean stuff that we had yesterday. But I want to have more on my plate, so some eggs. I'll do that. Let me wash my hands first. Scramble eggs. Quick, easy, doesn't take that much effort. I need to run downstairs though. Extra virgin olive oil. I like putting that in my eggs. It gives it a nice little energy boost. I'll deal with that. Shoot, made a little bit of a mess there on that one. I'll have to wipe that properly. I need to slow down with this one. Actually, before I do that, just a little. Just a little. Take up. Good. Perfection. I saw the word Torah just now in the chat. I read the Torah. I read the Talmud, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, the Bible, the Lost Gospels of Thomas, the Book of Enoch, the Hermeticism, like the Kabbalion, Mayan texts, Sufism, Islamic, so that I could be very well versed in my my ways to know what they were all attempting to say. I literally became the student of the universe. And because I became the student of the universe, which allowed me to open up my perspectives and see everything for what they are. By the way, salt, or not salt, all seasoning, black pepper, extra virgin olive oil, chili flakes, and parsley. It goes in my eggs. If I had oregano, I'd put oregano. But I don't have oregano right now. I'm just going to warm up some rice. and that green bean stuff that we had yesterday, which has a little bit of chicken. Thomas. Exactly. You know what's funny, Thomas? When I see your name, I'm like, got Lost Gospels of Thomas. Yippers. Today is upper body day, so I needed some extra protein for today. I usually wash and clean up. So that's good. Let's see. Welcome back. Yeah. And so my boss. And now. Oh, you are? Cool. That's funny. I mean, right now I'm just making something to eat. They're prepping food. But, you know, the chat is dropping some stuff, which is good. So I'm just preparing rice and some green beans with some egg, some protein, some more protein for me. This is my first meal since, well, I did have a little snack last night around 9:30. I don't usually have a snack at that time, but it was one of those one-time things. It doesn't happen often. I don't beat myself up for that. Let's see. I heard some people wash their chicken. Yes. That is. Does mom do that? Yeah, she does. She does. She does do that, actually. Now that I think about it. She then puts it in a strainer to make sure, like. So I'm gonna warm this up in a moment. My eggs need to be scrambled, not into an omelet. Yeah. I'll read the chat in a moment. I do apologize. I'm just focusing on grabbing food. I wasn't expecting to stay on past a certain time. Rihanna, good to see you, girl. I wasn't planning to stay on past a certain time, but, you know, because I stayed on, a lot of you showed up. So, otherwise you would have missed me today. But you would have eventually run into me at some point. Eggs are done. All right. Now I can warm this up. Oops. that. Take care of that stuff. Take care of the dishes. I like to hand wash. I'm not too fond of like dishwashers. It just feels satisfying for me to clean. I like to clean. Of course, if there was like thousands of dishes to do, if I had like a party or something, different story, but it's just something about washing dishes. I like it. Have to wash the pan in a moment. I gotta get like you. You already are. Give yourself credit. You already are. I don't know if that was for me, to be honest. Yeah, this goes here. No, actually, this does not go here. This goes here. Got to do my workout soon. I trust it doesn't rain. Yesterday, the same thing happened, and it rained for like 2 minutes, and then it disappeared, and it was sunny for the rest of the evening. These plastic containers sometimes are a little bothersome to dry, because you have to get into the grooves and like dry it. Okay, I gotta wash that. Smoke. And the eggs. Nice. Sorry if I'm making anybody hungry. That's not the intent. But I do require to eat. Because the body's like screaming right now. I need food. Thank you, yeah. It's going to be delicious. I like cooking, even though it's simple, but I like cooking, and I like cleaning. I like doing stuff like this. It gives me this sense of joy. It also gives the mind something called ATFTs. And you're wondering, what the hell is ATFT? Orion, what in God's name is ATFT? You ready for it? The ability to follow through. Not too much salt. Black pepper, yes, but not too much salt. Just a smidge of salt is good, but not too much, because then the food becomes too salty. Yeah, so ATFTs is the ability to follow through. And ATFTs means when you follow through, like when you say you're going to do something, you do it. It doesn't matter what that is. It could be like just waking up even 2 minutes earlier. You start to build self-trust, and self-trust it leads to confidence, and confidence leads to conviction, and conviction leads to your birthing in your physical things that you want to do. So the mind will work with you because the mind will be like, oh, this person says he's going to do the dishes and he's cleaning the dishes. So it gives the mind something to do. So it feels like it's accomplishing something. This is why I was saying that the mind needs to feel like it has to accomplish, attain, acquire, or achieve something all the time. So may as well use cleaning. Doesn't mean that I can let things sit for a little bit. I don't need to like go out and rush out and clean something like that moment, but at the same time, you know, it gives the mind something to do. There, all clean, ready to rock and roll. I always cook and clean. When I was living on my own, that's the same thing I did. Cooked and cleaned. So dishes never piled up in my space, ever. Because I always took care of it. Just one of those habits that are like built, that I've like formed within myself. I need my vitamins, aka placebo vitamins. It looks like it's gonna rain. Even though it wasn't supposed to rain today, but tomorrow is going to rain. It's going to rain a lot. And I have water outside. I'll take a fruit with me. Put it in my pocket. Only got 2 hands, so. Boop. I like making those silly faces. Okay. Heading back outside. Using my feet to open. Ta-da! Let me just down these vitamins quickly. That's the neighbor. They talk very, very loud. They fascinate me. I'm going to be right back. Give me a minute. Get one more vitamin. And then I'll be doing my workout. If it doesn't rain, I'll be doing it outside. If it does rain, I will still find a way to do it outside. Perfect. No, I don't. Again, I don't watch anybody else's live. Apologies for the chewing sound, and apologies if I was making you hungry. But I'm hungry. So yeah, we have these green bean things, chicken and eggs. The neighbors are so loud. My ears don't just frame my head. They serve another purpose. Alex hates you. Why would Alex hate you? By the way, I'm going to just scroll up in the chat quickly. I just want to see what was said, because there's a lot that was said, a lot of good stuff. Some people left, or some people were like, oh, so Sigma, he had to go. I think he had to go. I'm trying to make it have to go. Got it. You got this, Jay. How do you do your scrambles? Like a little... keep it dry. Okay, I'm just scrolling up on the chat. I'm just kind of rolling through. Okay, cool. I read everything. Awesome. Oh, Doc. Oh, okay. You and Doc are having a conversation about Alex. Wait, Jay, if you're here, is Tiff here too? If that be the case, that's the first time you two are on the stream at the same time. I know, but what is this called in English? What is this thing called in English? Because, you know, Bora is just the Guyanese. Oops, the Guyanese word. What the hell is this called? It's not, because there's an actual long green bean that isn't that. Unless it is just called green bean. Peas? I don't know if it's peas. I don't know. We've been attempting to figure out this mystery for the longest time. Because there's string beans, right? Like that one's string beans. With that emoji. Pea pods, I don't know. Probably. That's the thing, like when they go and get it at the grocery store, I should go look at the name of this thing. The next time I go to a grocery store, I'm going to go look for this thing and see what it's actually called. Long beans. I mean, they are technically long. They do come, they're like this, and they're very skinny. I'm gonna make sure I look it up. Orion. Yeah. Because the store that you guys go to won't have the proper English name. They're called yard long. Oh God, Tiff, he's here. Tiff, Jay, this is the thirsty guy. Here he is. Jason, this is the thirsty guy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the horny dude to the chat. SLB 3900. Welcome back to the chat, Mister. Jay, this is your competition. The dude is thirsty for Tiff, Rihanna. He came on, he's like hitting on Tiff. It's crazy. Tiffany's Tiff 88. Or Tiff's 88. Oh. Yep, here we go again. Yeah, Tiff doesn't have well, I can't see the chat, like I can't see the icons. Yeah. I have I'm using Streamlabs. So Streamlabs, it doesn't show the user icon, it just shows your at username and your text. So like I can't see your user profiles. If I go on the computer or if I open up the tablet, I will see it. But I do know Tiff's her letter T is like in gray, and Jason has a photo, or Verbal JC has a photo of himself, if I'm not mistaken. But on Streamlabs, I can't see that. Look at this guy. This guy is this guy just is thirsty. Do I like sausage? Yeah, I like it. I don't eat it often though, but I like it. Now, if you ask me if I like hot dog, no, I don't like hot dog. It's different. Young bull. Look at this guy. I know he's just messing around, but still, like he's just thirsty. To be young and thirsty. I used to be young and thirsty like him. My point exactly. I know, Rihanna, but like they had a conversation. I think it was not. I think it wasn't this Sunday, but like another Sunday, and maybe. You're good, Tiff. You don't need to do that. Maybe. Or profiles that are like, I don't know. I think he just may like Tiffany because of her name. Otherwise, Rihanna, he could be hitting on you too. Potentially. I'm just eating and watching this. Yeah, Tiff's real name is Tiffany. We just call her Tiff for short. I personally know her in the physical. Nah, you know what, Rihanna? He's entertaining. He's at least respectful, entertaining. There's other people who are not respectful, entertaining. He's entertaining for me right now. if he was like being disrespectful, like calling people like a bunch of like bad words and shit, I would have banned his ass a long time ago. Like if he was dropping N words and all that. But he needs to stop with the capitalization of letters though. It's like we don't need to be screaming in the chat now, even though that, you know, capital letters don't mean shit, to be honest. It's just you know. I'm not a master, and I'm not spiritual. I'm a soul who just knows shit. That's it. Nothing more. Yeah, Rihanna would be considered a spiritual master. For me, I'm just a soul who just knows. I like that, Solrian. Solrian, I like that name. It's a good name. I used to be very heavily spiritual, Rihanna. I used to like don the crystals, like do all the stuff. Like for me, I still use it. It's just more of a tool now. And nothing wrong with it. It's just that I made spirituality into like my personality, which because, you know, the spiritual community has created this personification of like, you got to be touching grass with your bare feet, which nothing wrong with that. You got to start eating or drinking green smoothies and doing all kinds of like, you know, like stuff, and like having like all kinds of different tattoos and stuff, and you know, like you have to have like moon tattoos on your forehead, and like you have to have all the numbers all plastered on your body. Like that's not, excuse me, that's not making you any more spiritual. That's good. I would consider you more of the more like chilled, like spiritual person, right? There's the archetype that's like really heavily into it. So I'll just grab it quickly. Photo of me. Yeah, the Bubba. My necklace. I haven't worn this necklace in a hot minute, to be honest. It's my necklace. I did make this. I made this in San Diego. All the pieces are there from San Diego. And of course I have the bracelets and all that. I have more than this. Is just a little bit. These are my favorite bracelets, like this one, that one. Got me that money as well. That money. But yeah, the Bubba. Yeah, I was born in the 80s. I'll wear my necklace for a little bit. Why not? It's been a while. I'll probably wear it tomorrow. Had to block the crazy guy. Gotcha. $85 baby here. My mic might hit the necklace, so let's change the location of mic. There we go. My microphone's up here now. Yeah. Built this necklace. 6 years difference between you and... Wait. Yeah, 6 year... Yeah, 6 years difference. God damn. My math wasn't mathing there for a moment. Finito. I used to do that for... I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. That's one of those beliefs. They get their power regardless of daytime. It's just one of those beliefs that, like, I used to entertain that, but I don't do that anymore. And let me just close my thing just in case my photo goes flying away. You gotta believe my guy. Yeah. Thank you. People do, they get entranced by it though when they see it. They're like, whoa, it's a one of a kind piece. There's nothing quite like it because all the pieces are very unique. I have to source out the parts to make it look like a certain way. I'll probably wear it tomorrow when I go get my haircut, but Steve will have to, like, move the necklace and, like, do the thing behind my head when he's cutting my hair. He's gotta, like, shave down, like, there. It's okay. Yeah. I'll wear it more. It's just that it's a little bit of a wearing it gets a little heavy as well too, because, you know, but yeah, it is pretty heavy. Funny, you want to hear a funny story about this though? I built it in San Diego. I brought it back during Christmas. So one of them wasn't the original piece that I had. This yellow one here. And I hung it somewhere. I'm like, why did I do that? And I hung it and it fell and it cracked. And I just created it in San Diego. So I went back during my birthday again last year and I rebuilt it for the second time. So this time I make damn sure that when I deal with this thing, I put it in that container. As soon as I'm done with it, put it in the container, Orion. Don't bother like hanging it. Just put it in the friggin' container, or you're gonna have the same problem again. So sometimes crystals go missing. Yes, I've had many crystals go missing actually. Many. So this is going back in. Oh, when I was at the car dealership, there was a woman who was listening to me listen to a lecture on YouTube, and she came over and she started talking to me randomly. She's like, I really like the things that person was saying. I'm like, yeah, because that person who's saying the stuff is the same things I'm talking about. I'm just not talking, I'm just basically listening, sort of like refreshing my mind. She's like, cool, I have something for you. I'm like, what do you have for me? She gave me this vial, and she wrote she wrote little words on each of these stars that's inside of there. One says love, one says brave, and one says wisdom. And she had many of these, and each were different. So I chose the right one. Brave, wisdom, and love. Nah, you know, I accepted it because it was synchronistic. It was very synchronistic because, like, there's no accidents why she showed up and why I was sitting where I was sitting for her to hear what I was watching. So things happen like that for me a lot. Yeah. So regarding that, Rihanna, like, I used to be very cautious too, but I'm like, God, if you're playing from God's level, nothing can be technically cautious. Like, yes, I'm not saying not to have discernment, always have discernment, but, like, you know, nothing can actually, because take this in, nothing can actually, like, so we're talking about, well, presently we're talking about, well, I'm about to drop a perspective actually, but today's topic was talking about assigning meaning to things. So, and this is actually perfect. So, like, for example, that thing, that vial, it can't, so that's the thing. So, see, Rihanna, this is where a lot of spiritual people end up getting, like, finessed. Because this is what happened to me. No, different person. So, essentially, with a lot of spirituality and a lot of things, they're like they do this basically, right? But when you know that you're part of the creator and the oneness of it all, you can't be hexed because you are above all of it, right? So you can't really go. You can't be. You can only be influenced. So this is it, basically, what I want to say. You can never be influenced something by your God self unless you've given power to being influenced by it. So, like, so that's a perspective. If you get influenced by something, that means you're giving power to something to to influence you. So that's why, like, whether somebody hands me something or not, they can't affect me because I myself, I know myself very well, and I know, like, this has no effect on me. I have an example, actually. This is a perfect one. I'm sure you heard of this, but I'm gonna bring it out. So I'll tell a quick little story about these. Do you know what these are? If you don't, I'll tell you what these are. Most will just say this is like some sort of rock, isn't it? Well, yes, but I'll explain what this actually is. Even though it's all made up anyways. I'm going to get to the point why it's made up. You can take a guess. If you're not sure, I'll tell you what it is. Not jade, but this is something called moldavite. So moldavite, yes, exactly, spot on. Moldavite. This thing right here. I have 3 pieces in my hand. A lot of people have created a story around this thing that it's like, oh my god, you have moldavite, oh! Like, run for your life. Because people have created this story on Instagram, well, not even just Instagram, TikTok, that if you hold moldavite, that all hell is going to break loose. And because if all hell is going to break loose, that this thing is going to create damage in your life. I'll tell you right now, if I gave this more belief, that this is going to create damage in my life, then guess what's going to happen? It's going to create damage in my life. I have 3 pieces. I brought this into a spiritual store, and people were freaking out. I brought all 3 pieces in. They're like, "You're holding 3 pieces of mold." Like, you see their eyes. It's like glazed over. Like, "Oh my God, you have Moldavite? Stay away." Like I'm some sort of like alien holding like some foreign substance. Exactly. But you know why their life got chaotic? Their life got chaotic because they heard the stories of Moldavite from other people. So they caught a stray bullet that was never theirs. That's why the price of this stuff went up in value. This stuff used to cost like pennies. You better shut... Oh, guess who's gonna get his ass handed to him right now? Yes. Goodbye. Anyways, so the story of what I'm saying is basically a lot of people... I just blocked someone who was being a piece of shit, basically. Well, his mind was being a piece of shit. So I just blocked his ass quickly. So essentially, people create stories and meanings and assign meanings to things like this, saying, "Oh, my life has gone crazy." This guy's back, huh? We're gonna have a lot of people that we're gonna be banning today. Keep coming back. Keep coming back. I have a hot finger. Whew. Because he's a second dimensional mind with a first dimensional perspective. That's why. He has nothing better to do. Anyways, Rihanna and everybody else who's listening, we create and assign meanings to things when this actually has no meaning to it whatsoever. Has my life been crazy since I got on Moldavite? Yes, but that's not because of Moldavite. That's because I took on a bunch of stuff. Right? So, and I had a perspective, actually, for you, Rihanna. There was a guy I bought these from. His name is Chuck. He works in a crystal store. He has his own crystal store. And he saw me. I was super afraid of these things because people... So, Chelsea, these are called Moldavite. A lot of people in the spiritual community has overhyped this and said that, oh my God, it like manifests all these crazy shit that's happening in my life. Indigo. I don't even know what indigo means from... Yeah, I know. I deleted him already. I think I did. I hope I did. Yeah, I did. He'll be back. And that's okay. I'll keep blocking his ass. I'll keep blocking him. So, these... I was in Chuck's store, and he sold these to me. And he told me, Orion, like... why are you afraid of buying these stones? Because I heard people say that this shit is crazy, right? He's like, well, is my life crazy? I'm like, well, no. Aren't I around it all day? I've had these pieces for years, in fact. Whenever I get new Moldavite, I replace the ones I just sold with new ones, so I'm always around it. So I've been with Moldavite for years, and nothing crazy has happened in my life. So he basically dropped me a perspective. He's like, so essentially, you're catching a stray bullet that was never yours, is the lesson here. So that's why, like, that thing has no effect on me. These things have no effect on me. They're just stones, nothing more. They're just overhyped, overpriced stones that have no. They mean nothing now. They are pretty cool. They look pretty cool. But they have no. For me, they no longer hold any significant meaning because I've unassigned the meaning of danger, 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 threat incoming, danger. Yeah. You mean blocking the person that just keeps coming on and calling me a bunch of, go back to your country and shut your ass up? I thought I blocked shut your ass up. I guess I have to do more work on my filter words, but that's fine. Crazy. I'm not even here for them. I'm here for you guys, so it's all good. Yeah, no meaning to these anymore. They can go right in there. The moment I give meaning to something, that's it. And that's what I've been saying this entire time with all my streams, is just you have the power to change the meaning of anything in your life at any time. All of us. So, like, I can continue to assign meaning to those stones, saying, oh my god, I'm going to die. Those crystals are going to kill me one day. I'm not saying they have no, energetic properties. They definitely have their own energy properties. But when you don't know who you are, you get subjected by other people's beliefs, and then you take on their stray bullet or their limitations. That's what the internet does. It traumatizes other people. I'm here to make sure none of you are traumatized by the internet. By knowing, like, because, for example, in, like, the dating scene, there's a bunch of content right now that, a certain subset of men and women are attacking both sides, and then those who are running into their content are catching a stray bullet because they themselves have gone through it and they haven't processed it. So they create content to gas up that side and tell men or women that the other side is like blah 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 blah. But then there's the other spectrum of the content where there are men who are empowering women and women empowering men, because those ones have done the work on themselves. They're not traumatizing the internet. In fact, they're helping to heal the internet. But the other side of the spectrum exists. Could you not put positive energy inside those stones? Absolutely you can, Tiff. 100%. You can assign the meaning, right? For example, this thing. This is called crackle quartz. This, people say, is said to believe to bring clarity, empowerment, and love. But I can change the meaning to say this is bringing me money. I can change this to mean this is giving me more courage. I can change the meaning to give it more positive energy, right? Because it's you giving it energy, but it's actually you're giving yourself it, because what it's doing is becoming a reflector. Because you're giving the idea that this is giving you like confidence or whatever it is, or the belief, and then it'll send it back to you because you're believing in this crystal to do whatever it is, like more confidence, more empowerment, more love, more joy, but it's really you doing it. So yeah, you can definitely put any intention into anything. Yeah. It looks like a horn off a crack quartz dragon throwback. Yeah. It's slightly pink, or is it slightly pink, or is the light in the camera making it look like it? No, it's pink. It's pink. It's a very light pink though, but yes. It's hard. The camera is making it look more white. It's actually more pink in person. Yeah. This was gifted to me, by the way. So I was at a crystal store and I bought some other crystals, and they're like, it's yours. And they're like, we want to give you something. Like, they intuitively felt like they needed to give me something else. I'm like, okay. See that bunch of crystal there? Pick something. I picked this one. But, like, I now no longer need crystals. I enjoy them, but I don't use them anymore. They are just tools now. That I can take. I've taken away the meanings to all of these. They're just basically like wearing a piece of jewelry. This one's called Crackle Quartz. So like with Tiff and Jay looking for crystals, like they because they're giving the belief to the crystal will help them. But really it's actually them healing themselves. But yes, if it feels like you need some of this stuff, go for it, because whatever will work for you, and you need something like physical to see and like hold, use it. It's a tool. But with like any tool, you can change the meaning. So for me, like, this doesn't have any meaning anymore. It's just it's just cool looking, that's all. It's like for me it's like a boop. Well, if the tool works, I'm for it. Well, it works based on your beliefs. Yeah, so that's spot on, Hardy. You're right. This does emit piezoelectricity from it. But the thing is, the piezoelectricity is just electricity before you give it a meaning. So the vibration. So yeah, you're spot on. It does definitely emit the electrical charge, 100%. But I can change the electrical charge to mean this thing is going to turn me into a bad... Well, I'll just say this is going to turn me into a negative person, even though that's not. But if I really have faith and conviction that this thing will turn me into a negative person, like, I don't know why anybody would do that, but sure, if I have so much conviction and I really believe that this can, which I know it won't, then I can change the meaning to this and assign a new meaning. I can sign a meaning where I'm going to be the richest man in the world if I put so much like conviction behind it. But I can change the meaning. Yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll all of you. For sure. Say Hardy is going to be rich. Well, you can say Hardy's going to be rich. I already know you're rich without needing the crystal. Do you think it's going to be more powerful with the crystal? So if I'll put the crystal to the side for a moment. Hardy, I'm not going to say you're going to be rich. You already are rich. You just have to take the actions to bring it into physical form. Now I'm going to say it with the crystal. Hardy, you are not going to be rich. You already are rich. You just have to take action in physical form to bring it forth. Which one felt more powerful to you? The first or the second time? It's the same words I just said. Speaking of which, I'm going to go quickly take my plate upstairs and wash it. You guys can stare at the crystal while I come back. Just so you know, both times were equally just as powerful, with and without the crystal. Again, there's nothing wrong with the tools. If you truly believe they work, they will work. For me, I no longer need the tools for them to work, because I know it just works. That's the difference. It's the faith and the conviction in knowing if something works. It's sort of like it's like medicine. If you believe that the pill, like let's say I gave you a sugar pill and I convince you a lot with I convince you a lot with that pill can heal you, whatever that is. Then if I convince you enough and I gave you a sugar pill, then the pill is going to work. Because the mind's going to create the ability to heal you. I'm going to bring in those stuff. Is that your stuff? Bench. Oh god. Your stuff arrived. There's a bench outside. Oh, that's not heavy at all. I was expecting this shit to be heavy. I'll be back outside in a moment, y'all. turkey left. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna have my I'm gonna be crunching on some peanuts, almonds, granola. Hey, Mom. Okay. I saw that, Robin. I saw you. I saw you. So I have a cookie, and I have almonds, sunflower seeds, cranberries, granola, and I put some honey around. I do apologize again for crunching. Yeah. I think, so Jason says, I think so because in my opinion, people need a way to help focus channel easier. Yeah, in the beginning, for sure. This is going to help you focus. But when you realize when you are in control of the mind, enjoy your Fruit Loops. But over time, when you realize how the mind works, the tool, this, will simply fall away. It will drop away over time. And it just becomes whatever you say it is. So for me, this is just well, I have cranberry, so there's no except for the honey and the cookie. Everything else is like sunflower seed, almonds, peanuts, cranberry, and not that much honey, just a little bit. I figure I eat the sack now, so I'm gonna get to my workout shortly. So, again, does this work? Or even the bracelets or the necklace? They do if you say they do. People need physical evidence at times for things to work. Until you realize that the evidence is not needed anymore, because you know that it starts right here. I realize my microphone, actually I'll leave it there, it's fine, as I'm chewing right now. Yeah. Just one. One is enough. this is gonna be a little bit of a tougher workout. Yeah. So I do. So I will have yogurt. The only problem is I don't like mixing stuff like that. Like yogurt, I like yogurt on its own. Even though it's going down the same, it's going down. It's just when things get too like these things go together. It's because like trail mix, but like when I add yogurt, it doesn't feel good. What is it? I never doom scroll until 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I burned a lot down, but first Taliban? I don't know what you're talking about. I like cookies mixed with blueberries and yogurt. So I'll have yogurt later. I like to keep like dry things, even though I put a little bit of honey, dry, and like the yogurt stuff on its own. I'm weird when it comes to certain mixtures of things, because when I'm eating, it's like, for example, peanut butter and jam together. Yeah, maple syrup is definitely an alternative. Together, like separate, I mean, not together. Peanut butter slice and jam slice. On their own, they're amazing. For me, when I put them together, it doesn't become amazing. Even though it's going down the same system, going down the body the same way, it just doesn't taste good. Because the mixture, unless I'm eating one and then the other, like one bite here, then that one, that's still the same effect. But normally, like, I like my things sort of separate. It's kind of weird. My mind just does not like mixing things together as often. So like peanut butter and jam, for me, they must be two separate. For me, it must be separate. You're making it wrong? There's no wrong. I'm making it the way I choose to. Nothing wrong. To each their own, right? I remember Resurrection 2.2 just throwing all kinds of random stuff in the chat. Have no... It's fine. I myself am not a big fan of Nutella. I like peanut butter. I don't really enjoy Nutella. Jam, it has to be I don't even know. I'm not really a big jam fan. That's fine. I don't know why you're on my stream then. You can get the fuck off my stream. It's just that simple. This is my stream, bitch. If I bore you, get off. It's just that simple. Or I can just remove you. That way you never see me again. Resurrection. I hate eating bread and jam every morning during my hostel days in college. Yeah, that doesn't sound appetizing every day. I don't think Rihanna's here anymore. If Rihanna's gone, I hope you have a good night. I'll see you. Soft cookie, by the way. Because I get to move my body every day, I can eat this stuff. But if I wasn't moving my body every day, I wouldn't be eating this stuff. Oh. It's falling down. Agreed. Can't argue that one, that's for sure. And I feel that the oven ones are also, they taste better than the store-bought ones. Well, technically speaking, you're buying it from the store, but I mean the ones that are already made versus the one that you have to prepare. Once this is done, I'm gonna get my workout in. Is McDonald's cookie? Wait, do they have cookies? Yeah, they do have cookies. I totally forgot because I don't eat McDonald's. I don't know when last I had that. I have no idea when last I had McDonald's. Probably like 2 or 3 years ago. Actually, to be fair, I mean like a cookie and a meal, like an actual like full meal. No, that's not true. A year ago. I remember. During my trip in San Diego. I keep forgetting that I had McDonald's in San Diego. A year ago. January 2025. I totally forgot about their cookies though. I was like thinking, wait, hold on. McDonald's has cookies since when? And then I remembered, yes, they have cookies. That's right. Now I get to wash it down. Perfect. I'm ready to rumble. I'm ready to rumble. I can leave the crystal out if you want. If you want to keep seeing it. Shit, I need to charge this up. I've been using it for the day. I should have been using my power plug, but I just didn't bring it out. Well, I'm going to prepare myself for my workout. Get that done. I have lots to do, though. Since I kept the stream on all this time, I may as well just do the workout on my stream. So, some of you can enjoy me doing my workout. And if you want to join, you can. If you have your own weights, you can join. Tomorrow, it's supposed to rain a lot. And because it's going to rain a lot, I don't know if I'm going to stream in the morning. I have no idea. The winds are supposed to be like 40 kilometers. So they're supposed to be pretty gusty tomorrow. And we'll see. I'm gonna prep myself for my workout. Very nice. £45 are starting to get normalized with me. So Evan. Mr. Evan. I remember when you showed me him on was it Sunday? Was it Sunday? Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. He was dancing with his little stomach. Eating what was he eating? Donut. That Bubba. He was just like dancing his tail off. It's funny. I'll be back outside. I'm just getting my other stuff out so I can go do this thing. Get that workout in. Shoulders are still going to be a little bit more challenging lifting 45 pounds. But we're getting there. I don't say it's hard. It's just, it's a work in progress. I can do 40s no problem, but 45, that extra 5 pounds is actually quite something. And I'll leave it there. That's fine. I'll leave the crystal on the side. That way you all get to see it a little bit. Cool. I gotta change my headband. I don't wear this headband for my workout. Well, tomorrow we'll be getting that haircut, so it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Nice. That sounds delightful, dude. If I wear this thermal layer, I'm gonna start sweating like crazy, but I'm going to do it. All because why not? We're preparing for the fight of our life. I'm gonna warm up the body quickly. This is a quick way to get blood flowing through the body. Awesome. Warm up complete. Is that a movie or is that a game? No way. This is a movie. Brand New Day? Yeah, this is a movie, and that's not a game. Yeah, movie. Okay. New Spider-Man trailer. That's fun. You know, whenever you like go on YouTube, you like see whatever pop on and just getting a exercise ready. Which one are we doing? Push pull? Push pull. Okay. So I'll be working out with Dan. We're gonna be working out with Dan in a moment. You guys can hang out in the chat and chill. I gotta go use the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. Perfect. All right. So DC's getting worse. I'm not a big fan of DC. I do like Batman, but Batman, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl are the only three, and maybe Zatanna are the four that I like from DC. I don't care for Aquaman. I don't care for. I don't really care about DC. Like Superman is to me. Right? Just show. Look. Let's pretend this is kryptonite. Here you go, Superman. Kryptonite. You're done. You're cooked. I don't know. I just never liked Superman. I like Smallville. I like the show, but I never was into Superman. It's weird. All right. 30 minutes for me. Push-pull exercise. I'm gonna give my love my left shoulder some love. Some attention. So I'm going to get rolling with this. All right, cool. Starting with shoulders. Starting with the right side though. I'm going to give my left side a little bit of attention though. So it's like 40 seconds of work, 20 seconds of rest. My stream shouldn't be lagging, I hope not. I don't think it is. Ooh, left shoulder still hasn't quite gotten used to 45 pounds yet. Before I continue, let me just make sure my stream is actually working properly. Because sometimes the stream gets a little janked up. It is. It's working. Okay. So around this time tomorrow, we'll be driving to Steve to go see him. It's okay, body, you're getting used to 45 pounds on shoulders. Don't worry, I'll be using the both dumbbells for some moves. Yeah. All right, bent over rows, or bent over rear delt rows. Doing the thing, y'all. Figured I'd just do it on my stream and get it done and over with. Since I've been on the stream. Left side. For me, this is playtime. I get to hang out with myself and play. Front raise. Awesome. One day I will eventually make fitness content only. Technically, even just watching my live stream, taking the video, that portion, I have so much workout content. I have at least 500 plus workout videos alone explaining how to do the moves. And that's on my other YouTube channel. Apocalypse. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion, bro. I will. It's just because I'm using heavier dumbbells, and the dumbbells, unfortunately, they're so wide. I have to compensate for my movements a bit. Right? They're not your traditional, like, standard dumbbell. So when Bowflex designed these dumbbells, right, they were the first in the market to release, I believe, the first set of adjustable dumbbells. And unfortunately, due to the fact that I didn't know about the other brands at the time, I ended up buying these. And I'm like, damn, these are friggin' wide. Like 45-pound dumbbells should be like here. But because of all the extra bit that it has, it's a little bit challenging to hold the thing a certain position, so I have to kind of compensate. They do look cool. They're cool, but they're wider than your standard dumbbell, so I have to compensate a bit of my movement based on the length of them. Like you saw the pink ones I have. Those are just 10 pounds, but I mean, that's the size of a dumbbell, right? I'll bring it out in a moment, just so we have size comparison. All right, let me pause for a sec, just so we have the size comparison. And I do need to bring them out anyways. So like these, even let's just imagine that even if they were 45 pounds, right? Imagine this was 45 pounds. Look at the size difference. Look at the size difference. So you see, I have to compensate. Like yes, the dumbbell, the weight would be bigger for 45 pounds, but because of the length, as you can see, is huge. It's basically, this is basically extra. So, yeah, that's why, like, you know, when you see me doing certain moves, I have to kind of adjust myself. Otherwise, the dumbbell will crash into each other or into me. So, you know, it is what it's going to be, though. I'm okay. I had to learn to compensate, like had to shift a little bit of my movements. But if I had like regular dumbbells that were like 45 pounds, right, then I wouldn't have to be compensating much. I do have another set of dumbbells, to be fair, but these are just more, how should I say it? These can adjust, and my goal is to go up in weight, not down. So sometimes I do have to compensate a little bit with some of my movements, but I do make sure that I do the move still properly. Let's see. Exactly. It's true. That's why, like, we're good. I'm going to be doing supinated rows now. Forearms are forward. Yeah. My thing is, if you're moving your body and you're doing it semi, you know, you're not hurting yourself, obviously, right? You're good. Last thing you want to do is you want to cause injury. You want to mitigate injury at all costs. Left side now. Good to see you, by the way. We had a really good conversation today, talking about assigning meaning to things. Met a lot of great people today. It was awesome. They were all in the chat earlier, like an hour ago. I was making food and whatnot. Tomorrow around this time, I'm going to be getting my hair cut with my barber, Steve. Oh, interesting. I didn't lose internet. My tablet just decided to go wah, 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 wah. Hello, tablet. What's going on with you? Okay, it's working. So yeah, around this time tomorrow, I'll be driving to the barber. So we're doing 45-degree shoulder press. And the winds are blowing. You can probably see the tree going a little crazy right now. This is what happened yesterday when I was doing my workout. And around this time, it started to get crazy. It rained a little and then it got sunny. Let me see. Similar top. It's kind of a continuation. Kind of a continuation from yesterday. Well, not kind of. It is a continuation because there was a lot more that I had to share. I was talking about how I'm going to do shoulder shrugs. I was talking about how in 2020 I was still operating from a standpoint where I assigned my brain or my mind only 7% efficiency or capacity. That I was only able to use 7% because as a child, when I was 7 years old, a teacher read a story about the brain and that only smart kids use more than 10% of their brain and everybody else is using less than 10% or they're using 10 or less. And because I was doing really bad in school when I was a kid, I took that as a sign that I was mentally incapacitated, meaning that I can only use like 5 to 7% because of the way I was having a lot of challenges in learning things. So we're doing plank rows now. So in 2020, I listened to somebody named Jim Kwik. He's a brain expert. And up until I saw Jim, I only had read just a handful of books that I just started my journey. But I was the type of person that I had to read the page 6 times for me to understand what was being said in the page. So that's how slow I was taking to absorb information in a book. Like foreign things I've never studied before. So when Jim Kwik said in a video that you actually can use 100% of the brain, my mind opened up as if the gates to heaven was unlocked for me. And from that moment, my learning, my growing, my expansion, and my remembrance and my evolution and my transcendence has accelerated at such a fast rate that it seems incomprehensible to a lot of people. Because I told myself now a new story. I signed a new meaning that I can actually use 100% of my brain and that I'm not limited anymore. I can actually learn fast. Because I started to assign new meaning, my life started to change. So that's what happened for me specifically. And that's just like one of many things I had to reassociate, not only with the mind, but with the body. Okay, so hammer curls, I'm gonna have to adjust my my curling a little bit. The sun is attempting to peek through these heavier clouds right now. So, because I kept telling myself I can improve, I can master myself, I can evolve, I have no limits. And I truly started to believe and know that as my lived truth. things accelerated. Of course, I still ran into my pitfalls because the mind was creating stories of limitations. Feeling it right now. We're doing good. Just so you know, like, before I started working out again, I knew I could lift 45 pounds, but I didn't think I could do a whole like workout with 45 pounds. So like 3 years ago, when did I get these? I got these in 2020, so actually 6 years ago. You know, I wanted to say that I was gonna be able to curl all 90 pounds because this dumbbell can go from 10 pounds to 90 pounds. Hence why all the extra little bit of like space, right? Now I can lift 90 pounds, no problem, but I can't curl it. I can't bend, I can't do shoulder press with it yet. Not yet, but I can definitely lift 90 pounds. But when I first got the dumbbell, I had to break up the dumbbells into segments just to put it in the car. So, if that's Rihanna, welcome back. So I had to change my perception to my growth and my evolution. That like I will eventually lift more than what I tell myself. I started off with 10 pounds and then I moved up to 20 because I hadn't worked out with dumbbells in a long time. I was doing my cardio and I was burning all that weight off, but I didn't have any weights, so I was just doing pure cardio. So, yeah. I'm up. But I'll be right back down. So, shifting the meaning and assigning different meanings to things helped me to really alter the course of my being and having a whole different experience. So in a couple months or so, I'll be going from 45 to 50. So I'm literally speed tracking my progression with weight. It took me 6 months to accelerate from 40 to 45. I'm gonna do it in less than 6 months to go from 45 to 50. Negative press. So we're doing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Wow. God dang. chest flies. So yeah, tomorrow, this time, we'll be at Steve's. Who's there? Marcel. That's awesome. Yeah, this is workout music. Chest flies are next. I'm surprised you can hear it because I turned the music down a little bit. Because, you know, YouTube and copyright strike. But, I mean, if you can hear it, then that's good. That means the microphone can really be picking up the music. God. Yeah. All right, we got pullovers to diamond press. So diamond press, pullover. Soon I'll raise my dumbbells to 50 pounds and start normalizing 50 pounds. Whew. 81% done the workout, by the way. We're almost done. Well, I have a lot more stuff to tackle with my body, but this is just like the main like course, or I like to call it the main play, the main quest. So we're doing narrow press. Fuck yeah, let's go. I think we're doing triceps now. Yeah, we're doing triceps. Actually, no, we're still doing chest, but we're doing wide push-ups. So I'm gonna do it on the dumbbell. Slow reps, slow, clean reps. Yeah, bro, just doing my workout right now. I don't usually do my workout on this channel anymore. Well, this channel is meant for just talking, but because I was already on and I was eating and stuff, I figure, I'll just leave it on. It's fine. I'll be on for a little bit more. Skull crushers are next. Don't have to tell you why. It's called skull crushers for a reason. Fun times. I love it. I get to play and have fun right now. This is my definition of having fun. That's what I call them playouts, not workouts. But I do say workouts for most people to know what I'm talking about. Overhead extensions. And then we have a push-up finisher to do. We're at 91% of the workout done already. Let's go. Come on. So Dan, who I'm watching the routine, is doing 30 pounds. I'm doing 45 pounds. So push-up finisher. We're starting with diamond, 20 seconds, narrow, wide, and then I'm gonna hold. Okay, narrow push-ups now. This one's good for your biceps and your triceps. Wide push-ups now, which we did on the dumbbells. Okay, now we're just gonna hold. Standard push-up hold. Oh, God damn it. Really? Right at the end you have to cut out? Come on. God dang. Alright, I'll just have to hold, it's fine. It's like the tablet was like cutting out. Shit. I went too further back. God damn. Fuck it, I'll just do a couple more push-ups. Doesn't hurt. These don't count towards my dailies though. I'll do pike push-ups quickly. Ah, thank you. Funny toe. Just wish the internet didn't cut out on the tablet there at the end. Ah, my neighbor's barbecuing. He's cooking up a storm, y'all. It's smelling very, very nice. Good job, body. I talk to the body a lot. Good job. You did good. When you talk to the body will love you back. So it will help you. Whew. Now we're just doing the stretches. We got abs to do, and then yeah. Ooh. Damn. So if I wasn't streaming, this is what I'd still be doing. So I figured, why not? I throw those punches so that, you know, fascia training. Child's pose. One of the best pose. I'll be doing this again in the evening, this move right here. Time is it? 4:22? Perfect. We're gonna get abs done now. And guess where Dan is right now, or where this video was taken? San Diego, California. He was renting a space for like a month. California. This is home, San Diego, California right here. I know exactly where this is. Home. Anything that has San Diego is home. I love home. Home is nice. Let's see, Apocalypse, what are you sure? Outer world, no. Inner world, yes. I basically say that I already have a relationship within myself, and whoever that ends up being in the physical world, let it be. But even if it doesn't happen, I'm okay too, because I have a very important mission to fulfill, right? Maybe I might not have time for like a relationship like that. Who knows? But like a physical girlfriend, no, not at all. Not in the physical. In the inner world, yes, because you have to live from the end of mind. When you live from the end of mind or end in mind, you start to operate from that state. And then when the universe sees what you already have from your frequency, it will start to bring a person, a situation, opportunity, or event to present itself for you. So there are plenty of girls who like me, but I'm very, I'm not picky. I'm very, it has to be in alignment for me, specifically. Like, for example, like Tiff and Dan, they work like a team, both of them. So, like these two, they are a good example of like a couple that's in alignment. Let's see. Applications are already. That's funny. All right, but anyways, like, you know, these two, and I know them personally, Tiff and Dan. They live in Utah. They are like what I call like aligned. They're very aligned. Does that mean they get along all the time? No. In fact, I actually had to. They went on Instagram recently, and I had to basically be the tying, like the one that casted the tying vote, or casted the vote. They were basically saying, so Dan and I will never agree. So Tiff was recording while he was driving, Dan and I will never agree that this word called figure outable is not a real word. Dan thinks it's not a real word. Tiff thinks it's a real word. But Dan has a word that's called unfuckwithable. And Tiff doesn't believe that's a real word. And Dan says that's a real word. So guess what I did? I went onto their post. And I'm like, yo, bro, yo, sis, listen carefully. You're both right. Because there's a book called Everything is Figure Outable by Marie Forleo, because I read it. And there's also a book called Unfuckwithable by Mark Manson, which I also read. So you're both right. Now, can you two just kiss and just agree with your words? Thank you. They were laughing. And then they messaged me on Instagram. They're like, man, I didn't even know there was a book called Everything's Figure Outable. I'm like, yeah. Hello. Marie Forleo. There's a book called Unfuckwithable by Mark Manson, if I remember correctly. He made that word, so let me just double check. I'm sure it's Mark Manson. Mark Manson. Almost 100% positive on that. Unfuckwithable. Oops. No, it's not Mark Manson. It is Haley Bowler Cook. But yeah, I was like, they're both fucking words. I read the book. I just didn't remember if it was the author. I sometimes mix up the authors of books. But yeah. So I'm like, hello, you two, you can stop disagreeing now. You both are right. They're both real words. Now you can kiss. Because you know, the thing is, at the end of their videos, at the end of their workouts, guess what Dan does? He'll pick up Tiff from the ground while they finish it, and then he does this, and then they walk off camera. That's a real dude right there. You'll see it. I'm sure he'll do it in this video. So I'm gonna finish up with these two quickly. Wait, are you guys referring to me? I don't think you guys are talking to me. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna get my workout, finish this up. Prayer crunch. I love Tiff and Dan. They are one of my favorite people in the world. People. Sure, plural, peoples. During COVID, Dan helped me to get in shape next to Caroline. Tiff was more behind the cameras, but now she's actually more in front of the cameras too, so which is good. Now the channel really does feel like Tiff x Dan, not just Dan. Because Dan for like 3 years was the only one filming content. I'm like, where the fuck is Tiff? And then one day I saw her pop up, I'm like, oh, she's back. She'd be back. She came back in 2024. I'm like, well, sis, aren't you back? She was camera shy for a bit. I'm like, what the hell do you have to be camera shy about? You were working out in the beginning. What the fuck? So I'm glad that she broke her camera shyness. What she needs to do though is make some more videos just her alone. Now that's more for the women, unfortunately, because she does use lighter weights and her workouts are a little bit easier. But she should still make some content for the others. So it's not all Dan, always. She has like maybe 1 or 2 workout videos by herself. She has like an ab video, and she has like a 15 or 20 minute like full body routine with like 15-pound dumbbells, 1.5, whatever that is in kilograms. I think that's like 7.5. I want to do. I gotta be careful with copyrights. I'm sure YouTube's like whatever at this point. I'll probably have to edit out the copyright stuff, but it's okay. La la la. I'm attempting to overdub it. La 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 la. La la la. YouTube's very picky when it comes to like music, because you know they're using licensed music that they paid for. I'm streaming, listening to it. So yeah, YouTube. All right, lean back pulses. Man, those clouds are looking very menacing. Maybe it's like I'm about to turn Super Saiyan. You never know, guys. Maybe a lightning bolt comes and strikes me and I turn Super Saiyan. And it becomes my catalyst. You never know. Like right now there's a cloud that's like swirling, and it's got like an eye in it looking at me. It's kind of interesting. So, yeah. Okay, so we're doing side crunch reaches. Each exercise 30 seconds of play, and then it's like 10 seconds of rest. Straight leg sit-ups. We're 53% done the workout. And my stomach was growling there. After the haircut tomorrow, I'll more likely go to the mall and hang out for a little bit. I have to get a present for Mom, see if there's anything that catches my attention. So we'll see what happens. Last time I went to get my haircut, it also rained. Seems to me every time I go see Steve in the last little bit, like every time I go and see him, it's always raining. Maybe if the rain can fall early in the morning and it just like dissipates in the afternoon, that would be great. I like rain, it's just, you know. Plank dips. Key tip with this one, I give myself an extra stretch by reaching like that. Most people leave their self like this, or they do this, or they do this well, I'm going to be doing, I do this. It gives me an extra little bit of stretching here. Always find ways to modify my movements and make it more efficient. So side plank, reach to the right. So I'm balancing on my feet. What I mean to say is like I'm stacking my feet together, not one is behind the other. Hey, they just said California in that song. Anytime I hear anything California, San Diego, I'll pick it up immediately. It's like my mind is locked into that. It like here's anything California or San Diego base. Oh yeah. Almost there. I think 2 or 3 more moves. These clouds are looking very menacing. They're looking extremely menacing. One more exercise here. Hollow to tuck. Uh-oh. I felt a drop. I felt a drop. I command thee. You will not reign while I'm out here. I command thee. Finito. Well, the main quest and the side quest. Now I gotta do my stretches and whatnot. Go to bed? Nah, too early. Too early for that. I know it's like 9:39 your time, I think. If I know correctly, you should be 9:39. Or what is that in military time? 18, 21, it'd be 21:39, I think. Yep, I knew it. See, I even knew it was gonna be military time. 21:39, yep. I'm good with time zones for the most part. I have to 18 is 6, 19 is 7, 20 is 8, 21 is 9, yeah. So the ones that kind of throw me off when I see military time are usually 16, which I know is 4, 17 is 5, but sometimes I forget that 17 is 5 and 16 is 4. I know 15 is 3, 14 sometimes I'm like, 14 is 2. 13 is 1, and then 12 is 12. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why, I have to remind myself, remember 1 is 13, 2 is 14, 3 is 15, 4 is 16, 5 is 17, 6 is 18, 7 is 19, 8 is 20. 7 is usually what throws me off though. 7 being 19. I'm like, because I'm thinking 19 should be more like 9, but it's not. Because, you know, they're similar, 9, 19, but they're not. So I'm like, no, 21 is 9, 22 is 10. And I know 22 because when I see 22, 22, like the time, I know that's 10, 10. 22, 22. Or, no, my bad. It's 10, 22. So whenever I see 10, 22, I know that's 22, 22 in military time. And then, of course, 11 is 23, and then it's 0. Wait, when it hits midnight, does it say 0 on your time, or does it go to 12? I think it's 0, isn't it? I'm sure it starts at 0. I'm sure it starts at 0 because it wouldn't make sense at midnight it says 12 for you guys, because 12 wouldn't make logical sense under military if it's like midnight. You know, it'd be interesting if one day time gets reversed. So like it for military time, it'll start at 12, like at night, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Well, 18 would be like morning, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and then it kind of goes, I kind of fucked it up. But you know what I'm saying. The reverse way. That'd be fascinating. I'm gonna carry these back inside. We're done with them. Oh yeah. Watch one day time just like we get into the, we just call it now. It's now o'clock. Now o'clock. It's now o'clock. So grateful that the universe worked through me during the summer last year, and I got grounded with time. Okay, we got things to fulfill and finished. What you find normal is what finds you. That's a bar. Write it down. Yep. What you find normal finds you. That is a bar. Write it down. My stream is working. Oop. Somebody's making some sort of pastry. I'm like Wolverine. It smells nice. It smells very, very nice. I like it.
Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I actually had an interview, I guess, with the producers of the show, and then I saw them announce it, and I was like, oh, I am.
Parents have more power over your reality.
Your parents have more control over your reality.
And I don't say that lightly, and I don't say that with exaggeration.
It's true.
I'm an individual that's hired by 7 to 9 figure entrepreneurs.
It's true.
Exaggeration. I'm an individual that's hired by 7 to 9 figure athletes and Hollywood actors to tell them exactly what I'm about to tell you. Your parents have more control over
What the hell is that?
than God because they're the individuals that have had direct access to your mind. They're individuals that have had direct access to mold your subconscious mind. And if you pay attention to the way exaggeration. I'm an individual that's hired by 7 to 9 figure entrepreneurs, professional athletes, and Hollywood actors to tell them exactly what I'm about to tell you. Your parents have more control over your reality than God because they're the individuals that have had direct access to your mind. They're individuals that have had direct access to mold your subconscious mind.
Yep. Your parents basically mold your subconscious mind, which is so true. That's a bar. But you have the power to influence it, though. You have the power to shift it.
Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I actually had an
Oh shit. Oh shit. I need to do something quickly. I totally forgot. God damn. This is a dude's birthday. There's a guy that I have so much admiration for and respect. I forgot that today's his friggin' birthday. God damn it. Goodness gracious, Orion. What the fuck? Alright. Let's message him. Let's give this dude a proper birthday message. I can't believe that. I can't believe I forgot. Getting tripped up with all kinds of other stuff and I forget the dude's birthday. Did I add this dude? What the fuck's going on here? Yeah, I fucking added him. What the hell is going on? Happy birthday, you son of a bitch. Never forget who you are. Have the happiest birthday. I'll voice message him later when he sees the message because sometimes he gets too wrapped up with his work. Have the happiest birthday, bro. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Yes. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's fucking go. There we go. Birthday wish, birthday celebration for Mr. Huang has been complete. Can't believe I forgot his birthday though. God damn. I'm not Indian Jesus. I'm not Jesus. I'm not Indian. I am a soul. If anything, you can call me fucking Goku. That's what you can call me, because that's who I am. I'm Goku. Everybody else is fucking posers. I'm kidding. I'm me. I'm Orion. Okay, perfect. So that birthday wish is done. Whoa. 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 Okay. Okay, cool. So that's done. I'm going to be starting my next movements in a moment. So my birthday wish to that dude is done. It's over. It's finito. It's complete. I got it done. Yeah. Cool. All right. So I am going to put on some music and get some of my shit done now. Fortunately, I can't use certain music, so I gotta just kind of be mindful of the songs that I play. Do I want to listen to Dragon Ball music? I think I will listen to Dragon Ball music. Sure, why not? Alright, I'm gonna go get my my stuff. My mic should be dying shortly, or maybe. All right. $22. I do 55, so I'm gonna do another set in a moment. So now I'm gonna do like 11, like 2-3 more times, so I get to 55. $33 now. So while my arms cool down to do my next set, I'll get the squats. 55 squats. My legs from yesterday are feeling it. My workout I did. I can feel the soreness. Good sore though, very good sore. That means I pushed myself. I don't really get sore that much anymore. All right, that's 30. $40. $50. 5 more. $55. Now, if you're wondering why I stop at 55, I can go more than 55, but I like that number. It's just a nice number. I like it. I'm not done with these though. I'll put these here for now. Another 11, let's go. Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna do some mobility training as well. This is for my wrist. Sometimes my watch, the thing presses against my glove and activates like emergency mode. I'm like, no, I have to fix my watch every so often so it doesn't do that. And sometimes I like put the sleeve in place so it doesn't interfere. Even though today's upper body day, I always still do squats. It's just, for me, mandatory. Keep your joints, like, you work on them every day, you have no problems. You don't need to do like 20 hours of like, you know, like something with the wrist or anything like that. You just like, you know, a few minutes here and there. Don't need that much. So this one is good because like this helps with if you're sitting in front of a computer all day and you're typing away, especially with carpal tunnel. You know, some of us, we don't have the proper desk, or we don't have the proper like, you know, wrist rest. So we're typing generally like this a lot, which isn't good. You want to type like this. But you know, sometimes habits just happen. You're just like, so this exercise, if you do it throughout the day, if you're working in an office environment, or if you're in front of a computer all day, just spend like a minute or two, just kind of like shake out your wrist and just like shake like this, like go up and down. And then you can just grab your fingers and pull. because what that's doing is it's helping to loosen up the joint in your wrist. So then you don't run into problems with your wrist. Because when you have problems in your wrist, you're gonna have problems in your elbows, and it'll go up towards your shoulders over time. It's all interconnected. If here has a problem, you'll eventually feel it here and then here. If you have it here, you'll feel it here, and then you might feel it there. So it's important to like take care of your joints. Now I'm not pulling all the way back. Chelsea. I didn't see that was you there. I thought it was Marcel. Cool. Wrists are done. So we're gonna finish the last 55 for this one. All right, 155 is done. And hugs to you too, by the way. All right. What's next? Do I do dips or do I do leg raises? Probably dips. Yeah, the wind is pretty it's enough. I'm gonna do dips. Oh, 30. 25 more. Oh my God. Somebody asked recently, how is that thing not rolling? I tightened the wheels so they can't really move much. So that's why they don't slip. Otherwise I'd be rolling back. I'm gonna probably have to soon tighten it a little bit more. Oh my God. This is like another workout right here. One of my favorite tracks. Vegito. Okay. No time to waste, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. $20. 5 more. Come on. Oh, all right. All right, so that's done. What's next? To give my arms a little bit of a pause. I got my push-ups to do in a moment. The push-ups I did earlier don't count towards my dailies. I always have to do 55. So anytime there's push-ups in my main exercise, they are not counted. They are completely irrelevant. They're like bonus. Morning, or not morning, afternoon. Keep thinking morning. I'm so accustomed to saying morning to people. Morning. No, afternoon. Neighbor was like, God damn, it's not morning. Well, technically speaking, it is morning for some of you, somewhere on the planet. Like if Mr. Neuro was on, he's in the Philippines. It's 5:06 a.m. in the morning. So good morning to Mr. Neuro in the Philippines. So yeah, I'll use my good morning for him there. Okay. Shoulders are next. My resistant band is gonna break, so I'm gonna just have to do this one for now. This one's good for your overall, for your entire posterior chain, from shoulders to hips to spine to hamstrings to knees to ankles. This move right here, you don't even have to do this, but you can just do this, and this is enough. Don't recommend this one where you're coming straight down with your butt towards your heels. To anyone who's starting out. I'm going to read the comment in a moment. Yeah. This is good for your shoulders, like bulletproofing your shoulders. And you have shoulder pain, this move right here. That, or you get a resistant band and you do the pullbacks. God damn. Come on, body. You're okay. We've been through hell together before. This is not hell, though. Mine, are you making up a story right now? It's not hard. I'm gonna hold for a moment. Peanut butter for the win indeed. Love peanut butter. The wind. Okay. Shoulders are done. I have a spine to do in a moment. First things first, I'm going to do leg raises. Neighbor's cooking right now. Oh, perfect song. Perfect song to come on right now. Technically, we're barbecuing right now. We got ribs. Oh my God. Six. All right, push-ups are next. Just making sure I didn't see anything else in the chat. If I missed anything. That's love for the ribs. A farmer? Nah. I came to be a speaker, not a farmer. Nothing wrong with being a farmer though. I love farmers. But no. I came here to speak. That's what I came here to do. And once I'm done what I need to do, I can finally go home. Journey and mission will be fulfilled. And everything will be done that needs to be done. '20, 2015. Yeah, I like farmers, but that's not something that, for me, in this lifetime anyways, doesn't appeal to me. I definitely have so much admiration for people who do farming because it's a lot of work, a lot of muscle, lots of heavy duty stuff. So I love my farmers. I myself, I plant seeds, metaphorically speaking, right there. So to some extent, I'm a mental farmer. How about that? Or an esoteric farmer, or mystical. I don't know. Spiritual farmer. No, I don't really like these words. Spiritual. I'm a metaphysical farmer. There we go. Ugh. By the way, this song is named Pikon's theme. And Pikon's one of my favorite dudes. I remember when Goku had to face him, I was like, damn, Pikon's pretty fucking badass. I love Pikon. I like him more than Piccolo. I mean, I like Piccolo, but Pikon is just, in my opinion, cooler than Piccolo. But then again, Piccolo had just got a power up, so, you know, Orange Piccolo. It's fascinating. I command thee, you shall stop. Could you imagine just a lightning bolt just come down, bang? Oh yeah. Push-ups are done. Let's go. Other side. Other dimension. Real home. We get back all our powers. I don't have to be, I mean, I love my body, I really do, that's why I take care of it, but I also will not be tethered to a biology anymore. Fuck. It's gonna be interesting going back at some point. That's why I'm doing my best to live my fullest life now. Last thing I desire is like, damn, I didn't get to experience all of what life has to offer. And right now, as I say that, I'm feeling an interesting feeling popping through my system right now. Taking a moment to process it. It's not regret, but I mean, it's more like, wow, I get to still be here and I get to live whatever life at my absolute fullest. Based on my thoughts, my beliefs, my expectations, my convictions, my emotional charged thoughts, my perceptions. Pretty lucky. We're all pretty lucky, actually. Even though the other side would say, you know, right now the people on the other side are saying, you know, you're freaking lucky to be on Earth. What's playing? I don't know what's playing. Oh, Zamasu. I was like, what the hell is playing just now? Zamasu. All right, we got spine. We did wrist. We did back, or no, we did shoulders. So now, what are we gonna do for spine? Which one did I do on Monday? Yeah, I did that on Monday. All right. Yeah, I'm grateful for me being made into the world so I can do what I need to do. That's a good perspective, by the way. It's good. I wish more people had that same gratitude that you have, dude. That's a good way of seeing it. I'm grateful too, man. That fence is, we gotta fix this fence at some point because this shit is like leaning forward or leaning back. It's gonna fall into the neighbor's thing. It took like 20 men back when we first moved to the house to kind of get the fence in alignment, and ever since then it's been just, it's holding on, but we need a new fence. This shit needs to be like taken down, and like it needs to be fixed. So, you know, that's why I make sure I don't do too much with the fence. Like when I'm cutting the grass, I make sure I don't like go into the fence, because like the wind is just blowing it. Yeah. So, and like when I play soccer, like I want to kick my soccer ball, I make sure I don't like kick it into the fence like some like crazy man. I kind of like do like a light tap kind of thing. Let me read what you wrote. It's true. Were you being sarcastic though, or were you actually being like legitimate about being grateful? I think I felt like you were being sincere. I don't know though. It's hard to tell by text, right? But based on what you shared, like it does sound like you were actually very sincere when you said that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I felt the sincerity from that. Yeah. A lot of people get trapped up in you're right, sarcasm is one, and the mundane. The mundane is what traps up a lot of people, and they're like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. And they say that, I don't want to be here. But they do want to be here. It's just that they want a different experience. This one's good for your spine, by the way. Parents trust me, which makes it worth it, all the suffering, and so I'm glad. You are very, very fortunate to have great parents like that they put their faith and trust into you. I myself, I don't have that particular way of trust with mine, but it is what it is. I've given it to myself, so I'm not missing anything. But you know, it's still nice to have someone who can actually, you know, trust you in terms of like to go out on the world, because they don't understand fully my journey. Like I've told them, they know what I came here to do, but it still doesn't like register to them fully, because you know, they grew up in a certain time era where you have to do this. This is how life is, nothing more. You got to go to work. You got to get a real job. Not working with your clients, getting paid even more than what I got paid in my real job. Right? Because they have a certain set of principles and rules that they follow. But I myself don't. I subscribed to that for years, but it didn't work out for me because that's not my path. I came here to do something vastly different. There are times the mind questions it and doubts, but I know everything's unfolding exactly as it's supposed to, because if I wasn't supposed to know certain things, then I wouldn't be where I am and I wouldn't know these things. In fact, I would be still doing what I was doing 10 years ago, IT. Working in a law firm, making good money, but sitting behind a computer typing all day. Day in and out, I'd be super overweight, most likely, because I'd probably be like just not moving my body because I'm sitting in a chair all day, and I'd just be like, yeah, that, like, even thinking about that, just no. So I given myself trust in the universe. I have the trust of the universe on my side. Because I used to go against the universe because I thought the universe always was against me because I had that belief. But in actuality, it was me against myself when I didn't know how things worked. And due to that fact, I placed myself in a state where shit was much harder than it had to be. But I had to go through it so I can understand why not to go through it again. And basically reap the lessons from that experience and not have to keep repeating it endlessly, cycle after cycle, and not figuring it out. Sort of like deja vu. You keep doing the same thing over and over, right? And you keep experiencing the same thing over and over, and nothing's changing, and then you're like wondering what the hell is going on. That's why, for me, I have the trust of the universe on my side. The universe favors not just me, but everyone. In my universe, like my personal universe, everybody is favored. Everybody is supported. Everybody is living their best life, and everybody is happy and fulfilled. More fulfillment, if anything. So, and I can see it in a lot of people who are jumping on the stream. They get it. I can see it. My family's deep-rooted culture in Hungarian society. Ah, gotcha. Is that where, not that I really ask where people's locations, is that where you're currently residing, or is there somewhere, you don't need to tell me, but is that where or are you residing somewhere else? Gotcha, okay. Nice. I need to check something quickly. Let me just mute that for a moment. Got it. Okay. And that dude messaged me. His birthday boy messaged me. Or actually, birthday boy did not message me. Someone else had messaged me. Back on the music. All right. What am I doing for hips today? Dragon, rock the dragon. Dragon Ball Z, yeah. we're gonna do Cossack squats for hips today. Rock the dragon. Yeah. That's pretty cool. We got quite a few people on the stream from Europe, which is awesome. There's you, there's Rihanna, there is Nabito, there is Amelia, there's a brother from UK. I forget who it was. Yeah. There's people from my previous live stream channel, my other channel, lots from Europe. One from Holland, like Dutch. But he wasn't born in Holland. He was born, where the fuck was he born? I don't remember. God damn. His name is Eric. We had one from Finland. I saw somebody from Poland on this channel, and someone earlier today was from Austria. I don't know if that's a brother or a sister, but like they're from Austria, which is pretty cool. So yeah, there's quite a few. And I have like people in Ireland that I know. Like somebody I worked with, she moved back to Ireland. She was born and raised there. She worked in Toronto for several years at the same law firm that I was referring to. And then she moved back. Her name is Trisha. Miss her. But I plan to see her when I go to Ireland at some point in the near future. Because Ireland is a place I want to see. Scotland is a place I want to see as well. I want to hear that accent. That's why I'm going to those places, because I want to hear the accent. I want to hear somebody say, "Look at the Irish," and get that authentic Irish like vibe. Now I don't drink, so I won't be able to have like a beverage or anything like that. Like go to a pub. I don't drink, so I'll drink like water or something. So no Guinness or anything like that for me. Because I'm not a big fan of alcohol. Just, choices. Nothing wrong with it, but it's just for me, it just doesn't sit well. I've never had it. Don't want to even bother even attempting that feeling. I'm not missing anything. I know that much. But yeah, look at the Irish. And of course, going to Scotland and hearing the Scottish, like the accent there. I'm fascinated with English, in like spoken in different like dialects, like Australian English, UK English. UK English reminds me of somebody who's like very, very like fancy, right? They're very they're very proper. Of course, there's like other types of English, like there's the Indian English, there is the Japanese English, there's the Chinese English, there is the Korean English, there's like South American English, there's the Caribbean English. It's called patois. That's a form of English. It's like very like, hey, bye. Like I don't speak it, but like, hey, bye. That means, yo, boy. Hey, bye. What's going on? Which means, what is going on? Or what's up? So, that's the most I can speak of that. Then you got You got the French English, where I used to work in the law firm where we had a Quebec office, which had a lot of French-speaking people, and when they speak English, it sounds very, very like sexy when they're speaking that English. So I'm very interested in hearing all types of different Englishes. Anglais. I loosened up my body now. As you can see, I'm just like going back and forth now with ease. Yeah. Okay. All right, so shoulders are done, hips are done, spine is done, wrists are done, 55s are done. Got to do my kicks, dumbbell like swings, and then my 55 curls, and some of my evening routine. So let me get to the evening routine quickly, a little bit of it. So I'll get rolling with that. What time is it actually? I'm gonna have to jump off the stream shortly because I have to go shower. So probably like another half an hour, less than half an hour-ish. I'll jump off. If I don't stream tomorrow morning because of weather and it's just bad, I'll be starting to stream around like this time tomorrow. Well, no, like an hour earlier tomorrow because, you know, we're going to get our hair cut. And I'd love for all of you to meet Steve because he's a cool dude. You'd enjoy hanging out with him. He used to call me, "Hey, superhero." Now he's like, I don't use the superhero of love name anymore. He's like, "What's up, Orion?" That guy is awesome, by the way. Such a cool dude. Funny story too, how I met him. Actually, I had a previous barber. His name was RJ? No, not RJ. RB. His name was RB. R, the letter R and B, so short form. I don't know what the R and the B stood for. And he was my barber when my original barber who formed my design, because I grew my hair, and I grew my beard, and I was like, I need to do it. My original barber's name was Xavier, but Xavier unfortunately stopped cutting hair during COVID because, you know, he had a new baby and he didn't want to take that risk. So I never got to see Xavier again. So I ran into RB, and RB was the one maintaining my look for a couple years. But every time RB would cut my hair, I always have to do these micro adjustments. I'm like, it's not like I would come back and kind of do some little touch-ups here and there myself. So there was one time I had a date actually, and I'm like, "Yo, bro, I need a cut." He's like, I got you, bro. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I drove to his house, and the dude stood me up. And I needed that haircut so badly. Let me change my microphone quickly, because my microphone is dying. And he's like, "Yo, bro, I had an accident." I'm like, what kind of accident you had? I had a water leak in the house. I'm like, "Oh, no problem." So I'm like, "When can you cut my hair?" He's like, "You can come the day of your date." The day of my date, which was a Saturday. So basically, I was like, okay, I'll see you on a Saturday. I come early in the morning, like 8:30, because he says he'll be ready by 8 o'clock. So I'm like, okay, I'll come 8:30. So I get there at his house. I'm like, I call him, no answer. I text the dude, no answer. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me right now. His car is there, and the dude's not fucking answering. I'm like, bro, I need a fucking haircut. So it felt like all hope was lost. And then I was in his parking lot, and I was looking in a website called Booksy, which is it's actually an app, and it shows local barbers in the area. And I ran into Steve, and Steve was cutting hair at his house at the time because his shop was closed. And I'm like, yo, Steve, like, I know you don't know me, dude, but my name is Orion, and like, man, I really need a haircut today. I'm going on a date. Like, I don't know if you can do an emergency haircut, because like, I really need a fucking haircut. Steve calls me back, and within 2 minutes he hears my voice message, and it sounded like all hope is lost. So Steve called me back. He's like, yo, bro, I got you. Come over right now. I'm like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm free. He gave me his address, and he wasn't far from RB. He was like a 5-minute drive down the road. So I get there. I'm like, yo, man, like, he asked me what happened. I'm like, my barber, he stood me up twice, and I have a date today. He's like, yo, that's so uncool, man. I'm like, tell me about it. So he cut my hair exactly the way I wanted it, with no micro adjustments. So basically, Steve became my barber in that moment, and I went to Steve's house a couple times because, you know, COVID was happening, and then he opened his shop in early 2022, and I got to see his shop from like the beginning phase to where it's evolved, and his shop has evolved a lot in the last couple of years. I've known Steve now for 5 fucking years. Wow, time has fucking passed by. That is fucking crazy that time has passed by so fast. I'm gonna say, yo, Steve, did you know 5 years ago? I'm gonna tell the story tomorrow. I'm like, yo, Steve, did you know 5 years ago that we met? And you know how we met, right? You remember the story? He's gonna laugh his ass off tomorrow. Yeah, man, I remember you had that all hope is lost. So he basically became my barber, and then I told him about the guy, like my previous barber. His name is RB. He's like, yo, no way. What do you mean? I'm like, yo, is his last name Magat? I'm like, yes. I worked with the dude, and we had to fire him. What a small fucking world. So Steve actually knows my previous barber, the one that stood me up. Xavier was the one that created my look with my beard and my hair. RB attempted to maintain it, and Steve is the one that continued the legacy of Xavier. And the funny thing is, Xavier and Steve, they both have the same last name, but they don't know each other. And they live near each other. Because where Xavier lived, because he was cutting here in his garage, very professional garage, like it was like top notch. Xavier lived not that far from RB's. There was a whole bunch of barbers in that area, funny enough. So I got Xavier in 2019 when I was starting to grow my hair out, and I was starting to get my beard like kind of like, you know, a little bit longer. So he basically created my look, and then ultimately Xavier couldn't. RB took over. RB kind of dropped the ball, and Steve picked up the ball and continued on Xavier's legacy. So, and they all lived in the same like about like a 10-minute drive from each other. Crazy. So, but now we go to Steve's shop because it's open, right? No COVID. So, and his shop is it's gonna be pretty packed tomorrow. Gonna be lots of people. But I'm gonna drop the fire there, as I always do. I drop them bars. There's gonna be people listening to what I'm gonna be talking about. We just talk about all kinds of random shit. So, it's gonna be good. So if you guys want to hang out with Steve tomorrow, it'll be around. Well, by this time tomorrow, all the haircut will be done. So we start the haircut around like 4:30 Eastern time. Yeah. Crazy though. But the thing is, I know you said that I'm intelligent, but everybody's intelligent though. I'm not, it's not rare, it's just that everybody's intelligent, it's just that they forgot. The mind is what's stopping people from being fully who they're supposed to be. So, everybody's actually intelligent. Very. It's just the mind playing the games. Just making sure my stream's still working. It is. You know, the word intelligence, I am intelligent, yes, but it's more awareness than anything. It's just hyper awareness. Or I like to call it quectosane awareness. Quectosane. That's a word I made up. Quectosane awareness. Since, you know, Gen Zs make up all kinds of words, I can make up a word too. Quectosane. I made up two words, quectosane and immovescence. Piccolo's theme. I gotta do my 55 curls in a moment. I didn't finish my evening moves, but whatever. I'll get them. I added so much movements to my repertoire now that sometimes I forget which moves I did and I didn't do. Move, stretches. Ah. So Nathaniel or Nat Hines, age 104, worked out until he was 104. That's fucking crazy. And he died in 2024. Wow. Man, Wow. That means he was born 1920. Yeah, 1920. Or 1921. Oh yeah. Put away this and my crystal. Alexa, what's the time? 5:53 p.m. Okay. Well, I'm glad that the rain held off for me to at least get majority of my stuff done outdoors today, and at least do my my workout and my movements on the stream. So that's good. Happy about that. All right, universe. That is me, around me, inside of me, and everywhere else. Tomorrow, if you're gonna rain, you better rain early in the morning and get that rain out of the system, so that we can just get past the whatever amount of rain that needs to fall. Rain early and finish early. What's up? You guys must know each other. I think Marcel may or may not be here. I think he might have jumped off. I'm just finishing up my movements. Super Saiyan 1. He may be here though. I don't know if he is. Good. Whew. Getting it done. That way, this evening I can just chill the fuck out when I'm done eating. I'll be like, hell yeah, just watch a movie or something tonight. No YouTube content, like no YouTube. Here we go. It's turning Super Saiyan. I will never forgive you for what you've done. That moment in time will forever be etched. The day I saw that. It's funny, that transformation happened 25 years ago. No. Wait. When did we see it in North America? No, not 25 years ago, like 35 years ago. 35 years ago, that transformation happened. Fuck. God damn. Or 30 years ago. It's closer to 30, I think. All right. Finishing up. What a fascinating conversation last night. The mind's attempting to replay something that happened last night. Just remember, mind, the past no longer exists, so you can continue to entertain that if you like. Fuck yeah, let's go. Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, If I was not streaming, I'd be doing the same thing. So I figured I get some watch hours while I'm at it. So YouTube, thank you so much for your watch hours. Appreciate it. Almost at like 2,000 watch hours, which is pretty cool. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's put these away. Okay. Gonna just quickly take these in. Okay, cool. I'll be back outside in a moment. My nose is like running. It's weird. All right. Open up the window in my room. It's been like stuffy in here. All right. "55 curls. Let's finish it up strong before I end the stream. 6:02. Hey. Why does it feel loose? Okay, that's one set, 4 more to go. Let me put away the locker quickly. Nice. Might go to bed early tonight, only because I went to bed pretty late last night due to having a conversation that lasted till like 2:30, which I enjoyed, just, you know, went a little bit longer than I expected. So definitely gonna catch some Z's earlier tonight. Probably go to bed at like 9. That's 3 hours from now, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. Yep. I knew that was like loose. It didn't feel loose though. We're on set number 3 now. Finishing up strong. There goes my brother and his fiance. They're heading out with a friend. Sucks though. And their car is like decommissioned right now. We'll see what happens with that. Two more sets. I can't wait to get my hair cut tomorrow. Almost 3 months. Not quite full 3 months, but I look forward to getting my hair cut done. Hey, what's up? What's up, people? Chelsea, Craig, good to see you, dude. Just finishing up my last sets. And taking in the nice fresh air. I trust you're doing good. Craig and Chelsea, I know you've been doing good throughout the day. Ooh, Super Saiyan 4. Hey, what's up, Sequoia? Nah, I'm good. Oh, enjoy your chicken, dude. I'll be having ribs and I think maybe chow mein for dinner today. But I'm just I'm gonna finish up my last 55, as you can see. So you're here. You know the weather. I command thee to stop. Yeah. That's funny, Internet of the Caillou. I'm going to call him that. Internet of the Caillou. That's your name going forward. Not Caillou of the Internet, but Internet of the Caillou. So Internet of the Caillou is here at a very, very weird time because normally he's here in the mornings. So it's good to have you here, Mr. Caillou, Mr. Internet of the Caillou. That's your name going forward. Internet of the Caillou. Lottery energy. Good to see you, yeah. It's gonna be good. Oh. We're on our 4th set now. But yeah, tomorrow Steve's gonna be cutting my hair around 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be good to see him again. Oh, one more set. Done all my other moves. Yeah. Internet of the Cailloux. Speaking of Caillou, my brother used to watch that show when he was younger, so I know all the episodes when they were showing back in the day because I had to watch it with him when he was a little tyke. A little tyke. I had to help raise my brother and my sister, so I mean, I already felt like I had 2 kids. They weren't my kids, obviously, but I basically helped raise them. So I know what it feels like to raise kids. Changing them, feeding them, showering them, helping them brush their teeth, giving them naps, preparing food for them. Been through it all. So I lived an adult's life before I was an adult, essentially. I had to grow up pretty quickly, which is fine. Ooh, iCarly. Ooh, yeah. Pokemon, yes, but not the newer Pokemon stuff. That stuff is like the older ones, you know, when Ash was like sounding like Ash, right? The original Ash and Misty and Brock. Yeah. That duo, or that trio, I should say. SpongeBob I watched, but that was because my sister watched SpongeBob, and because she watched iCarly, I watched iCarly, and Victorious, because you know iCarly and Victorious were kind of like 2 peas of a pod. She also watched. I'm sure you heard the show 16, because it's a Canadian show, and you're in Canada, so I'm sure you know of 16. The show with 6 teenagers that are at a mall every episode, and they're you know, they're just doing what teenagers do. Yeah, Pokemon is a classic. For me, original 151 Pokemon. When they got to like 251 with like Celebi, Lugia, and Ho-Oh, I mean, they should have stopped there. In my opinion, they should have stopped. But of course, people would not get Rayquaza and Arceus and Groudon and what was Lucario? Lucario and Diamond and Pearl? Yeah, Diamond and Pearl was Lucario. Yeah. They wouldn't have got Palkia and Dialga. My favorite Pokemon of all time, you could probably already guess. You can probably already guess which Pokemon that is. He has three fingers, and they're like balls for fingers. And he has a purple tail, and he has two little like horn things, and he has purple eyes, and he was psychic. I did like Pikachu. He was good. He was one of my favorites, but no. Mewtwo. That's my dude. If Pokemon was for real, I'd be catching the only fucking Mewtwo in this world. I'd be like, let's go Mewtwo, let's go stop all the trainers. Mewtwo, psychic attack now. Mewtwo's my dude. I'll go fight Arceus with him. Mewtwo, finish Arceus right now. Make sure you are the king of Pokemon. You destroy that Pokemon over there. Arceus. Fucking Arceus. Arceus. The OGs. See, I got to experience all of the stuff that they got to experience too. So I'm well aware. It's just the new stuff I don't really know too much about. Like I got to watch Wizards of Waverly Place, Zack and Cody's Sweet Life or whatever it's called. I got to watch Hannah Montana. I got to watch Shake It Up. These are all Disney shows. So, yeah. What's up, Tom? It's good to see you, bro. So, I gotta jump off shortly. I gotta go shower and go eat. But I'm finishing up my last set. Yeah, I got to I got to enjoy, you know, those shows. And of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! King of Games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really, if you look at Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very esoteric with the Egyptians, like the original Yu-Gi-Oh! 55. All right, now I gotta stretch. Sometimes grabbing the hands and this is my favorite, one of my favorite moves right here, doing this prayer pose behind your back like this. It's fun. This is training like wrist flexibility. Hey Arnold, yep. Rugrats, yep. Grew up with Rugrats. Cat Dog. Watery Energy Cat Dog. That's the same era. Cat Dog. And of course, you know, you were around the same generation as me. In fact, I think you're 85 as well. So Ninja Turtles, Mario. There's a show called Bucky O'Hare, Battletoads. There was the G.I. Joes, the original Transformers. I love Beast Wars, by the way. Megatron, terrorize. I love Megatron. That Megatron is my favorite Megatron of all time. I'm not the fan of the Decepticon Megatron. I'm the fan of the Predacon Megatron. Megatron, terrorize. I like Megatron. Yep, Ren and Stimpy. Yep. I even watch fucking Care Bears. That's right, Inspector Gadget, Care Bears. Reading Rainbow. I'm sure some of you watch Reading Rainbow. Don't lie to me. I watched that Reading Rainbow. Of course, in Canada we had a show called Mr. Dress Up. We had Sharon, Lois, and Bram. This is Canadian shows. We had, of course, Sesame Street. That was on for a hot minute. I still think that's still on. I think. What else? My brother, because he was born in 1998, he loved Teletubbies. So yeah, I watched fucking Teletubbies with So I got to experience all of it. Cuz my sister, she grew up in 2000, she was born in 2004, so she had that phase and I got to watch that stuff with her. And then my brother was in 1998, so I got to watch that stuff with him. And then of course I introduced them to video games and anime. And then now they watch more anime and play more video games than I do. My brother is more into anime than I am. I know the basic ones and some of the newer ones, but he's watched more anime now than I have. But he hasn't watched the older stuff like I have. Like the old school Gundam, Astro Boy, Voltron, Thundercats. He hasn't watched that kind of stuff. He's only watched like the newer. He's only watched like the newer stuff, like Solo Leveling and Tokyo Ghoul and Hunter x Hunter. That's not really new though. So I'm glad that I got to experience like that entire spectrum. Now there's just like, anime is good, but like the rest of the stuff is like, Let me go get my protein shake quickly, but I have to jump off in a moment. Um, yeah, I gotta go shower shortly, so I gotta jump off. But yeah, there's lots of good shows. I'm so grateful that I got to grow up in the 80s and the 90s. Best time ever. And then, of course, Full House, Family Matters, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Friends. But the funny thing is, I didn't watch Friends in the 90s. I watched it in 2020. I was that person. So, like, I held off from watching Friends for basically like 20 years. Because I was like, I don't want to watch it when everybody else is watching it. And I was like I was such a big hater of Friends for the longest time. Like, who watches Friends? This is why, like, now I just, like, don't say anything, Orion, because you never know what you're going to watch now. You never fucking know what you're going to watch. Otherwise, you're going to be eating your words, dude. Now I'm eating my words. So, yeah. See you later, dude. Yeah, I'm going to be jumping off in a moment, but lots of good movies in the 80s and 90s, yeah. I've been watching Die Hard 3. I watched The Fugitive recently. I watched Judge Dredd, Demolition Man. I watched Speed recently. By the way, in Speed, I didn't see this. I didn't even know this existed. Because I shifted my vibration, right? On the side of the bus, it says good vibes with a zebra. I've never seen that before. I've watched that movie at least 100 times. I've never seen that until recently. I'm like, I had to take a screenshot of it. It's crazy. If you ever watch Speed, you'll see that sign on the side of the bus now. It'll say good vibes. So even like spiritual stuff was being shown in movies back in the day, and I had no friggin' idea. See, when you raise your consciousness, you start to see things differently. Because your level of awareness goes up, so you perceive more. Is this good? Is this ready? Nope. Still needs to be shaked. Still needs to be shaked. A little bit more. It has the ball inside, so it does the mixing. Yes! It is perfect now. Cheers, y'all. Psh. It's my treat to myself. Watch, this gives me like 100 grams of protein. Yeah. It's more like 40 grams, but you know. It's kind of thick, actually. It's pretty good. My last batch of protein powder I had prior to this one, it's the same brand. When I mixed it with the milk, it was like very thin. I'm like, what the hell is this? Am I drinking fucking chocolate milk here? And now this is the opposite. This one's thicker. Same taste, but like, it's interesting. Ooh, Hyperbolic Time Chamber, by the way. That's playing in the background. I would play this music for hours and train like Goku. And for those of you who don't know, Goku's my dude. He's my dude. He's like right there. That's my guy. What's up, bro? I was gonna jump off in a moment. What's my favorite Goku photo? Yeah. That's a reminder to wake up every day feeling like that. Yeah, I'm going to be jumping off because I have to go shower. And then I have to go eat. And then, yeah. That was good though. I wasn't going to stay on the entire day, but I mean, here we are. Oh, this is one of my favorite photos. It's not Goku though. Master yourself. Such a good photo. And of course, little Giphy of Goku turning Super Saiyan. Ah! That's how I wake up almost every day, like that. Ah! That's awesome, dude. Vegeta's you know what, dude? Before I jump off, Vegeta, he's grown on me over the years. I actually like him even more now in my years, because I'm like, now I get why so many people actually like Vegeta a lot more than Goku, right? Because he had a certain like he had a certain vibe about him. So, yeah. All right. I'm gonna just stop the music for a moment. This is Brawly's track. Tomorrow, around 2 hours prior, so before, I'll be at my barber getting my hair cut. So if you guys want to jump on around that time and say hello, you can say hello to Steve, because that's my barber's name, and we'll be hanging out with him for a bit. And you'll be like, so it's gonna be fun. He's gonna give me a nice hair wash. He's gonna like put some product in my hair. I'm gonna feel nice, and I'm gonna say, I'm back. I always say that. So when he's done cutting my hair, I'm like, I'm back. Yeah. So with that being said, y'all, remember that you can change the meaning and assign new meanings to anything in your life at any time if you choose to. Now tomorrow is supposed to rain as well, so I don't know if I'm going to be streaming early in the morning time. I don't know. We'll see what happens, because it's supposed to rain a lot apparently, and it's supposed to be very windy. So not really good for my phone to be getting wet, and my microphone and all that shit. So we'll see what happens. So with that, y'all, you have yourselves a good night, good day, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Remember, you all are doing great. Never forget that. I am off. I will see you guys tomorrow, because we're going to get the haircut. We're going to take a drive. Bye-bye, people. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.